everyone, and welcome to tonight's Skeptic and Ranting. Why evolution is stupid?
100 Reasons Why.
My. That's right, where tonight we are watching a video called Why Evolution is Stupid with 100 Reasons from Kent Hovind, along with our commentary on top. A kitty. So won't you join?
They're all over.
I know, it's a cat good time. Won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a stupidly good time? Oh my.
So stupid.
Woohoo!
Welcome, guys.
That's right. Welcome, everyone, one and all, out on the interwebs. Pew, 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 pew. And please don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe. Woohoo! In fact, just saw the amazing channel badges that are coming out, all thanks to you guys on both YouTube and Twitch. We are both monetized and affiliated, so we want to thank both of the communities out there, and basically the entire Skeptic and Ranting and the entire non-believer skeptical. All of you out there, we just so much love you. So sending...
And the believers, too. We enjoy drinking
That's
their
right.
beers.
Well, we love our theist brothers and
love
sisters, even if they are the non-naturalists, I guess, because we find a lot of allies in the pagans and the deists and the pantheists, and it's funny. There seems to be a desert trilogy that really seems to be holding us up.
The big three.
Dun, 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 dun. Wait, different trilogy. Anyway, we are exactly. Sponsored by Sugary Water. But we are a skeptic channel, including the two schmucks that you see before you, admittedly. However, after this, and this is a big one, ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to be here for a while. Pop your popcorn. And
But I'm sure there's an open mic at the end of the
sun will be
tunnel.
coming up before we know it.
Woohoo! But yes, because it is Dr. Kent Hovind. And that'll allow anyone to say what's on their mind about the topic, atheist or theist, liberal or conservative, come as you are, just out of my sheets. Always on my sheets. Then I have to wash. It's like a cycle, which I guess kind of goes with the...
Probably get them dry cleaned now that we're monetized.
Exactly. I am so looking forward to some of those emojis.
Well,
I'm trying to think. What's that?
You know, Pat, if you're good at something, do it, right? And if you're good at it, just make a career out of it.
That's right. We are on Amy Time, which I believe is Back to the Future. That is... We are so late, we're early. If you think about it.
Like, she's so straight, she's gay.
I always say yes. Yeah, I don't know which way's up. You can say...
Once you've spun around that many times.
Anyway, this housekeeping, by the way... Little housekeeping, Sam Harris. Is sponsored by our Patreons at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more fun content, which I really do feel like I gave it to James. I feel like now I have to reveal it. I'm more excited.
Well, does everybody know
than-
she's got a debate tomorrow?
So,
This time tomorrow, it'll already be over and done with. It'll be at 8 o'clock Eastern, and we'll be coming back here
it happens with the first time.
for the party. You know, the big celebration. We're gonna drink a hell of a lot of beer and celebrate Amy's victory.
And no, see, the funny thing is, I have learned, and that is how I think I'll pat myself back and then try to take it back to what all skeptics I hope they try to achieve, which is you don't try and you want to like defeat, because if you want this big defeat, this massive blah blah blah, then when you go in there, it sets up this massive. You have that come down like the end of a drug rush, and it's like, oh man, this is a human being, and I have to deal with them, and blah 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 blah. Yeah. And so you go in there, and you try and suss out what their beliefs are. He'll try and test me. Like, you really believe that your ancestors came from rock soup?
I'm sure we'll talk about that today.
To tell me that this is Grandpa? You're telling me that's where Grandpa came from?
Rock soup?
No.
Yeah.
It is a primordial. Soup is the word because we think of it like that, but there was no one soup there to. Yeah, it wasn't Campbell's. It was just proteins. Good for no. Well, I guess for the other single-celled organisms that could, but not for multicellular life, because multicellular life didn't exist back then. Woohoo! See, we got a fan for rock soup already in the crowd. Woo! That's right.
Oh.
Pat, I agree. There will be a master debate. I have always said you like to think of yourself as a master debater. You will debate in the morning. You will debate in the evening. And if you're feeling frisky, you debate in the shower. But yes, we are sending love out there. I see so much. I see friendly Muslim. God equals square root of -1. Bubblegum Gum, Venator, 666, Pat, Shane, Big Screen Bird, Sephrin, Peter, Pavel, Dan, everybody, James Wolf.
Everybody.
We're gonna give more shout outs. If I didn't shout you out, say hello again. I'll shout you out. But we
sidetracked you. Did you want to show your prop?
Exactly. Yeah. Sponsored by. So I figured if you're going to have what Kent would call SpongeBob logic, I feel it's only fair that I had some SpongeBob logic for myself. So, I am so excited to debate.
To put like
young Earth creationism,
like a little label on him, write Kent on it.
I know. Well, and you know, like I was telling James, or maybe James was even warning me. You try not to get whacked. You don't want to have a little bit of SpongeBob logic going on. That would be. You're telling me you came from an amoeba? No, actually,
to a mosquito.
It's a mosquito. And they always say it. It's a built-in like insult. Like they just assume you're insulted. Like a mosquito,
an amoeba, a protista,
a protista. Yes. Isn't life amazing and beautiful? Do you have to sit there like with a crown? Like, oh my goddess, the ant. The ant does not think of me in the day-to-day. How dare they?
Except in Islam.
Oh my goddess. I have yet to get a Muslim apologist really defend ants. Like, it always gets diverted to, like, well, why even talk about miracle claims? That's the defiance of law. Let's talk about what you believe.
Yeah. They don't want to talk about that. Ants don't even have the structures for vocalization. They don't have any of the hardware.
Well, they communicate to each other using scent trails.
Chemical
yet
communication.
You can't do it one-on-one. You can't speak English or Arabic or insert whatever language you want and with ants. Unless it's a Pixar movie. And then you could probably put something on your head and talk to ants. 2 options.
I think there's an app for that.
Ants! Hopefully they'll have an update for cracking the moon in half and bringing rabbis back from the dead. It'll be a party.
Woohoo.
But yes, so sending love. This includes our Patreons. This really is going to be a marathon. I can't help it. We're sending love at a warning label right now. But
it's only going downhill from here.
Woo-hoo! From the Atheos Network Group and Tart Tang, baby. Boo, boo, boo. Also, hashtag better. The event is coming up. Get your tickets on sale now. Woohoo! And you should also...
Is that so? I was wondering if Kent was even aware that Amy was transgender. I guess he is. He's already going in that direction. This
really?
Should be fun.
Since he's already misgendering you on his channel, I suggest you start. It doesn't faze me at all.
They think it will.
Have Jesus. Is it Tyrion Lannister on those type of comments? When they make them, it generally means they don't have a good argument. And I've been watching a lot of Kent's shtick, and I've noticed something about him. He's got really 2 elements. He is in one element a comedian. I noticed that right off the bat in this video. Spoiler warning. He just boom, 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 boom. Really warms up the crowd. Not on topic per se. Some of them are, but just really trying to get them before he actually gets to his shtick. And then the other thing is that he's a politician. He's and the majority of what he does is rhetoric. I would really like to go over the difference between a liar and a bullshitter, because a liar has to remember all of these different so-called facts that they've been spouting on a wall so that they can call them up and reinforce them and something like that. And so I would like to break down some of his politically correct and motivated language and tactics that he uses. Because the science is almost irrelevant. It's almost like it's hitting. I'll present the facts, but it's not like I discovered them. I am explaining what the experts say, and
he doesn't care about it.
You also can see it's very weird. Like COVID exists because evolution exists. They had to create a term, micro and macro. The creationists really like to lean on that, just because they're like, well, we have to have some fat, but it's not like it's trans fat. Sure.
They want to admit that
there's adaptation.
Small changes in the short term. Except that one time right after the flood where everything evolved extremely rapidly for like 100 years and then stopped.
Well,
right back
and that doesn't explain anything. Like, I wouldn't know how God made it in Adam and Eve. Like, their theory is there was God and then there was goat. Like before there was the snake with legs, get me there. How did he make the snake with legs? Or the snake? Or anything? His logistic department isn't there. He's not there to explain any of that. He's never going to. He's not that type of person. I hate to really go after. I've gone back and forth, on the credentials thing. It bothers me in a weird way because on one side, I really hate it when they go after people with doctorates in education, and all these people are like, are they really doctors? Yes, anyone. If you have a doctorate in computer science, a doctor of science in computer science, you are a doctor. Because that is what a doctorate degree is. And yet, diploma mills, I don't know. I mean, none of his schools were accredited. And, you know, I don't know what else to say but that. Then it would have been nice if your schools had accreditation. I don't know any nice way, even though he builds in ad hominems into his rhetoric. He uses things like Santa's toy shop. That's right. You will never know what you will find. Oh,
you never know
my.
what she's gonna pick up.
You never know. Sometimes you have to slay people olden times. Sometimes they're calling for jihads. You never know what's up, ladies and gentlemen. You got to be ready for everything.
She could pull out a Wendy's bag. She could pull out a Britney Spears CD from 1998. Anything could come up.
Woohoo!
A cat.
What's up, Wild Heart? Send in love. I just love Wild Heart streams because I can't help it. I have a karaoke fix, and well, he talks a lot of philosophy on there, and sending love out to him. But I like singing. Nonetheless, what is up? We are in for a marathon tonight of Kent Hovind.
With the coffee on the pot.
Yeah, and really, it's just at the forefront of science and religion. This is the battle. I would say he's considered fringe, even to creationists. A lot of young Earth creationists. Now, some young Earth creationists say, "Well, I was fringe to insert whatever denomination. So what do they know?" But
not many of them come out against him.
Yeah.
Well, a few of them do, but
the fact that answers in Genesis, they say, do not use these specific arguments.
But they don't directly come out and condemn him. They
just say
they distance themselves from him. But yeah.
Oh my! But yes,
social distancing.
They're social distancing from. Well, there are a few people in the theistic community that apparently are the bigwigs, and yet it's like when I hear about William Lane Craig being such a distinguished
scholar,
academic and scholar, it's like, oh yeah, Kalam. No, it'll say it on his gravestone. It'll say William Lane Craig, Kalam, but it's not a good argument for the existence of God.
Not at all.
But setting love.
Yes, go back from the Atheist Roundtable Network.
YouTube.com/Atheist Network Group. Sending love to Ian Davenport.
Thanks, Ian.
Because we are talking about watchmaker arguments sometimes, in some sense. It's kind of a gilgamesh of, which I'm not sure is a word, a stew of a whole bunch of different arguments. But sending love, yes, oh my lordy.
We're going to get it.
Sending love to Ian Davenport. It doesn't look like a watch. No, your heart Ian. Just looks like your heart. And I am so excited. There are three emojis are basically James and I doing shit. But man, there is both a look at the trees and a book said a thing.
Book said a thing.
I am excited. I just want to see the artist. It's a good argument. Book said a thing. Did it say it? Oh shit.
40,000 denominations Can't be all wrong.
And it's not 40,002, James, or 40,037.
Yeah, definitely.
But yes, sending love and sending love. When we hear all this wisdom, we send love to a grumpy old cuss.
Thanks, Grumpy.
Because they make us go bleep, bleep, bleep. But the TOS is like, all right, you're defending science. Just do your... Thank you, TOS gods. We love you, too.
You haven't been thrown out of Chuck E. Cheese yet.
Oh, my. No, and let me tell you, folks. Oh, man, I feel bad even making this argument, but it's not... Let me tell you, if you're a theist and you were hoping to run a party at Chuck E. Cheese, there are multiple people that probably can't be invited. Oh, man. Hey.
Like you go up to the door, like Al
love.
Bundy style. There's a picture like, "Do not admit these gentlemen," Josh and Justin.
I don't. I just love all atheists and theists. We're sending so much love.
Remember a few years ago, Roy Moore, the conservative
guy
in Alabama, who was in his like 40s, banned from the mall because he kept bothering teenage girls.
James, look, when you just have Jesus on your side, you can let him take the wheel. And apparently, you know, do a lot of other things in your off time. Oh, man. And man, and that's the illegal stuff. When they're not doing illegal stuff, we just see them trying to outlaw things while they're on, making Grindr accounts.
Hear that Grindr alert sound, whatever sound it is.
Well, it's just projection. And speaking of projection, I find that's a lot of Kent's rhetoric. When you hear fairy tale, when you hear
make
believe, when you hear nothing, chance, these are creationist words. These are not... I have never heard atheists go into long explanations into why they believe nothing exists. What happens routinely is they show the same Lawrence Krauss clip, which what happened was for 20 years, okay, they have used the word nothing. They've said nothing, 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 nothing. Atheists believe in nothing, 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 nothing. And no atheist has ever said this. And Lawrence Krauss was like, you know what? I am a physicist actually on the atheist debate circuit. I'm going to actually try and make a book where I can see as deep to as possible as nothing. Because whatever he would go is fine, someone would say, but quantum fluctuations, isn't that? But there's no gravity, and there's no exactly. But the point was, he got tired of hearing the word nothing come out of creationist book, and he's like, I'm gonna make a book, and it's gonna stop. And what happened? What has happened? Now, universally, they still use nothing. They talk about nothing a lot, actually, if you listen to things. Oh, do they? Creationists specifically. But they aren't going to actually, I don't know, present anything for their own. I forgot. Oh, I forgot. For 1 second, my brain ran on nothing. But now, what universally happens is they show the Lawrence Krauss clip. They go, oh, but look at that. Don't you see this
literally
clip?
Nothing.
Where he says literally nothing? Nothing, nothing. And so now every atheist has to go, yeah, Lawrence Krauss did write a book about nothing. That is like the shtick. Yeah. It's like Seinfeld. Though if you ask Seinfeld, he'll tell you it's actually about him being a comedian. Picky, picky, picky. So there rarely is things about nothing, truly.
Anytime you try to put something that's incredibly complicated, but put it into terms that are digestible to the lay population, you're going to be a little imprecise. There's going to be some really complex things that get glossed over, and that's just the nature of
And it
it.
depends on the age group. Like, I swear, he uses some, like, kindergarten things, and then he uses some, like, one from college. And he's like, what the hell's going on here? It's like, well, that one has
Kent with the
pop-ups,
textbooks,
and that one doesn't. Do you see the difference?
or like back this book, and then 25 years later, they were saying something that was just a little bit different. Oh, a little different.
Oh, and another thing that horribly bothers me, like, sources. His newest source is from like the 2000s, which I know sounds very recent to all of us. If you're a millennial out there, 2000s means that it was sourced yesterday, right? No. That was 20 years ago, and that's the newest. It was the newest. He generally sources things from like 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Yeah. Many, many years ago. Which, once again, you can reference things, especially if you're doing historical research. But when you're doing...
Facts don't change, the fact is a fact, but...
Yes, well, if you're trying to understand Shakespeare, you can read Shakespeare. But if you are trying to understand the speed of light,
there's been development. There's been development since the 1960s,
if you're trying to, the other thing is understand what a theory is. Oh man, we just have so much tonight. I can't help myself, ladies and gentlemen, because as much as Kent has been around, I really have just recently started to sink my teeth into him. And so much of his nonsense. And like I said, it's really only two facets. Because you can win people over. When you make people laugh, like we do, it's a great way to win people over. And when you have, I would say you're a great rhetoricist. And so he starts with the premise that his 6,000-year-old Earth is true. And so you work backwards. He said from 16. Pat says, after 28 years of marriage, I can say unequivocally that when my wife says it's nothing, that there is something.
Yeah.
She's proven that at least one thing can come from nothing. Anger. And also, first of all, thank you so much, Pat. Absolutely. And that's where a lot of comedy comes from. It is, the more I listen, the more it's just that it's so silly that you won't do more research and you go, no, he has no idea what he's talking about.
I'm not even gonna bother.
Hey, but we love opposition parties. But we're sending love to our Patreons. It's a long housekeeping, ladies and gentlemen. We can't help it, as it's going to be once again a long stream tonight. Sending love to... Was it? Did we even say? Sending love to Diana Smith. Diana Smith. Reminding us, Kent has no history in this, so maybe I should just skip over. But the Bible, the Abrahamic religions, they just have a track record of treating women just as equal.
Wife number four now.
And once again, doesn't matter how many wives or husbands you have. It's that I'm pretty sure if you're going to reference a book that says don't do that.
That doesn't count. It's only when it says stuff that you do not to do. That's when it counts.
Well, also, if you actually look on the back right here in the New Testament, it actually says if you just hold your fingers like this, Jesus forgives you. and didn't even count. We're good.
Yeah. We'll do it live.
Do it live. I have the kitty. I have the kitty. I have the window open for the kitty. I could close the window, but they're so cute. Can I just point out how cute the kitty is? I'm just gonna put that on the table. Sending love to Diana Smith, and also sending love. He's out there. He's fantastic. He is. I'm fairly sure, like Indiana Jones. He's an archaeologist with, I assume, a whip, a dagger, and a brown leather jacket.
He kills Nazis.
Fights Nazis, exactly, up until their faces burn. Sending love, Pat! Woohoo!
Thanks,
Pat
Pat.
Lunger! And you can find him on here with many awesome episodes of Talk Skeptic to Me. And next week or so, whole bunch of episodes of Talk Skeptic to Me. Multiple people I will be getting in contact. Yes, there are. I have been. This is my version of Weekend coming up. Yo, I am contacting everybody, sending so much love out there. We are doing more pre-productions than ever before. But yes, sending love to Pat. And you can find him with the fabulous and lovely and wonderful youtube.com/BiddyBuddha_.
Thanks, Pat.
Learn some shit. Sending love, Pat. And
Thanks,
also
Pat.
Sending love. We're looking for, this is what we'll never get from a creationist.
I don't think Kent's going to come within.
Empirical evidence. Dale Pastel would like to know when. Why? Why can't you just give us a little? This should probably stick around. Da 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 da. What is up, Dale?
Hey, Dale in the house.
Sending so much love. Sending love, Beamsy and Aaron. And everybody. Pseudonym. And sending love to Dale. And sending love to Dave Gar. Woohoo! Sending love, Dave Gar. Boom, boom, boom. Reminding us, yeah. They always say it depends on your interpretation. Though before we thought the earth was round and they thought it was flat, the Bible was referencing it for it being flat, but looks pretty squishy. What's up, Dave Gar? Sending so
Hey,
much.
Dave Gar. Good to see you.
The commander of the Facebook group. I should be sending that Facebook thing in there because I want to collect memes. I'm collecting memes, and I can't help it. I'm going to keep on posting to the community because they make me lol. Oh. But yes, sending so much love, Dave Gar. Dun, 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 dun. And sending love. Oh, my lordies. It's a common pet peeve of mine, speaking of pets.
What's that?
Sending love to Scott Duke, who reminds us that other animals, are not below us. It was not formed in different days. And other animals are just as evolved as we are. If you were born when an elephant was on the same day, okay, you are as evolved as they are, and you always will be. And if you have children, they're slightly more evolved than you. But don't feel bad. You're slightly more evolved than your parents.
There you go.
Sending love, Scott Duke.
Thank you, Scott.
Because we often get that. We often get, and I swear, it's always like the I'm not being racist, but why? And it's like, no. Everyone is exactly evolved. That's not how it works. But thank you. I once saw a call on the Atheist Experience. It was like, if we didn't want this to happen again, I don't know, get rid of tribalism. And sending love. And other animals. When you have pets, when you have, they always say, do we have to step over every other animal, every cockroach and things like that? Be mindful of other conscious agents. Is it that hard to actually lift other animals to yourself? I don't think it is. You don't have to go full
Think
PETA.
about it.
Other animals are omnivores, carnivores. I would say, can I tell you something interesting? I do have to brag about this cat. Do you see? Is this cat on screen? Where is this cat?
No.
Okay. This cat. See this cat? That cat is an omnivore. The only cat I have ever seen that is an omnivore.
Cats
This
are
cat
obligate carnivores, though.
eats potato chips,
Oh, wow.
among other things. Cheez-Its.
That's crazy. I've never heard of that.
I have never seen an omnivorous cat. I just see what is Jeff Goldblum. Nature finds a way.
Kent's always telling the story, like, because like before the flood, everything was vegetarian. He's like, oh, back in the World War II, when they didn't have enough meat for the animals, they fed this one lion cabbage for the war, and he did okay. He didn't die, so therefore it would be perfectly fine for all animals.
I don't know about that.
To eat vegetation.
See, now, like if I gave her fruit, I think she'd be highly skeptical. But salty, like there seems to be a good analogous salty fatty. But said,
I still don't know how the snakes did it because
snakes.
How the snakes survived on vegetation. But
honestly, I want to know how a snake had legs, or well, isn't that just a lizard?
There are legless lizards that are not snakes, so it's.
Well, I guess it could go both ways. I feel like it could have convergent evolution, right?
There are snakes that do have remnants of legs, but.
Oh, but you have a tailbone. That's not a vestigial. It helps you walk around.
That's used for the snakes in mating to communicate with the other snake, but most snakes don't have those things, and they're still able to mate without them. So God just gave this one little group of snakes these little leg barbs, and yeah.
Also, I feel like there are multiple prompts coming up that I'm getting, which is an apple because of Applegate. Everything happened because of Applegate. Snake. I feel like that's a very popular one.
Snake with legs. Yeah.
Yo, that would be. Oh my goddess. That makes me want to design
atheist
a snake with legs.
We should make atheist action figures. Like
oh my goddess.
Snake with legs.
Because, first of all, the snake with legs foiled God. The fact that could even happen
comes with a tree accessory
and an apple. Yeah, no. And it always has to have the covering of the genitals because, of course, we're post-fruit. We can't look at those. I mean, if we were pre-fruit.
Well, pre-fruit,
I'm fairly fruity, so
they'll just have like a random leaf coming out of nowhere to cover to censor.
Exactly, that big old tadpole-looking leaf.
Yeah, random leaf coming out of nowhere.
It makes Jesus not cry when it has that leaf.
Oh, look at that! That just warms my heart in the chat.
Black Wolf, I love you. I am sending so much love. I always find that stuff, like we were just talking about with Kent. If that is on the table, I love you because I am a male to female transgender woman, and so I like being that. It's not even that. I don't know. I love you. If you don't like that, you are not obligated to date me. Mwah. You don't even have to pronoun me right. Like, you can even pronoun me. My question is after you get that out of your system, like, call me sir, call me mister.
Excuse me, sir.
Call me daddy. Do whatever you want. But, like, after that, you know, after that, can we talk theology?
Yeah.
Maybe philosophy, or You know, if you're feeling frisky, a little bit of science. I'll even talk biology. I'll give you whatever you want so we can talk about a guy coming back from the dead. Like, we can talk biology. We can see which one of us actually believes in bio. I hear that's one of those talking points we were just talking about.
We got Ian
Not to
out there.
bring it
Hey,
up.
Ian.
And I love that. And if you're getting shy because I'm directly talking to you, I'm also sending love. I understand. But I assume James tried to. He brought it up, and now Pieter, who said, "Don't go full Pieter," out there in chat. Sending so much love, but uh, you know, he can do any of that stuff. It's not rocket science. Which is not rocket science. Because that's very specific. If you say a catchphrase like sex exists, I agree. Sex exists. Now what?
Um,
Do, do, do,
um,
do, do. I see, but we have to get through all this. It's like we have to drag them to the because there's so much bigger issues. I always say that, like, when you're dealing with your gender, your sexuality, it's something you often deal with as you are growing up, and or maybe in a midlife crisis. But after
no
you
one's
do,
emotional here.
yeah,
I don't have
but
emotions.
don't get emotional. No. Well, I would say the emotion. Like I said, I love you. Really, really, really. And I know I shouldn't even be focusing on chat. I should be sending love to all of our I don't know. I really, that kind of stuff, when I see it, it's like I feel like I'm customer support. It's like, hello? Hello? No, I'll answer. But then um we have to talk about theology. Because if
You
you're an
got Darth on
atheist,
the line.
here's the thing. If you're an atheist or an agnostic or a pagan or none of the Abrahamic religions, then tell me. Just be like, look, I'm anti-LGBTQ and I am an atheist. And I'll deal with that. I've never really met, I think I've met the first time someone who doesn't believe, is a non-believer. Yeah, I don't know why. I was Adam. His name's Adam on Brett's channel. Seemed like a
Oh,
nice
Lore.
guy. Adam Lore. He is a non-believer, and
He's
he
like a
doesn't.
pseudo flat earther. He believes in like
Well,
lots
can
of
I
silly
tell
things.
you, that he would hate the label. I would say he believes in many conspiracies. I would say that he is skeptical of institutions, and that leads him to becoming contrarian in many views. I wouldn't say that he is a contrarian. I'm saying many of those views would be viewed as contrarian, but he's a non-believer, he's an atheist. But my problem is, I will say this again, I don't think James Wolfe or anyone, or Black Wolf, not James Wolfe. Why am I saying James Wolfe is amazing? James Wolfe is here. So, woo-hoo, sending love to the fantastic James Wolfe. That has my heart. But I'm saying, I just asked a question, bro. What's the problem with asking a question? I'll tell you. I feel like it is a bait. I think many transgender people would reasonably get angry at you. I'm not, because I think it is a bait thing. And the reason I bring it up is only because people have been taught. We were thinking that is the route, possibly, that Kent is going to go tomorrow on topic. But I've dealt with that with Mr. Batman. I've dealt with that in a few different creationists who, especially Presup. Darth Dawkins refused to. He called me Newman.
Well, his sycophants were calling you.
Exactly, all the sycophants. Though, my lordy, that was the most fun. I couldn't get a single question in with Darth, but my lordy, it was so much fun talking with all his little sycophants, all his little friends. I'm sorry, who am I? Oh, sending so much love right back.
Thanks,
Aaron
Aaron.
Colson, sending all the love to Amy and James, rolling my eyes so hard at
So
the
hard.
chat.
Well, don't roll them too hard because you're gonna need some eye rolls once the video starts.
Well, all I can say is I completely understand. Brian is like Fucus, Fucus. What does
Darth
that
should never live
spell?
that one
A
down.
good
He is
yo.
literally spelling a word out
I
wrong.
swear that is why I feel like I was a little bit spicy even with Darth, but nonetheless that's why I'm not going in to try and destroy Kent, because I feel like if I just go in and try to have a civil conversation, and if he truly has silly beliefs, they will fall apart, because that's the only way. Because if he's civil and I'm civil, and for random chance he's something sane comes out of his mouth, I have to be ready for that, without a chip on my shoulder. Nonetheless, young Earth creationist. Though I have many friends, I mean, send in love. It's so funny. I wonder if I'll ever be on Praise's channel again. Like, Praise, send in love out there. I would love to debate, I guess, you or anyone that you still have on there. I don't think he's going to be having Gavin on there anytime soon. Oh, man.
Give him a month or two. Kevin will be back.
Well, I mean, they schism, they come back. It is their love-hate relationships. But you know who doesn't schism? Non-believers!
Randolph
Woo!
Richardson.
Send in one more love. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Thanks, Aaron.
And
Thanks, Rand. You got Randolph out there. Welcome to the show.
what is up, the Godfather? Hopefully, we are basically throwing a marathon tonight because it is. Yeah. It's a long housekeeping. And it's probably gonna be an even longer. God, no. Even longer stream. The video is a pretty do. So tuck yourself in, folk. Grab popcorn. If you have something that you're going to be doing, Pat. Painting your house or cooking, then fantastic. Come along with us. We're going to be exploring Kent Hovind and, in turn, just the creationists who attack evolution.
Hey, Rejos.
It has.
Woo!
What is up, Rejos? Sending so much love. It has not been a good time for old Earth creationists. I've used to defend old Earth creationists, but we need more old Earth creationists out there if you're going to be a creationist, because the real people, the real danger is attacking science. If I could choose between like atheist and theist, or you believed in science or didn't, and I know they'll stereotype that. They're like, evolution's not a science. It is. Okay, so science or not science. I would take science. But, I mean, I'm trying to get people over the deistic line. And
if we defeat the religion, the anti-science, that'll also be defeated at the same time.
Yes, well, I think it just comes with skepticism. If we could just even insert a little bit of doubt, the people who really, when we say we're 100% sure no God exists, they're like, you're so silly. How could you dare say 100%? How do you? And then we're like, how sure are you that God exists? 100% sure.
I have a personal relationship with him. It's like my wife or my child. That's how intimate the relationship is.
Can we talk with them? Well, they're actually in Canada. Oh, good. Randolph is there. Can they talk with Randolph? Well, about that. They went south. They went to Latin America. I'm sorry. Woohoo! Well, Pat sending a $1 super chat. Woohoo! We're sending so much love to Pat. And if you didn't,
Thanks,
I will say I'm going to keep on revealing it, showing you there's lots of good where your money is going. Much great things you're going to be seeing, including, though, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my. And I think, you know what? I think what's going to happen is I'm going to make this proclamation. If you stick around for the whole stream, which will be a marathon,
stick around.
You will watch me open it. We will open this in outros so that I can then have a proper thing to whack. And that's what he or she said. But thank you so much, love, Pat and Randolph, and all of you non-believer, believer, science-minded people. Woohoo! And that's right, I will send love out there. It's pinned. We are trying to also grow the Twitch community with chatters and also mods. All you have to do to be a mod is to know that you've went from the YouTubes and then send a request to me, and you're hired. But sending so much love.
Hey, Titan.
Pat says it's gonna keep on revealing it. Show it, Amy. Show it. Oh my.
Let it go.
Whew. I was gonna say I could show something, but we might have to get a much more rated R stream. Whew. Might need an OnlyFans for that. What are we talking about? Anyway,
on the Discord.
On the Discord. Also, we saw him out there sending love. We have a Skeptic Bible study on this channel. Funny enough, atheists read the Bible and other holy books more than most religious people. I'm starting to read more of the Quran. It used to be a question that I would say, and I think many atheists are, just read a few. In fact, pick 3 and just really review them if you are into counter apologetics. And in fact, I'll name 3: the heifer, which I think is number 2, which is really the actual introduction. The moon, I believe. It may be titled, I'm pretty sure that's it, and then ants. It's actually titled ants. So there's 3. Just really familiarize with those 3, and that's a good starter. Oh, but you atheists are just looking at the literal interpretation. Yeah, correct. Though I wish the metaphorical would at least take control, especially in the United States. Oh my lordy.
That's right.
Or their lordy.
Titan is everywhere. He, I believe, holds the record for timing Otangelo out on the most streams simultaneously at like 4.
He wasn't into having a role play. No.
Otangelo really had all the socks out that day.
Well, and we do love to send love to a Titan, your anus, because we try to do that anytime we hear a creationist argument. You can just feel the sphincter going up. But we're sending love, Titan. Oh my lord! I mean, we're sending love to Titan, basically our head admin, and all of our mods out there who keep everything on the clean and clear. People sometimes we are a speech channel. I always use that because they always want to say free speech, and I always worry about. I always say political correctness hides into speech. You are free to have speech. But if you break the TOS, our mods will send you love, all dressed in love. But we're just sending, and also sending love to the fabulous and lovely and amazing Rachel Hovind.
Thanks, Rachel.
Reminding us, of course, of the Bible. None of these holy texts. Did you know, James, they would never support slavery? And even if they did, it would be the good kind, like the totally good kind that exists, probably.
It's both. They don't support slavery, and they support the good slavery.
Exactly. Oh my god, it reminds me of, I don't want to go too much of Godwin's Law, when they're just like, I don't know which is more exciting, whether it didn't happen or whether I want it to happen again. Okay, cool. Thank you. Please stop.
Yeah.
But yes, sending so much.
Thanks, Rachel.
Sending love to Rachel and rolling our eyes at creationist arguments. And yeah, no, they really do. They defend non-consensual slavery. Just picking up humans from...
Ones.
Yes. But it's a good book. Did you know, James, they're actually spreading the good news? Sending love. I see Rachel out there in chat. It is. It's... Oh, man. And they were very gentle and meek, just like Jesus. But then their followers... Well, they had a different type of weapon that they spread the religion by. But sending love.
One of those guns that shoots the bubbles out of it?
Yeah, exactly. Just I'm pretty sure it was that, and then every once in a while the hug gun, just
Those-
shot out hugs.
those
It was
pool
hugs
noodles.
and bubbles,
Full
I
noodles.
believe, and both of them were powered by rainbows. Sending love. I also see what's up, Roger Shrum, Pixie Storms, everybody. Also, keep on tagging us, James W. and
Keep
myself,
on.
at Amy Newman in chat. I'll eventually be able to show your comments when I'm looking back at the panel. But
The good ones.
the good ones. But well, just it helps us and it helps Gizmo actually send them to us. And so sending love to Senator Cato. Boom, 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 reminding us of the separation of church and state, reminding us really that this is what we're fighting for. Like, he wants to get his religion into the classroom, and he wants to get science out. And he's an evolutionist. No, it's biology. It is simple biology, too. The cornerstone.
Hey, Skywatcher.
What's up, Skywalker? Boom, boom.
Well, I'm sure he would be fine just getting the evolution, get the science out. That way, on Sunday morning, then we can tell all the kids what really happened.
Sunday morning, rain is falling. Grab your bat and kill some people that God hates, apparently. That's right. If they had chosen to use the baseball bat of kindness, then perhaps the whole world would be a lot more peaceful today. I couldn't agree more, Randolph. What is that also? For the Republic. From Bender666. Thank you, Senator Cato, and thank you, the Queen of Production.
Oh,
close.
Almost. Toddlers and tiaras?
Well, I have to admit, there is a lot of non-believer content that she has probably been helping produce, create, and you should all be checking out right now. So you should go on youtube.com/The Atheist Network group, as well as all of the fantastic non-believer content that we have on the Tang Gang Network.
Tang Gang.
Woo-hoo! Sending so much love, Jenna! And last but not least, sending love. We're Skeptic and Ranting, but we are definitely Midnight Ranting with James Wolf. Woo-hoo!
Thanks, James.
Sending so much love, James.
That's right, Shane.
That's right. And reminding all of these are open mics, are Skeptic and Rantings tend to be a little bit longer. But you know what? In this marathon, who knows? The open mic's probably going to be 7 hours later. Anyway, sending love to all of our Patreons, to all of the people in chat, our mods, and of course, viewers like you who make this channel even possible. We once again are waiting. Unfortunately, it's already, they're already in the works. And so we're going to be throwing an actual 1K and affiliate and all that blah, blah, blah party in 2 weeks, maybe, or so. We're planning it. And then having all of that to give it back to you. We're having new shows. We're having... I would like to give a shout out once again, a reminder that, and I know I have to respond to emails. If you have an email, I know I need to respond to it. But a reminder to everyone who has a decent level Patreon, and then eventually an equivalent channel membership, or an equivalent channel membership, you will have access to Talk Skeptic to Me. And I'm going to make just an ad for Talk Skeptic to Me. Talk Skeptic to Me is specifically for Patreons who want to actually support the community by giving their expertise or experience in a specific subject. And you get a chance to host that. Gizmo has been so amazing and fantastic as to promise to produce, to get, and because what we want to do is we want to take and make something special with our Patreons so that we can then give it for free to the viewers, and so that everyone wins, so that you give your expertise or experience to the non-believer, skeptic, and science-minded community. So that's just my last thing. Reach out to me. If you are a Patreon, if you are a future channel member, reach out to me. You get time. The higher up, the more time you get. And I want to really make a lot of fun content together. So that'll be my last plug for that. And we're about to get into the fun. Before we get into the long opposition view, oh my lordy, we bring on the 15-foot long. In fact, I'm going to take a sip for 15 feet. Okay, that was about 15 seconds of sipping. Had a little water. And all right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, before we get the opposition view, keep on sending in your comments to James W. and myself at Amy Newman. But before we get him on, why evolution is stupid? Well, it's true evolution isn't guided by intelligence, but as far as we can tell, neither is gravity or the speed of light. That's because the theory of evolution by means of natural selection is instead like a force of nature present wherever life is. Evolution is simply populations changing over time. Genes randomly mutate, and then the environment naturally selects them. Does the environment want to kill us? It's tempting to say the volcano wants to eat us, but rather these are natural factors at play when we are surviving in the real world. And these factors change whether we mate or have offspring, which is what evolution is all about. In fact, factors is the precursor for genes, with genetics being the study of heredity itself. However, let's not escape what the real reason is here. Evolution is the backbone of modern biology. It is not a controversial theory any more than germs are. We see species mutate all the time. And it's never going to have one species give birth to a random jump in evolution, like a Pokemon. That's because this isn't about science. This is about religion. Try as they want to mask it, but creationism is a fancy word for God did it. A creation must have a creator, right? Well, we're not creations. We're naturally occurring. Like lemon trees and porcupines. We came here via sex. However, this can't be enough for creationists who lost in court, then came back as intelligent design, and now they spend all day, every day, attacking evolution, which they imagine if they defeat somehow will mean that creationism or ID or whatever PR term they're using wins. However, they will never offer something back in return. We can go over a long list of the fossil record, show how we're closer related to fish than fish are to sharks. Yet it's not about science. The premise you must come in with is faith, religion, and almost always one of the Abrahamic religions, the Desert Trilogy. So when I hear why evolution is stupid, the scientific community would scratch their head. Evolution is used every day in the lab and hospitals trying to fight the latest strains. However, the religious community, specifically a brand of young earth creationism, seems to make itself the enemy of science. Or at least cosmology, geology, and biology. When really, they should be getting their ass into a lab. Thank you. And all right. With that, and before we get into, like I said, what I imagine will be a marathon-long event of Kent Hovind, James W., how are you doing tonight? And are you looking to have a stupidly good time?
I think that's what we've got coming up. So I'm not going to say a whole lot because we have a long ways to go for the stream tonight. I think Amy said everything pretty well. You've got her debate tomorrow night on Brett Keene's channel. Once again, a very exclusive channel. I'm not sure how she was able to pull that off, but
Woohoo!
she was able to make that happen. So yeah, watch it there, and then we'll come back for the after show. Then a week from Friday, I'll be on Standing for Truth's channel, taking my second crack at Kent Hovind. So don't forget to miss that. If you like the first one, I'm going to try to make this one even better. There you go. All right, let's get to it, Amy. The sun will be coming up, yapping at our heels.
I know. And all right. With that, we are now going to hear from the opposing side. In fact, we will be listening to why evolution is stupid with 100 reasons, which is pretty impressive. Though you have to have 100 because it's like 103. That would throw everything off. It's like the Bible. You gotta be clean numbers.
Exactly. Yeah. No extra.
But feel free to keep on sending in your comments, questions, and of course one-liners by tagging James W. and myself at Amy Newman. What is up, Randolph? That's right, the opposing side. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen,
oh boy,
let's dig in. Learning.
Disability.
Enhance your 1996 graphics. Oh, knowledge. Okay, gotcha.
Knowledge of early 90s graphic design. There you go, folks. Now, of course, he's not at Cummings Road anymore. He's
teacher for 15 years. Now, for 12 years, I've been...
You're on mute, Amy?
I have to do it at least once a podcast. I've seen books like this on sale, but they were National Geographic in the 90s. Of course.
He calls it national pornographic.
National. Well, I guess we know what he was doing.
Indigenous women without tops on, and I guess that's a little triggering for Kent. So he gets a little hot under the collar when he sees that. So he considers it pornography. Yeah.
Been an evangelist, and I travel around and speak on creation, evolution, and dinosaurs. And it's an honor to be here in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. My first time to preach in your city. How many have been to one of my seminars before, or
the power that we have
seen one of the tapes before?
Unfortunately,
quite a few. Okay. How many have not?
Can I have?
And how many do not understand the question so far? Okay, that's what I thought. Well, great. It's an honor to be here.
And I don't mean to walk on his jokes because I really do want you to hear how he warms up the crowd. I find it very interesting. It is almost it's cold reading.
I tell folks right up front before I get started too far, because I don't want anybody sneaking up on me. I believe the Bible
is in the shower at the jail.
The inerrant word of the living God. I believe it from cover to cover. I even believe the cover.
I mean, once again, we're like what, 30 seconds on a book on like why evolution is stupid, and he is Bible. Telling you what he starts with and where this is all going to come from. And this is why you're never going to, unless there is a theocratic takeover or something, you're never going to get your religion into science classes. Fenton says, graphics got lost on his way to the tar pit. That might be. Randolph says, Kent Hovind is like a dinosaur, and this video from the 1970s proves it.
On mine, it says Kent Hovind. I believe that. And what I try to do in my seminars, I have three distinct goals. Number one, strengthen your faith in the Word of God. Number two, if you're not saved, I'm going to try to get you saved.
I'm after you.
Right now, I'm after you. Okay.
We'll try and deconvert.
Number three, if you're saved and you're not doing much for the Lord, then I'm going to try to make you uncomfortable. Everybody ought to find something to do for the Lord, okay? The worst of you.
I will say, Regis, we're going to be trying to play a drinking game, and that is just anytime you hear nothing, chance, let's try and think. There's another one. Random. Trying to think. Da-da-da.
Any other weasel words there?
Well, they, especially nothing. Nothing seems to really... Buy my VHS. That's right.
Could serve as bad examples, if nothing else. You can all find.
Oh, and here. It's important to me. I won't keep on going back, but just I want you to hear more.
I'm after you. I'll tell you right now. I'm after you. Okay. Number 3, if you're saved and you're not doing much for the Lord, then I'm going to try to make you uncomfortable.
Bring it on.
Everybody ought to find something to do for the Lord. Okay. The worst of you could serve as bad examples, if nothing else.
If you can't do anything, just give me your money, and I'll do it for you. There you go. Just give me the money.
This is not my wife. This is just a picture of her.
That's not wife number 1.
I've been there 12 years. We have 3 kids, one of each.
But I will say, I mean, he's playing to his, this is his crowd. He's playing to religious people. And so at least I'm starting to understand, humor is very subjective. You only, in fact, in many ways, it is them generally agreeing. That's what you do when you laugh. You ha ha ha. I agree. Huh. If it's sincere laughter.
My kids are, at this time, 21, 22, 23. A year and 2 weeks apart. We call that family planning where I come from. Got the 2 boys married off now, and as soon as I find someone to take over payments on my daughter, I'm going to be home free.
We'll get to evolution eventually.
That's the plan. One of my hobbies for many years, I have been collecting science books. I like science. And you can ask me, kids, or ask my wife, when I get bored, I just go off on our place.
Read a few of them, occasionally, instead of just collecting them.
I just read science books. I like science. Taught it for 15 years. Even though I'm not teaching it anymore, I still like to study. It's so many neat things to learn. And there's an awful lot of good science in these books. But folks, there are some lies in our science books. I'm not against science. I'm not against schools. I'm not against teachers.
And here's the rub. He's just not for religion. Come on, you atheist. Do you want religion in your classroom?
Just for good science. Yeah.
For good science. I would love to know. And yes, I swear, he thinks he's a comedian. I really do. That I wish he would just quit being an apologist and just go on the circuit, Kent. Do that instead. Tell dad jokes.
My brother's in his 34th year teaching public school. My mom retired from teaching public school. There's an awful lot of good, godly teachers in the system. But there's some poison in these books. We're going to cover some of that tonight.
Oh,
Richard Dawkins, who hates creationists, said, "It is absolutely safe to say that if you meet someone who claims not to believe in evolution, that person is ignorant, stupid, or insane."
I would tend to agree with that. One of those.
It's a good quote. Now, remember, Richard Dawkins has been around for a while. But my point is that, I guess I'll give him the credit. At least this is quoting, because it's probably an old video. But many of his slides, they are 20, if not 40, 60 years old.
Well, Richard, let's send you a copy of this tape, because I'm going to show you 100 reasons why evolution is so stupid. We need to define a few terms, okay?
Oh, boy.
According to the dictionary, stupid means lacking normal intelligence, foolish, silly, a stupid idea, dull and boring.
I mean, I just don't understand how this isn't just ad hominem. Like, if we did a presentation which was just like, theists are stupid. They're so dumb. They stupid. We'd get torn apart by other non-believers.
Yeah.
And yet this a-hole just, and I feel bad. I can hear Brett in the back. He's like, don't call Kent. He's a nice guy.
But Brett,
they are.
There you go.
It's a swindler. But I will talk to anybody. I wish I could get through to any young Earth creationists and get them to not be so. Okay, we're going forward.
I think evolution is stupid. Now, my mommy used to get mad at me when I used that word, so it's a little hard for me. But Bill said, Brother Hovind, I want you to preach on 100 reasons why evolution is stupid. Okay, Bill, well, you asked for it, so here goes, all right? Let's define some other terms now. The word evolution has at least 6 different meanings, and I've done 58 debates now, and if you're getting...
This is Kent's own creation. but
getting into this bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of his shticks.
You get into a debate on evolution with anybody, you better first define what you're talking about. Because this is a very slippery term, okay? First, we have cosmic evolution. That would be the Big Bang. There is no evidence whatsoever for that. We'll get into that in just a moment. Then we'd have to have chemical evolution. See, the Big Bang.
And I will say that I assume this is why we're talking about the universe and evolution tomorrow, because he wants to talk about both the Big Bang and evolution. It's just weird how, I mean, these are substantiated facts. I do not understand why, and if you disagree, show us otherwise, and don't say a book said a thing.
Well, he's giving God credit for all of it. He's giving God credit for all of it. So,
yeah. Well, how did we get 92 elements plus the synthetic ones?
Nucleosynthesis.
I mean, how did the chemicals evolve? They don't talk about that much, but that would have to happen. Thirdly, we'd have to have stellar and planetary evolution. Did you know the stars would have to evolve? There's an awful lot of stars out there, folks, but nobody's
ever develop, but they're not biological.
There's enough stars out there that everybody on Earth can personally own 2 trillion of them.
He says that, like, does he not know that we realize there are lots of stars out there?
I mean, a nova or a supernova, we've never seen.
I do not, and once again,
yeah, there are a lot of stars. There's tons of stars. Great.
If you ask Kent how the universe formed, how stars form, how the diversity of life, he will have one answer which is meaningless. He will just say God did it. But if you want to know how, he has nothing. He is, to go back to a term, yeah,
but he wants you to explain to him how the universe came to be through naturalistic means, and he wants a detailed explanation of it.
Yeah.
In one form. One professor told me one time, he said, well, we calculated in the laboratory that if 20 stars explode near each other, it'll produce enough energy to make a brand new star. I said, well, that's brilliant.
He and others, they confuse artificial and natural selection all the time.
Yeah.
And basically...
Nowhere did they say that's the only way that stars form. They gave an example. That's a way that a star could form, not the only way. The nebula theory is a much more better explanation for the overwhelming majority of stars.
You got to lose 20 to gain 1. You ought to run for Congress. You could help those guys borrow their way out of debt. First place, that's all theoretical. We've never seen it happen, okay? And I think it is scientifically impossible. See,
of course he does.
Organic.
I know, because you presuppose the Bible.
Evolution. That would be the origin of life. How did life get started from non-living material? Now, according to the evolution theory, that would have to happen somewhere along the line, long ago and far away. Life had to come from non-living material. And yet, we've never seen that happen. There is no evidence that it can happen. We'll talk about that in a minute. Fifthly, we would have evolution. That is where an animal is a different kind of animal. Nobody's ever seen a dog produce a non-dog.
All the evidence points to a natural origin right now, even though they are still developing. Well, the funny thing is, it even gives it away, which is they're always like, we're never going to be able to have another creation of life, and then if you do it again, well, then that's just, or
it just proves proof. You need intelligence to make life.
You need a creator. But no, we are naturally occurring, and you don't need a creator. We are not creations.
But the evolution
and macroevolution and microevolution are the same thing. The difference is just time scales. Yeah.
Evolutionist believes a dog came from a rock. If you go back far enough in time, 4.6 billion years. Finally, we have microevolution. Now, I don't like this word, okay, because it gets people confused. I think we ought to just call it a variation. But microevolution happens, folks. That is a fact of science. Animals produce a variety of offspring, but it's always the same kind. The first 5 definitions of evolution are stupid. It doesn't happen. It's certainly not part of science. It's something.
So let's see. Cosmic evolution, the origin of time, space, and matter. He just said the Big Bang is stupid. Okay. That's your opinion. You're not in the relevant field. So that, if I may rebut for just 1 second, that's just stupid. Chemical reaction, the origin of higher elements from hydrogen. Okay, we know that's a fact. We understand how that comes about through the fusion in supernova. He makes an argument, I think, at one point. He's like, well, there's only fusion. It only goes to iron in a star. So where's the other stuff? Yes, it makes iron and it kills it. And in the actual explosion, in that energy, is where the other elements come from. Stellar and planetary evolution, origin of stars and planets. We know, once again, how that happened. He's basically saying facts, and then labeling them stupid. What does that say about someone who labels facts stupid? I think we'll just let that speak for itself.
And the only thing he has is the Bible. That's why he thinks all these are stupid, because he thinks God did it all.
The book did say a thing. So origin of life, that's basically abiogenesis, even though all the evidence points to a natural currently. Macroevolution, which is, of course, the exact same thing as microevolution, just on different time scales. And can I just say something? Once I tell people all the time that if you want to spot political correctness, you're going to find it in these 2-word combinations. Oh, I'm sorry. It's you only take you're on an evolution diet, right? You can't have macroevolution. You can only have microevolution. I'm sorry. Are you saying you believe in? Because he'll say he believes in this. He believes in microevolution, of course.
Yeah. Well, that's why he goes evolution. So hard at the age of the Earth, because he doesn't want there to be enough time for macroevolution.
But there's time now.
Have to believe. They teach the kids it all started with a Big Bang 20 billion years ago. A Big Bang. I like to ask them some simple questions. What exploded?
Sure you would, Kent.
And where did it come from? And where did the energy come from? Et cetera, et cetera. According to the Big Bang Theory, it all started with a little tiny dot and exploded and spread out over all the universe much faster than the speed of light. Well, the Big Bang Theory, as we'll see in a minute, is...
Also, it's less than 20 billion. It's like 13.7, 13.8.
Stupid. Yeah, I don't know of a better way to say it. I'm trying to be nice to him, but it is just stupid. The Big Bang idea started with a Belgian astronomer named George something, can't pronounce his last name. George said that this original matter was no more than a few light years in diameter. At the very least, that would be 2, or about 12 trillion miles. So they started
Notice he said no more.
12 trillion miles.
Not at least.
Was what exploded. Well, they revised that down. In 1965, they said, no, it was only 275 million miles across. Well, that's way down from 12 trillion. 1972, they said, no, it's only 71 million miles across.
Also, nothing exploded.
Stuff, but this is what they talk.
Very specifically, it's an expansion event.
Okay. 1974, they said it was only 54,000 miles across. 1983, they said it was the trillionth the diameter of a proton.
So watch. Look at this. Here we go. He's showing his most recent article here.
He's got one more.
Now they're saying it's nothing at all. Nothing exploded. And here we are. This is what the textbooks teach.
He doesn't understand the singularity. I really want to know what he thinks a black hole is.
Billion years ago, all the matter in the universe was concentrated into one very dense, very hot region that may have been much smaller than a period on this page.
What is up, Sunflower? Hope you're doing good.
Stupid. This one says, all of the matter and energy someday will once again be packed into a small area, no bigger than the period at the end of this sentence. Then another Big Bang will occur. It happens every 80 to 100 billion years.
That's a hypothesis. That's not. They're not saying that's factual.
Indeed.
We're going to get squished. Now, this textbook author was brilliant. I could not believe how smart this guy was. He said, boys and girls, nothing really means nothing. You have to be at least that smart to write a book.
Drink, folks.
He said not only matter and energy would disappear, but also space and time. However, Physicists theorize that from this state of nothingness, the universe began in a gigantic explosion. What?
What?
Yes,
What?
boys and girls, you see, nothing exploded, and here we are. Now, who can argue with logic like that? Man, they even put this in major science journals. Like
this guy reads shit
this
from the
fellow said
Bible and says, "Oh, it makes perfect sense to me."
Could have evolved. There's that word again. You got to watch that one. Okay, 6 meanings. From an infinitesimal region. In the Greek, that means a dot. It's then tempting to go one step further and speculate that the entire universe evolved in nothing. They call that science and put it in a science book. I would call that stupid and put it in the garbage.
Well, that's what I would do with the Bible. But
this is what the books teach. I collect them. I've got hundreds and hundreds of these books from countries all over the world, clear back from 1890s up until 2001.
Try reading them.
They're teaching this kind of stuff, folks. This one says, all the matter in the universe was drawn into this little tiny dot, and it spun faster and faster. This is what they teach the kids. Some kids doing this.
We need to read. Come on.
What he's showing right here is not even about the Big Bang. It's about star formation. But he's talking about the Big Bang. He's completely conflating what he's trying to show. Look,
well, the weird thing is,
a star was born, not the Big Bang. Yeah.
Like, he's attacking 6 different facts. Like, everything that he had on that list is true.
It spun faster and faster. One day, it exploded. Big Bang. I was talking to a professor from Berkeley one time. I was sitting on the airplane next to a professor from Berkeley.
This is not.
I don't know if you here in Idaho ever heard of Berkeley or not. But Berkeley is not a Bible college. We got talking about the Big Bang.
It's not where he went to college either. Huh?
I said, yes, sir. I figured that. You have to teach at Berkeley. I said, tell me, sir, how did the universe get here? He said, well, 20 billion years ago, all the matter was squished in this little tiny dot, and it was spinning real fast, and it exploded. Big Bang. And pieces flew off. Came the galaxies and the sun, the moon, the stars, and finally, people. Here we are.
So,
I'll ask you a couple questions.
A professor from Berkeley, we're not even told what he was a professor of, but he gave such an infantile explanation on the Big Bang as if he's reading it out of like an elementary school science book. It's much more likely this is not an actual event. This is just him making fun of a Berkeley professor that,
read on the news or something.
Probably.
Also, so just to be clear, in the beginning, dun dun dun, there was only hydrogen, helium, and a little bit of lithium. And after that, they coalesced after the universe began expanding. Gravity pulled hydrogen in to become the first stars. The stars burned, lived, died, and then a generation or two of deaths gave us enough elements to have carbon and water so that we could exist.
Hard material.
We know how this stuff works.
Not even controversial.
Woohoo! Randolph is saying, go check out the Afro-Humanist YouTube channel. Woohoo! Ian Davenport is recommending, and YouTube, and Randolph is linking their YouTube.
Thanks, Randolph.
One of my favorite things to do in life is asking questions to people who believe in evolution.
I bet.
I absolutely have a wonderful. That's how this whole ministry started. 12 years ago, I moved to Pensacola, Florida. Some article came out in the newspaper that said dinosaur bones found in Montana from 80 million years ago. I wrote my first letter to the editor in my life about 12 years ago. I wrote a letter to the editor. I said, yes, they found dinosaur bones, and yes, it was 40 feet long, and yes, it was
somehow is way sooner than any of his resources.
Montana, but it was not from 80 million years ago. This one probably drowned in the flood in the days of Noah, 4,400 years ago.
Oh,
I shot
so what the science says is bullshit, what the Bible says is right.
Yes. Boy, there began to be quite a battle in the newspaper, letters to the editor flying back and forth, and finally a university called me and asked me to do a debate with one of their professors.
Oh,
well, I'd never had a debate in my life except with my wife, and I lost those every time. So I was not excited about debating, but
man, what
I said, well, how do you do it?
crowd.
What do you want? And
I don't know if I should pity them or if I should be jealous, because goddamn. God damn.
He does have a lot of sycophants out there, huh?
And the other guy will send in 30 questions, and we'll discuss those questions for the debate. I said, okay. So I sent him 30 questions. I thought they were perfectly legitimate, fair questions. I said, a woodpecker's tongue goes all the way around the back
Well, oh, goddess. Let me finish
of his
this.
head and comes on top of his left eyebrow, left nostril here. Would you please show me any fossils that have been found, intermediate species between a normal bird and a woodpecker, with his tongue going all the way around his head? What evidence do you have of how this evolved?
Beamsy says, so because a star made the carbon for you to be here and the water to make you moist, is that why we praise the sun in Dark Souls? I believe so. I believe that's the scientific answer.
But here he's talking about this thing with the woodpecker, and you can't just name one trait from an animal and say, oh, I need an intermediate for that. Because even if you give them that, they'll just say, okay, well, fine. Now I need an intermediate for that.
Exactly. And there is no such thing.
We don't have every single stage documented in the fossil record. We don't have every single animal that ever lived, but we do have enough to give a more than coherent story to tell you how it happened.
And a missing link is a fairly, from what I understand, antiquated subject. You can maybe talk in terms like that, but generally speaking, we are all transitional fossils. We're all a transitional species, and so whether our bones make fossils or not has yet to be determined. But yeah, a woodpecker. Oh my!
That question never came up. I don't know what happened to it. But I said, termites chew on wood and they swallow it, but termites can't digest it. It goes into their stomach, and there's little tiny critters in their intestines that actually digest the cellulose. Now, those little critters,
flora, right?
And those termites can't live without those critters. Which one evolved first?
It is a mutually beneficial. I don't even understand what the confusion is.
Well, he's trying to say that they had to both evolve at the same time. What are the odds of that?
No.
And it's that before termites had that symbiotic relationship with their gut flora, they probably didn't need to have those. But after millions of years of them coexisting together, now they can't survive without them. Same with us.
Exactly.
Oh, it's a fair question, but it never came up. I don't know what happened. I think they lost my list. But anyway, one of my favorite things to do is asking questions to people who believe in evolution. So I asked this professor if I could ask him some questions about the Big Bang. He said, sure, what would you like to know? I said, well, sir, you told me 20 billion years ago, all the matter in the universe was in a little tiny dot. And it was spinning faster and faster and exploded. I said, where did all this matter come from? He said, well, we don't know that for sure.
Indeed.
I said, okay, now, sir, hold it.
If I ask where God came from, they will say either, I don't know, or that's not a good question. They'll give the exact same answer.
Well, let him do that right here.
If I told you that I believe about 6,000 years ago God created the heaven and the earth, like the Bible teaches, you're going to say, and where did God come from? And I don't know. But you said years ago there was a Big Bang.
I don't understand. That's the point.
That's the point. We both don't know at the fundamental level where it came from. They can't tell us where God came from. We can't tell them where the matter or energy came from. We're both in the same boat with that. It's just the simpler explanation would seem to probably be the most reasonable, and the simpler one is not the highly complicated God.
Yeah, because that would be the cart before the horse. I mean, it'd be something complex to something simple, and then increasingly complex. It would just be very weird. Sunflower says naturalism is bound to linear causation. God isn't. Stop being dolts. But that's a claim. I don't understand. You would have to be able, like, how could you show that God isn't bound by causation? Like,
because he can do magic.
If you believe in magic.
Yeah, he can do magic, and that's what they rely on.
But send in love, Sunflower. We are in for a wild ride, a long one, folks. We are going to have fun with Kent Hovind's 100 Reasons Why Evolution is Stupid, and it is Family Joke Dad Edition.
In the beginning, God, and you believe in the beginning, dirt.
See, right there,
Not
ladies
dirt.
and gentlemen.
My theory is
I'm
religious.
telling
and
you, he needs to go on tour in Christian circles. He needs to stop being an apologist, stop doing harm to science, and just go on a dad tour. Dad joke tour. There we go.
Yours is science. Oh, no, sir. They're both religious. The news media tries to make it
Not
look
even
like
close, Kent.
religion versus science. I did a debate in El Paso, Texas here recently, and the news media wrote an article. They said, religious and scientific leaders debate evolution. What is the unspoken message in that title? What are they trying to imply? Can you catch that?
They're not implying it. They're coming right out and saying it, and they're right.
Yeah. One is science, one is religion. Guess which one you are, Kent?
Science, aren't they? No, evolution is a religion. Actually, both creation and evolution are inherently religious.
No.
These two timelines is the same information right here. I'll be referring to that.
I also don't understand. He makes like the "were you there" type of arguments, but those are so very silly. Like, first of all, you would have to be throwing out all of archaeology, anthropology, geology, so many different fields that we can go past a human lifespan. But then, were you there when any of the miracles happened? Literally none of the miracles in the Bible. So I never understood why but they say it with such confidence that it almost sounds like they know what they're talking about when they really don't.
Almost.
Throughout the seminar here, I cover this thing all the time. The Bible teaches about 6,000 years ago, God made everything. 4,400 years ago, there was a big flood that destroyed everything. 2,000 years ago, Jesus came. Here we are today, waiting for the Lord to come back in about 5 minutes. This is the Bible view of history.
Which he doesn't even believe anymore.
50 years. That's a long time. The 20 billion year chart on the bottom is a very different scale. But see, both views, creation and evolution, are inherently religious. You have to believe in creation or believe in evolution. The difference between the two, though, is very simple. The evolution religion is tax-supported. That's the difference. By the way, if I was to make that bottom chart the same scale as the top chart, the bottom chart actually needs to be 2,100 miles long. That's from Pensacola to Portland, Oregon.
That's how wrong you are, Ken.
I don't want to carry a chart
that is an exact
for the other one.
analogy of how wrong you are.
They want to believe it happened long ago and far away. They're welcome to believe that, but that's not science. Evolution is a religious worldview, and I think it is stupid. So I asked the professor, where did the matter come from? He said, I don't know. I said, well, sir, would you please tell me where the laws came from? The universe is run by laws, gravity, centrifugal force, inertia. Who gave the laws? He said, we don't know that either. I said, sir, could you tell me where the energy came from? You know, it takes energy to make a big bang. Who bought the gas to run this machine anyway? He said, we don't know that either. I said, sir, could I ask you another question? He said, sure. What else would you like to know?
Ha ha.
What do you mean else? You haven't told me nothing yet. I said, does Berkeley have a merry-go-round? How many of you know what a merry-go-round is? You go round, round, round till you puke, okay? He said, no, we don't have a merry-go-round at Berkeley. I said, you ought to get one. You could learn some good science on a merry-go-round. If you put some fourth graders on a merry-go-round, are there any fourth graders in here tonight? Who's in fourth grade? All right, I like fourth graders. I spent the best 5 years of my life in the fourth grade. That's before they died.
I believe it.
Put some fourth graders on the merry-go-round. I like using fourth graders because they're tough and they're expendable. And we're going to get the high school football team out there to get that thing spinning clockwise as fast as it will possibly go. Now, if you have a digital watch, you may not know what clockwise means. I'll explain it later. We're going to spin the merry-go-round clockwise. The kids are going to go through 4 phases. They start off in phase 1. They're screaming at the football players. Come on, let's go. Faster, faster. Can't you go any faster? You get up around 30 miles an hour. The kids enter phase 2, where they stop screaming. They just quietly concentrate on trying to hang on for dear life. You get up around 60 miles an hour. The kids enter phase 3, where they start screaming again. But now they're screaming, stop, stop, please, slow down. Don't stop, though. Keep going faster and faster. When you get to about 100 miles an hour, you should enter phase 4. That's where the kids begin to fly off the merry-go-round. Now, when this happens, you will notice a very interesting phenomena of physics. If the merry-go-round is going clockwise, when the kid flies off, the kid will be spinning clockwise until he encounters resistance, like a tree or telephone pole. That's because of a law in physics known as the conservation of angular momentum. You see, if a spinning object breaks apart in a frictionless environment, the fragments will all spin the same direction. It's very simple. It's because the outside is moving faster than the inside. And so it keeps the same direction of spin. The professor said, yes, I understand about the conservation of angular momentum. I said, well, good. I'd like to ask you a question then, sir. If the whole universe began as a swirling dot, like you said, why do two planets spin backwards? He said, that's interesting.
No, it's not.
Well, that's more than interesting. It's kind of hard on your Big Bang Theory. Not only
Not
that,
at
6
all.
spinning backwards.
Not even
Why?
close.
He said, I don't know. Why do you think they're going backwards? I was hoping he was going to ask that. I said, well, sir, I believe it's very simple. You see, I believe in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth, and God did it that way on purpose, just to make the Big Bang Theory look stupid.
Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha.
Also, the Big Bang was given that name because someone was making fun of it, but the bang did not exist because there was no sound in space.
And what he's talking about, no one is saying that the Big Bang directly resulted in the formation of our solar system. There were billions of years in between where there were other events happening. It's not like there was the Big Bang, and then from that singularity came everything. So angular momentum has nothing to do with why the direction of planetary spin.
I do believe in the Big Bang, folks. I really do. The Bible teaches the Big Bang. 2 Peter 3:10 says, the heavens shall pass away with a great noise.
Once again, and he makes it like it's not about religion. It's just our religion. And yet he brings up the book set of thing.
Constantly.
In the original Greek, that's a Big Bang. So there's going to be a Big Bang. It just didn't happen yet. That's all. So kids, if you go to school and some professor says, do you believe in the Big Bang? You should say, yes, I do. And you better get saved and get ready for it.
Don't you love those idle threats?
Soon to a city near you.
Oh,
by the way,
very soon, Kent. Very, very, very soon.
Evenly distributed. But it's not. It's lumpy. They're called galaxies. And in zillions of miles and nothing called voids. And to try to salvage the dumb Big Bang Theory, they've got all these wild theories of why isn't the matter evenly distributed?
Like dark matter?
Black holes, or maybe there's antimatter.
Does it matter? And never trust an atom. They make up everything. Beamsy says, Frank Doyle, he was a creationist that actually came up with a stellar nucleosynthesis.
They got all this stuff. It's all trying to rescue this crazy Big Bang Theory. And it's a dud, folks. It didn't happen. There are zillions of stars out there. I mean, lots and lots of stars. And we haven't even seen them all. If star births, they ought to at least equal star deaths, and they don't. We see a star blow up about every 30 years. It's called a nova or a supernova. Well, then how come there are only 300 dead stars out there that we can see, supernovas? It's only a few thousand years worth, isn't it? There ought to be trillions of them. If
there are.
True.
I'm fairly sure he's just making this up. That's the other thing I wanted to go over between a liar and a bullshitter. Like, there is just he can make up his own numbers. He also quotes minds from people who disagree with him, as if they are a reference for someone.
Like when he quotes Bill Gates, who is an atheist.
Yeah.
A little hesitation in saying that a sickly pall now hangs over the Big Bang Theory. Yep. I think it is stupid. Now, if you want to believe it, that's fine. I don't care what anybody believes. That doesn't bother me. But see, the problem is they want to use my tax dollars to teach that to your kids in our schools.
Yeah, and another thing that really bothers me is that he has this shtick about his tax dollars. Does he pay tax dollars? Like, this dude goes so far out of his way not to give a single dime back to... I mean, every time he uses a road, has a conversation with a police or fireman, I mean... uses some sort of public service.
Yeah, like the guards at the jails that he's been in over the years.
Exactly.
They're being paid to babysit him by the taxpayers.
And that's where the problem comes in. Okay, if you want to believe in the Big Bang, just enjoy yourself, but keep your religion at home. Okay. Then they tell the kids the Earth formed from a hot molten mass 4.6
I was pretty sure everyone paid
years
taxes.
ago. This is
I
part
used to have a joke. The joke used to be there's only two things that if you are alive, you can guarantee, and that is death and taxes, unless you're Kent Hovind.
The theory, and it's in all the textbooks. 4.6 billion years ago, Earth cooled down, formed a rocky crust. I think that is stupid, and I'll show you why. Was the Earth ever really a hot molten mass 4.6 billion years ago, and it cooled down? This text says, as Earth formed, the surface was like the moon. Yeah. There were hot pools of bubbling lava. I don't think so. My Bible says...
Of course you don't.
I don't think so. My Bible tells me ... I mean...
Yeah, who gives a shit what the Bible says? What do the people who actually know anything say?
Yeah, I don't understand why we would believe a holy text.
God moved upon the face of the waters. So the Earth was not created a hot molten mass. It was created under water. Which means
because the Bible said it.
Fahrenheit or 100 degrees centigrade. Or it wouldn't be water, it'd be steam. So the Earth was never a hot molten mass, according to Scripture. Then when you look in the granite rocks, you find little tiny halos made of polonium. Now, these polonium halos are absolutely amazing. Robert Gentry, a friend of mine from Knoxville, Tennessee area, he has been studying radiopolonium halos.
If you just joined us, we are doing a marathon stream, basically. We are watching Kent Hovind, Why Evolution is Stupid, 100 Reasons. And, well, we are finding a lot of reasons to think something stupid. I could definitely say that.
Something is stupid.
Something stupid.
For a long time. I met him back in year 2000. Went down to his laboratory and I got to see some of the halos through the microscope. Well, these little polonium halos are interesting because they have a half-life of less than a minute.
Definitely the metaphorical ones. But come on, young Earth creationists. Do you really listen to this guy and say this? It makes a lot of sense. And not only that, what does he put forward? Will he, except for the Bible, except for a book said a thing, James, can you think of anything that he has offered?
No. Here's the thing with him is, though, in a debate, if you start talking too much about the Bible, he will get very uptight, and he will not want to engage with you at all on the Bible. He'll say, we're to talk about evolution. We're not here to talk about the Bible. You want to set up another debate? We can debate the Bible. But he'll never have that debate.
Really? Well, this may be my last debate. Because here's the thing. I believe that the subjects are intertwined, that you cannot have... there would be no evolution debate without creationism. It is a religious movement versus scientific movement. If it was a religious scientific movement, they would be in the lab. They would be doing things to try and prove angels and giants and demons and whatever things people think exist that I'm sorry to tell you don't.
But I mean, the thing is, though, if the Bible didn't say all this stuff about how God created everything, he wouldn't care one way or another. He just doesn't like evolution because it contradicts what Genesis says. And of course, if the very beginning of the book is wrong, then why would you want to give weight to what it says in the rest of it? You wouldn't, right? And that's why he so fiercely defends the beginning of it, even though a lot of the claims the Bible makes are untestable, unfalsifiable. But these claims are testable, falsifiable, and they fail quite often.
Well, I also would understand why you wouldn't want to talk about your faith, because we know Adam and Eve didn't exist. We know Noah didn't exist. We know Moses.
The flood never happened. Yeah.
Flood never happened. Global flood, at least. So I would imagine if you're trying to talk science, and he kind of switches back and forth. He'll say, "Mine's a religion, yours is a religion. I just don't want your religion in there." But every once in a while, he will be like, "But science proves my religion." Well, if
Yeah.
science proves your religion, then your religion's science, isn't it?
Well, that's what they call scientism. They try to demean science, make it like it's just a religion.
Oh, sure. I mean, it's one of those things where if he starts using specific language, like all I could say is, look, Kent, I'm just happy we can agree that the word religion means something bad, has a negative connotation. Everyone has, religions. Oh man. Just beliefs that people just have, opinions that people just make up, right? That's what a religion is. Just a bunch of we make up.
Faith is not good. Faith is not a reliable
Yeah.
way
That's what
of
it sounds
determining
like,
the truth
right?
of anything. And they know that. They know that. That's why they're using the term
It is
religion as derogatory.
Can I
They're,
say, every time that they say atheist, I can't have enough faith to be an atheist. Anytime I hear that, all I can
yeah,
go is, once again, keep on faith all over it. Use religion as an insult, use faith as an insult. This is fantastic. We should be doing it more often. I don't know what else to say. All that language. Don't want to believe in fairy tales. I don't. You know what sounds like a fairy tale? A dude being eaten by a big fish. Like, if he does,
talking ants.
I cannot. I have a model, and he has a model. Okay, his model is the Bible. So if he doesn't want to talk about the Bible, I mean, I'll ask him gently. I don't know what to say. I'll massage him very nicely, but I don't know what else to. Because if
Just poke him
he
a little bit.
wasn't a Christian, if he wasn't a evangelical Protestant Christian, we would not have this problem. And basically an American. I love this country. I think we do a lot of good shit. But man, this is a homegrown thing, and so we need to Americans specifically need to handle it and stop this nonsense. Okay, I don't know what to say. The Big Bang happened.
Evolution happened.
Not only did evolution happen, it is happening. It'll continue to happen until life no longer exists. It's not an opinion. It is not up to somebody. Like gravity, it is a force of nature. And everyone knows this. Like, when someone runs across the street and they don't get hit by a car, and you say, damn, that guy was really tempting natural selection. Do you think there was like a force, an anthropomorphic force that almost took this dude or girl out of commission? No. It's just this person was being really dumb and almost took themselves out of the gene pool. That is what evolution is. I mean, this stuff is so well known, we teach it in middle school. And that's for a reason. Like, the stuff we actually have really good grasp on, and that has been we have been used in applications for 50, 60, 80 plus years. I think hundreds of years.
Well,
I really don't even understand what they think COVID is. Did it magically happen that it started to eat nom-noms on humans?
Well, like I've always said, 1,000 years from now, evolution will still be taught in any school that is worth anything. And there will still be no sign of Jesus coming back because he never came in the first place.
Oh my. Well, he didn't have permission.
You did not have permission, no.
If the rock was hot when the radioactive polonium decayed and sent out the little particles and made the halo, it would melt away. Like at 4th of July, they shoot fireworks up. Makes a circle. Does the circle stay there? No, it all falls down, right?
Ashes, ashes, we all fall down.
Why are there?
Oh, that was definitely a laugh moment. It's okay. Hey, they can't all hit.
You'd have to freeze the whole atmosphere to keep that sphere in place. This polonium would have to be decaying in a rock that is already solid. So the Earth was never a hot molten mass. Get Robert Gentry's book if you want a lot more on that. But all over, the granites all over the world contain these polonium halos. So it is stupid to say the Earth was a hot molten mass. We have scientific evidence it was not. Here they tell the kids, though, the Earth was hot with large pools of bubbling lava, and that is just stupid. It can't possibly be true.
It can.
Started about 3 billion years ago. See, according to the theory, 20 billion years ago, there was a big bang. 4.6 billion years ago, the Earth cooled down, formed a hard rocky crust, and it rained on the rocks for millions of years and turned them into soup. And the soup came alive about 3 billion years ago.
Once again, they are like, oh yeah, rock soup.
Again, taking something that is really complicated and just dumbing it down and strawmanning it. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's actually a beautiful. We're one of the most amazing chemical reactions in the universe, and so what they really try and do, it's like a PR campaign. They think of ways that they can crap all over beautiful concepts.
Try to take something that is actually understandable and try to make it, try to muddy the waters and obfuscate and try to take something that people could understand, but that's the goal is for them not to understand it. The goal is to confuse these people. So
I've always said, if you feel your brain just drifting, if you feel that it's like English, but because there's two very specific methodologies that are going on, two different goals, okay? Scientists want to convey information, and creationists want to sound technical, okay? They want to sound like they're scientists, but scientists just want to educate you. We, the two schmucks, are just trying to explain what they have told us because they have actually worked in the field. They are biologists. They are geologists. They are my kitty scratching in the post. But they're so cute.
Well, that's what we do is we do the opposite of him. He tries to take something complicated or something simple sometimes and make it more complicated than it needs to be so they don't understand it. We try to take complicated things and make it understandable.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Avril Lavigne. Sometimes you got to make things so complicated. Okay. Anyway, we're going to jump back in because we are watching 100 Reasons, apparently. It is a marathon. But we're having fun because clearly, there's a promise of stupid going on. Once again, we don't like to ad hominem anybody. I'm just saying, we'll let you decide if that promise gets fulfilled.
What the books teach. This fellow says, both the origin of life and the origin of major groups of animals remains unknown. How did life get started anyway?
That's his opinion.
It rained on the rocks for millions of years. Yes, boys and girls, millions of years of torrential rains created great oceans. And swirling in the waters of the oceans is
how, once again, he's just like, the millions of years, and then it was like great oceans.
Oceans. That's
freaking cool.
That's unbelievable. That's rained and there was an ocean. I mean, what kind of crazy shit is this?
But I mean, just compare this to the Bible. Let's just read this. On Earth History Calendar, it is now sometime in April. There's still no life, but swirling in the waters of the oceans is a bubbling broth of complex chemicals. Some of them carbohydrates, proteins, and nucleoacids, the chemicals of life. However, the progress from a complex chemical soup to a living organism is very slow. So, which one sounds more scientific, ladies and gentlemen?
That Or the
Or-
proof model.
Exactly. The poof from the book said a thing over here. I mean, really, he says it in a funny voice. But
He's
if you
trying
just
to
read it,
help straw man and mock it at the same time.
I know. Well, all of the reviews, when they talk about nothing, when they talk about random chance, because yes, there are random mutations, a lot of them environmental, a lot of them genetic as well. But there wasn't like the universe and then specifically our solar system with our habitable zone has good environments for getting life. And a lot of the universe actually isn't filled with life. So we have our little band. It's fantastic. A lot of the animal, 99.9% of the animal life, I keep on using animals because there's my brain bias again. Life died and will
The
die.
overwhelming majority of species to exist on Earth are extinct. 99% of them.
Which is another thing they say we worship death. Because everything
That's just
evolution
reality.
it teaches, which is true. I'm always like, no. That is part of being a grown-up, part of being an adult. I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's the circle of life.
Everything
I learned
dies.
this in Lion King.
These are the people who delude themselves into thinking that death doesn't apply to them, and they want to say that we worship death when, as I said before, evolution is a celebration of life. It's about making the next generation just a little bit better adapted to survive on Earth. And you can look back and know that every single one of your ancestors not only lived long enough to be able to have children, but they lived long enough to have children that lived, which is something not everybody can even do today.
Absolutely. I forget which biologist I was. Whoever they were awesome, and they pointed out we've removed a lot of our environmental pressures. For example, we don't have lions on the way to work anymore, and there's a reason. We've created basically artificial means by which we don't have to have all these pressures anymore.
You don't have to fight for food.
Have pressures. We don't have to fight for food. We a lot of death comes from not being able to have good dental care and things like that. Yes, but only one species ever written about good. What is up? Past the comments. What's up, Ralph?
Because God didn't create humans, but humans did create God.
Well, that is my contingency argument. I haven't heard many good responses to my version of the contingency argument, which is it could be that the kitty's scratching, or it could be that no, she's probably scratching, but she's still so cute. Oh, didn't mean to. We have to do this. Okay.
There we go.
But my version of the contingency argument is, it could be that God created us, or it could be that we created God. So, how can we tell the difference? And I have yet to find a cohesive answer.
Keep looking, but yeah.
Also, what's up, Michael Woods? And everybody out there in chat.
Bubbling broth of complex chemicals. Progress from a complex chemical soup to a living organism is very slow. I guess it is. It totally stopped. Doesn't even happen. That's how slow it is.
If it didn't happen, Kent, you wouldn't be alive today.
Must have emerged in this organic soup.
They must have, because we are alive today.
Another thing that bothers me, if you are a conservative, if you are someone who supports family, tradition, your ancestors in some form of respect, well, let me tell you something. A good first step, please do not delete the vast majority. If we'll just take a small 100,000 years, okay? Just a simple. If you're saying it's 6,000, 94%? You're really gonna cut? You're gonna cut that much of your ancestors who lived, breathed, and died so that you could exist, so that we could all exist?
Including that amazing shrew-like mammal that rose up after the death of the dinosaurs to conquer a new world that eventually gave rise to us, because they were better adapted to survive in that world.
And they they really don't understand that, like, just niches that niches get bitches, niches get snitches. No, but generally speaking, when you have the death, like a massive extinction event in the dinosaurs, well, hi baby girl, you then have something like mammals, the shrew-like animal, who is able to go into different lineages, including carnivora. I love carnivora. They're all carnivores except for Penelope, who eats potato chips. And, but sending love out in chat. Keep on tagging James W. and myself at Amy Newman so we can see, and Gizmo can pull your comment up on the screen.
Great grandpa. Soup. I think that's stupid.
Ha 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 ha
You know
ha.
you
I
think
don't care what they believe, but don't call it science.
He thinks that's stupid.
Miller and Urey wanted
But
to know
talking donkeys
solar
is not
system had
stupid to him.
So they tell the kids he took a
That's
mixture of
science.
Earth's primitive atmosphere. We'll talk about that in a minute. He never proved how life originated, but he did add evidence to the theory that life could have started by itself. Oh, is that true? Now, did he really do that?
Yes, he
Well,
did.
let's just study the facts here. This textbook tells the kids many important events occurred during the Archean era, the most important of which was the evolution of life. Progress from complex molecules to even simplest living organism was a very long process. Long ago and far away. Fairy tale kids coming up. First living cells emerged 4 billion to 3.8 billion
We should not
years
believe
ago.
in fairy tales.
I like that word, emerged. They use it all the time.
Emerged.
Like that explains how it happened, you know? It just emerged. There is no record of the event.
Like God poofing shit, that explains
Okay,
it
we know what
better,
happened, and
right?
you're going to be tested on this, but there's no proof. Oh, okay. It's not science.
We're here. That's the proof. That's all you need. We're here, so it had to happen somehow.
Once again, that was another joke. It didn't land, but I loved you, Kent, for it. It's a good old, there ain't going to be a no test, but everyone took a second to sweat, I assume, in the pews, because for a second they were like, is there going to be a test?
First living
Is Brett King going to eat my lunch?
emerged in this soup. I don't think so. Here's what students are taught in school. This picture of the different glass tubes and flasks and pipes going around, they tell them this is how they made life in the laboratory.
All right,
No.
let's read the thing that he's strawberrying. In early March, in 1 year calendar of Earth history, the Archean era began. Many important events occurred during the Archean era. The most important of which, according to scientists, was the evolution of life. Among the different molecules on the surface of the primitive Earth, complex organic molecules, losing my mind, containing carbon, there we go, were probably common. However, to progress from complex molecules to even the simplest living organism was a very long process. Okay. Why does he keep on showing reasonable things and then being like, ooh?
Oh, yeah. Very sus here.
Thank you. And wow, sending so much love. What is up, Jen? And
That is
yes,
Dino World Guy.
when
Ralph,
I
that's
saw
right.
this image, I just couldn't help it. I have seen a lot of love for. I'm trying to pork a pup.
Like the crocoduck.
And that's what they imagine. I think evolution
would
should
do.
be, but that's not it. Like, we're never not going to be mammals. We're never not going to be primates. We're never not going to be mammals. We're never not going to be chordites, which is where we get our spinal cord from. We're never not going to be
Vertebrates. Yeah.
multi-celled organisms. We're never not going to be alive. I mean, we're everything that precedes. They just don't get hierarchical structure within.
They don't want to get it. That's the
Well,
thing.
that's the other thing. He
They don't want
could
to.
possibly and just works hard. I don't know. It's hard to tell. You can never read someone's mind.
He said he studied the
It
chemical
is,
reactions of
something, though.
gases that existed in Earth's primitive atmosphere. Oh, now this is important, okay? Notice up in the upper right-hand corner, he had methane, ammonia, water vapor, and hydrogen. No
I can't help myself because
Yeah.
I just want to keep on proving that he's probably not showing anything bad at all. Okay, hold on. Here we go. In the early 1950s, Urey turned his attention to the studies of geochemistry, astrophysics, and the origin of life. He wanted to know how the Earth and solar systems had come to be. His vast knowledge of biology, physics, and chemistry helped him conduct research and write many articles on geochemistry. He reviewed many he reviewed many theories on how the sun and planets were formed. He studied the chemical reaction of gases that existed in Earth's primitive atmosphere and was the first to show that amino acids could have formed in the atmosphere. Although he never proved how life originated, he did add evidence to the theory that life could have started by itself on the primitive Earth.
I mean, has Ken ever heard of like proof of concept? So if you're trying to prove the concept that life could have arose on its own, if you could show that these organic chemicals can arise, you are one step on the path. You're not the whole way there, but you are at least walking down that path of getting life from non-life.
And if you just joined us, we are on a marathon. Kent Hovind, why evolution is stupid. 100 reasons why. I will once again open SpongeBob in the outros.
Yeah, almost like Amy's 18-hour porn marathon she used to do in honor of the preacher.
That's right. Well, it was hard, but I feel like Gavin really helped. He was on his knees day in, day out.
18 hours, though.
18 hours. That's true. I forgot. The preacher was watching.
18 hours a day with your jaw open. Was he ever able to close it?
You gotta get a workout. It's hard, but I feel like when it comes to phallic objects, you work up, you work down, you make things happen. And all right, let's get back in.
Notice up in the upper right-hand corner, he had methane, ammonia, water vapor, and hydrogen.
But I just love it. He shows technical slides. He's like, look at this bullshit. Look at this bullshit. Look at this bullshit. Yeah, it's actual.
It looks like a science experiment.
Oh, okay. Have scientists produce life in the lab? No, I hate this stuff because it's so silly. Because it is heads I win, tails you lose. Scientists cannot produce life in the lab, therefore creationism. However, if scientists can create life in a lab, well, doesn't it look like it needs intelligence to create life?
Creationism, yeah.
Shake weights. I am shake weights. They're 5 pounds. I like to keep healthy.
And that's where they give themselves away, their objectivity, because they're not looking for the truth. They just want to convince their followers to keep giving them money so that they can continue their delusion that they get to live forever and that they'll be in heaven with Jesus.
Well, and can I tell you, I know I do have to separate. And that is what kills me, is that most Christians probably watch a lot of this and go, oh, or not most Christians. Let me paint even lower. There are some fundamentalist Christians that probably watch this and go, oh, that very specific voice. But I don't think he convinces many of the scientifically literate Like even on I can't help it. Okay, I'm just reporting what I see. You know, when you see like polls even on Christian channels,
Convince Brit.
he's a polarizing figure to say the least.
He convinced Brett Keane. So what does that tell you?
Well, we will see. And it's so funny. I will say, the way I think that I've related to Brett, and I swear it's what we share is just the Maltheistic position. Even though he's much more in
I
line,
don't think
that's what
is he
breaks
back
my
on
heart.
that? Is he back on the Maltheism? I
No,
don't know if he's.
well, here's what he would. If I could steel man his position, he is probably now he's like a fundamentalist, young Earth creationist
Yeah.
that has some Maltheistic, like he has flavor.
He leans a little slight Maltheist.
There are some answers I think he would say that get answered from like maybe a moral question. Why drown babies? I don't know. You'd have to ask him. But I would say I wish that. I mean, in my heart of hearts, I have such. I'm getting disillusioned as I get older. But I really wish I could convince some of these apologists to renounce their faith. It would be. I know it doesn't happen overnight. Like, hey, House of Commons, what's up, Ralph? Like, Ralph, what's up, Ralph? We love Ralph. You can continue to be Christian and everything, but hey, the water's fine. Because I really do think that a lot of the baggage is in religion, and when you are no longer a lot of these, especially fundamentalist religions, just live life. You don't have to worry about gays taking over the world and all this other stuff. We're so fabulous at it too.
He circulated these gases through these tubes through a spark supposed to represent light.
All right, I do have to have scientists produce life in the lab. I at least have to give the scientists, someone many years ago had to have put time and energy into making this drawing, trying to explain, hoping one day that someone would be like, oh, they're gonna read this. A student is gonna be like, look, my textbooks are normally boring, but this really clicked with me, and here it is in opposition to basically whatever they were trying to teach. So I'm sorry, artist, teacher, combo, whoever had to create this. Let's see what this is. I'll read the figure. At about the same time that Miller discarded that the red goo at the bottom of this flask was rich in amino acids. It was learned DNA carried the code for or it looks like amino acids. Okay, so we got methane, water vapor and hydrogen over here, condenser cools, stock conflicts and samples. Water. They're trying to create, a chamber in which they can create similar environments for life. They're at least hypothesizing and doing experiments, unlike 15 foot.
And like it's a proof of concept.
Oh my goddess.
And I think it is scientifically impossible.
Oh my.
And they don't. We see a star blow up, but though.
Oh, there we go.
Miller excluded.
Thank you. Oh my God, Professor, person, you created a bookmark for me. Thank you. You have redeemed. They didn't need to be redeemed, but let's just say your project was redeemed. Because I feel bad that they basically use science in, I don't know, an attempt to say that it's not real, when all this is, so far, good literature.
Just a red goo at the bottom of the flask and had some amino acids in it. They didn't come close to getting life, though. Miller excluded oxygen in a reducing
was
atmosphere
God able to?
because life could not evolve with oxygen.
Scientists made life. No, not even close. Miller, so this is one of his own. Okay, excluded oxygen, reducing atmosphere because life could not evolve with oxygen present. Any amino acids. Yes, because
he didn't make life.
Oxygen is an oxidizer. It burns everything that it basically touches, and we are what is left from a massive extinction event because plants became one of the dominant species on Earth. We actually take in what they give out, but that wasn't always the case.
Anything that got together would oxidize. Cut a banana open, lay it on the table, it'll turn brown, it'll oxidize. Okay, so will an apple, so will anything alive. It'll oxidize.
I will say, ladies,
so that's why he didn't have any oxygen in the experiment.
Buckle up.
One of his gases was ammonia. Well, this creates a real serious problem because ammonia is destroyed by UV light. And UV light must be blocked by ozone, which is made from oxygen. I got a problem here. This textbook says several billion years ago, Earth's atmosphere had no free oxygen.
Say it lightly, Kent. Several billion years ago, Earth's atmosphere had no free oxygen as it does today.
Well, that's just simply not true. Ozone is made from oxygen, and it blocks UV light, and ammonia, one of the gases needed for the experiment, is destroyed by UV light. So life cannot evolve without oxygen. But also life cannot evolve with oxygen.
15 feet of ozone, you say?
Well, I got a solution for that one. It didn't evolve. Always had oxygen, even more than it does today.
That means God must have done it.
Amber, like the movie Jurassic Park.
Earth has always had oxygen. How? See evolution, a theory in crisis. Oh my! Here's a creationist.
Go figure, right?
Oxygen.
Where they drilled in and got the mosquito blood. These air bubbles, though, have 50% more oxygen than we do right now. We cover more on that on my video series, videotape number 2, about what the pre-flood world was like and why they lived to be 900 on the blue series of tapes out there on the table. But this textbook says
scientific,
the bottom of the flask was rich in amino acids. Oh, come on. That is...
So, Evolution, a Theory in Crisis, 1985 book, Michael Denton, in which the author argues scientific theory of evolution by natural selection is a theory in crisis. Reviews by scientists say the book distorts and misrepresents evolutionary theory and contains numerous errors.
I'm sure it does. Bet you didn't see that one coming.
Indeed. Least just putting, Your Honor, just putting this into the record.
That it's bullshit.
That is bullshit. Indeed. All right, continue.
Stupid.
Oh, well, you got something new. At about the same time that Miller discovered... Oh, no, it's the same thing.
It was not rich in amino acids. Let's tell the kids what they really found.
Why is that stupid?
He filtered out the product. As this gas went through the tube...
I'm telling you, this is all marketing. Like, because he has nothing. This is like poker almost. Like, it's a dude who has no hand, and so he's telling you why you should fold.
Yeah.
He sparked it, produced this goo at the bottom, and he drew the goo off, because if it went through again, it would be destroyed by the spark. Now, in real life, you're not going to get a section of the ocean protected.
Yeah, we're talking about proof of concept.
You can't filter out the product then.
We're talking about could it happen?
5% tar, 13% carboxylic acid, 2% amino acids.
On a planet where you had literally trillions of experiments running all at the same time, we're never going to be able to replicate that in a lab. So we just have to find, could it happen somewhere where the conditions were similar to that? And with that many experiments running, every little pocket of ocean, every little puddle was its own individual experiment. And you're going to have some with basically any condition that you can almost imagine of over the millions of years that it took.
There's also sometimes the question of why I'm squeaking. Of why life doesn't keep on happening. Why does abiogenesis not keep on popping up? And it's because it would be a food source. So it would pop up and it
Before
would
it
need
would,
to
yeah.
survive everything on life right now, including the bacteria and the viruses that are moving and grooving and trying to kill.
Well, that's the thing. Like, practically the entire surface of the Earth is covered in microbes, and any complex chemical would, long before it became life, would be digestible by some of these microbes. So it would never get that far.
It's poisonous to life. I would not call that a success. And there are 20 different amino acids, sort of like 26 letters in the alphabet. There are 20 amino acids. Those amino acids go together to make proteins, like letters go together to make sentences. Mostly, he made just 2 of these amino acids. And they bond with the tar and the acid very quickly, more readily than with each other. It was a failure as an experiment. Amino acids are like...
I'm not an organic chemist, but from what I've been told by chemists, he's wrong about what he's saying right there.
To make a protein. Then you have to have a bunch of proteins to make a cell. And you got to have a bunch of cells to make an organism. And one cell is more complex than a space shuttle. And all he got was a couple of the amino acids.
So he got to step 1, right? He got to fucking step 1.
And another thing, I would say life didn't happen randomly. It didn't happen by chance. I feel like those are, like, I've never heard a scientist talk about the origin of life and it was just like, meh, just happened by chance. This was kind of, no, the elements for life were actually here. We actually were filled with carbon and water, and we were able to have a because of a magnetized molten core. We have an atmosphere. We have all sorts of great things that I wouldn't say it's designed for us. It just looked, because if you look a little bit, too far right or too far left to you, everything's dead or never existed because the elements weren't good for life to arise.
That's like me dropping toothpicks, and I happen to make a few letters of the alphabet. That's possible, isn't it? Toothpicks could fall in the shape of a T, or an H, or an I, or an E. That's possible. But if I'm able to drop toothpicks and produce a few letters of the alphabet, should I therefore...
And so, I'll ask the same question that I got asked by my one of my IT teachers, which was, what does information mean? Because they throw that word around a lot. And information just means the translation of data. I would say maybe even into something useful. Now, that could be for a human, could be for a robot. You could say, if you're mailing addresses to only to A's, then you want the robot to say, well, it's collecting a lot of data, but it's not until it scans it and it can decide that it has information. Now you can colloquially say that there's information, that the DNA is using it to build, but it's not like it has a choice. It's not like, hey Bob, let's be ATG and let's switch it up the next step. Like that's not how it works. It's
chemicals following the laws of physics, which is abiogenesis happened the only way that it could have happened because nothing else could have happened. Because it's just particles and matter obeying physics. That's it. Couldn't have happened any differently because we would need different physics. And if that sounds like determinism, well, yeah.
Conclude that nobody wrote Webster's dictionary? The difference between making a letter with toothpicks and making Webster's dictionary is about like making an amino acid and making a living cell. He didn't come close to making life. He made the equivalent of a few letters, and he actually needed to make huge books. And half of his letters were...
Step one, Kent. Step one.
This creates a real problem since the simplest proteins, the smallest proteins, have 70 to 100 amino acids, all of them left-handed. This really compounds his problem. RNA and DNA are all right-handed molecules, and they are unbelievably complex. And hundreds of these amino acids must combine to make a protein, and this has to be in a precise order. And they unbond in water much faster than they bond. And last time I checked, the oceans are completely full of water. So drive them away from each other, not together.
You know what's
it just
great about water? It's an amazing solvent.
It's a universal
isn't
solvent.
going to work. He did not make life in the laboratory. But they tell the kids, he showed how life could have started by itself. Oh, that is just a stupid, okay? That's a lie. He did not show anything of the kind.
Yes, he did.
It's going to make me do it. You're going to make me do it, Kent. All right. Yeah, it didn't. Okay, let's go here. In the early 1950s, Urey turned his attention to studies of geochemistry.
I think you read... Oh.
Is this...
I think we already read that one.
Are you just showing it again?
And every experiment since then
right.
has made the problem worse. They're finding more and more things that just couldn't happen. Don't call that science. But they tell the kids, 3 billion years ago, life appeared on Earth. I was doing
sorry.
asking me to speak at this
I
college
thought
in
I
Boston one
muted
time.
myself.
This preacher called all the
Sponsored by Sugar Water.
colleges and universities around Boston and said, would you like to have Kent Hovind come speak at your college? Finally, one professor said, yes, he can come speak at our school if our professors can ask him any questions they want, because we want to show our students how dumb these creationists really are.
But sin, isn't that offending a God? Because if so,
It's a stupid concept.
It is very odd to me that a God could even be offended.
So the preacher called me and said, Brother Hovind, would you like to speak at this college and let them make fun of you for a couple hours? I said I would be honored.
Kinky.
So wants to be cut.
There were 6 professors and all their students. I felt like Daniel in the lion's den. I got my charts out and I said, now folks, I believe the Bible. Nobody cheered.
Yeah.
I said, I believe about 6,000 years ago, God made everything. The world's not millions of years old.
Bullshit. No evidence for any of it.
There was a big flood.
Actually, Kent is right. The world is not millions of years old. Because the world is billions of years old. So, in a way, Kent is right.
By accident.
By accident.
I'm sorry, 4,400 years ago, there was a big flood, not 4.6. And 2,000 years ago, Jesus came, and I gave them the basic Bible story. Okay?
Oh, kinky.
Then I told
Did
them
he
what
have
they
permission?
believe. Because most of them don't know what they believe. You have to tell them.
Yeah, you tell us what we believe, Kent.
Years
Thank
ago,
you.
there was a big bang where nothing exploded and produced everything. 4.6 billion years ago, the Earth cooled down, made a hard rocky crust. It rained on the rocks for millions of years, turned them into soup, and the soup came alive 3 billion years ago. And this early life form found somebody to marry. Boy, now that's a good trick. And something
Kent found a few people to
that
marry.
everything was we today. One professor was getting kind of upset about this time. I seem to do that to them. He said, Mr. Hovind, there are hundreds of varieties of dogs in the world. I said, yes, sir, you're right about that. He said, you mean to tell me that you believe all these dogs came from 2 dogs off a Noah's Ark? You expect me to believe that? Ha, ha.
Watch him dodge this
I
one.
said,
Once again.
Watch this dodge.
You're teaching your students. You're teaching your students that all the dogs in the world came from a rock.
You see that? He has no explanation for
I'm sorry.
evolution after Noah's Ark. He has no answer for it. He has nothing to respond to that with how life could have diversified after Noah's Ark. So he's got to go, oh, you believe we came from a rock? Because he has nothing to say to that.
Basically, this is Grandpa. It all makes sense. This is what atheists think we came from. Even though they know we're carbon-based. Like, I don't understand what they don't understand. They make fun of these concepts, but on some level, they also understand they're true. Like, we're mostly made of water.
and carbon.
Carbon.
We're made out of the same shit that we see all throughout the universe.
And yeah, he gets the time wrong a lot on everything.
She was mad. Oh, I could tell. I'm in trouble now. I stood there quivering.
Oh, you're in trouble, Kent.
She walked up and she said, tonight,
he's going to be in trouble tomorrow night,
we
Kent.
believe we come from a rock. We do not believe that. I said, well, ma'am, calm down just for a minute. I said, do you believe in evolution? She said, yes, I do. I'm a professor here at the university. I said, well, would you please tell me then?
That is exactly how people talk, by the way.
She said, we came from a macro molecule.
I am a professor from University of the State. Go local team.
I said, where did that come from? She said, from the oceans, from the prebiotic soup.
Also, this professor had blue hair and a lip ring, very specifically.
Like Mary Baxter's season. Was
I can just imagine
6'4", blonde hair, blue eyes, and ripped. With Mary coddling Mary Baxter.
That is my yoga teacher. That's what I like to think about. Though, hey,
8
sometimes I
long.
get Jesus. Yes, exactly.
I said, where did that come from? She said, well, it rained on the rocks for millions of years.
So she quoted a middle school textbook.
It was slowly dawning on her. I do believe I come from a rock, don't I? Yes, ma'am, you do. You ought to be proud of it. Hey, don't step on Grandpa, whatever you do. Look, that's stupid, okay? There's no kind way to say it.
I forget sometimes how much our jokes are based on his actual shtick.
No, yeah, it is. This is the shit he says.
This really is what they believe.
He's a parody of himself.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you think that your ancestors were. Even though these people wipe out factually 100,000 up to almost 200,000 worth of our ancestors, if not millions of years of, they were the species right before, the one that we shared with Neanderthal,
right?
If not,
Homo erectus or one of
it just kills me on the inside. I know so many homos. One right here. I don't know. It does. It kills me on the inside because they lived and died for us. They pine over this notion of a dude living and dying. Yeah, and then actual people died for them, and they're like, but that doesn't really fit in the narrative. We actually don't have enough screen time. Could you cut that down?
But that's not telling me I get to live forever and go to heaven, right? So therefore, I don't really like.
No.
I'm not really down with all that now.
What's up, Secular Pagan Mom? Woo!
We are alien space dust, indeed.
There's a great book dealing with some of the flaws in the Miller experiment. If you want more on that for your kids to study out there on the table, get the book Icons of Evolution. Then they tell the kids that these plants and animals, not only did life evolve from non-living material, then this life had to learn to reproduce itself. Why would an organism want to reproduce more of its own kind when that's only going to increase competition for the...
Because of evolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to fact check live. I don't know what else to say. Icons of Evolution is a book by Jonathan Wells, an advocate of the pseudo-scientific intelligent design argument for the existence of God, and a fellow of the Discovery Institute, surprise, surprise, in which Wells criticized the pentagram of evolution by attacking how it was taught. The book includes a 2002, at least one of his more recent companion. In 2000, Wells summarized
very recent
contents in an article from the American Spectre. Several scientists' work is sourced in the book have written rebuttals to Wells, of course, saying they're quoted out of context, of course, that their work was misrepresented. Do I have to say it? Of course, yeah. Or that it does not imply Wells conclusions. All righty then. We're just going to get this into the, Your Honor, we're just going to, if anyone wants to, they can stop and pause, but we're just going to enter that into the record, and there we go. Oh, wow. 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 For references. No, that's what it should be. You should have actual source shit. Oh, man. Kent, baby, darling. Why? Why?
Food supply. Why didn't they instead evolve the ability to live forever and be happy? You know about that? I was in a debate one time, and we had question and answer time at the end.
They evolved to make that up as a delusion.
How did male and female evolve?
Amy could probably tell us more about that.
Because it's a common question. I understand. And they think that, it's just something that I guess poofed, but it actually came from mating types. There are mating types in single-celled organisms, and for whatever reason, fungi. Sex developed from multicellular organisms in a new type of race that could happen, where it kind of converged on this 2 to maybe a little bit more. But generally speaking, sex is real. They always use that tagline, and we know how it formed. It happened.
It's not a mystery.
Similar mechanisms. It's not some SJW thing. It is science.
Gender fluid, queer studies professor.
Exactly. It's a single-celled organism with like big, thick rimmed glasses and, like I said, blue hair and a lip ring that is just trying to, destroy all of the single-cell norms, even though there are thousands of mating types. Kind of crazy. But real. Woohoo! Send in love. We love bedtime stories too. And hey, whether you are going to bed, waking up, or just working around the house or playing a video game, doing something, working, we are sending love out there. And yeah, we are going on a marathon stream. This is going to be...
That's it.
Let's jump in.
The professor got up and he said, well, that is a giant mother may I step in the evolution story. A mother may I step? This is science. Wow. Well, so according to them, for the next few billion years or hundreds of millions of years, life learned to produce something other than its own kind. Of course, today it only produces its own kind, but they say long ago and far away, they were able to do something different. Textbooks will say we started like a...
Yeah, and he says long ago and far away, God came down and did all this shit, but now he doesn't do anything.
That's perfectly fine. Those trees of life that they put in the textbooks for your kids are a bunch of nonsense. And even evolutionists will admit that. Stephen Jay Gould, the Marxist professor at Harvard University, he says that evolutionary trees that adorn our textbooks are not the evidence of fossils. It's only inference. We infer, we imply, we hope it happened this way. This textbook says
once again, using Stephen Jay Gould to actually rebut evolution is ridiculous.
All the many forms of life on Earth today are descended from a common ancestor. What? You mean the birds and bananas have a common ancestor?
What?
Yes.
Isn't that what he says? Found in a population of primitive unicellular organisms.
All right, let's do it. You're going to make me do it again. Okay.
Do it.
Your formation of organic compounds. Your time of arrival is 4.6 billion years ago. That's how old our Earth is, which is when scientists believe Earth first came into being. Advisedly, you put on your protective clothing and respirating equipment. You could not survive a second without them. The overall scene is one of violence. Prolonged lightning and erupting volcanoes surround you. Meteorites and ultraviolet radiation make surface heat fearsome. There are no signs of life anywhere. You decide to leave and come back later. Long time later, perhaps after life has come to the planet, you wonder how life will evolve. But you don't care to stick around these unfriendly conditions long enough to find out. Once again, very current articles.
Oh, definitely.
And then simple molecules from the atmosphere. All the many forms of literature on Earth today are descending from all forms of life. There we go. All the many forms of life on Earth today are descended from a common ancestor found in a population of primitive unicellular organisms. That is factually true. We were the first. What were the first cells like? Did they wear sunglasses? How do we know? What events led up to their formation? Was it also with a cheerleading squad? No traces of those events remain, and scientists can't travel backward in time to witness what happened. We also can't see Jesus coming back from the dead. So instead, the terms and scientific methods of observing data do something hypothesis, forming hypotheses, making predictions, and constructing expert events of predictions.
First place, there's no such thing as a primitive unicellular organism, okay? One single cell is more complex than a space shuttle.
Him in the fucking space
There's no
shuttle.
such thing as a primitive single-celled organism.
Did you
We
know
talked
we
about
went
that
to
on
the
video
moon?
number 4 of our series. But he says, all the forms of life are descended from a common ancestor found in a population of primitive unicellular organisms. What were those first cells like? How do we know? What events led up to their formation? No traces of those events remain. Did you catch that? Hey kid, we know what happened, but there's no proof.
Yeah, we can't go back and watch it, but we can use
humans,
investigative tools
crocodiles,
to learn about it.
Ancestor. Well, anything inside that circle is religious speculation. It is stupid. Reptiles produce reptiles, dogs produce dogs, people produce people, and there's never been an exception to that. Darwin said, though...
Once again, factual. This tree of life, we are related to all other, not only animals, because this is just animals. We are related to all other forms of life.
Dogs produce dogs, people produce people, and there's never been an exception to that. Darwin said, though, if my theory be true, here's his book right here. You can look on page 211. He said, if my theory be true, numberless intermediate varieties must assuredly have existed. Well,
And they have.
That. I mean, to change from a rock to a dog would take a few changes. David Robb, who believes in evolution very strongly, says, in the years after Darwin, his advocates hoped to find predictable progressions. In general, these have not been found, yet the optimism has died hard, and some pure fantasy has crept into textbooks. Oh, You're kidding. Fantasy in our textbooks? Oh, yep. They tell the kids they have evidence of evolution from fossils.
Fantasy in the church pews?
That is stupid, okay? If you find a fossil in the dirt, all you know is it died.
This is possibly his dumbest claim. Because he can't deal with the fossil record. He can't refute it, so he just has to pretend he doesn't have to address it.
Yeah, it's really weird tactic. I mean, the whole point is they are dead, but they are also a footprint of what used to be. That's the whole point.
Oh, but you can't watch them produce something, so we don't know.
You weren't there. You didn't see Jesus shoot, fish at his tuchus.
So this is him saying, oh, I don't know. It kind of contradicts the Bible, so I'm just going to bury my head in the sand and not see or hear anything that contradicts my religious belief.
You don't know that it had any kids, do you? And you sure don't know that it had different kids.
We know it had parents.
Law, you bring in a bone to the
This
judge.
is another
Judge,
thing that they're always like, I'm waiting for the squirrel to turn into a shark. It's like, that's not how it works.
Yeah, well, they want people to think that's what evolution says because that's ridiculous. And
Indeed.
if he can tell people strawman evolution and say it's this ridiculous thing, then these people are going to leave that church thinking, "Oh my God, all these dumb scientists! How could they believe such a dumb thing?" But if they actually understood what it says, they'd probably say, "Oh, okay, that's pretty reasonable. Actually, it's not too crazy after all."
The weird thing to me is that evolution is so intuitive that it really is hard for me to understand what they don't understand.
He's working hard not to understand it.
And see, science, we're probably not gonna. We'll do a very short open mic, maybe, but we're doing a marathon. We're going all through and send in love. Hold on one
Thank
second.
you, Secular.
Woohoo! Send in love.
Thank you, Secular.
Secular Pagan Mom. Woo! Sending a super sticker. Sending a unicorn. Woo! Well, you are fabulous, fantastic unicorn. I like to think that we're all fabulous unicorns. Woo! Thank you so very much, Secular Pagan Mom.
Thank you.
And sending that love right on back. I rant off. It's like we need to send more rainbows out there, just in general. And
give it to him, Dan.
Can I say the funny thing is, just that, like, when they criticize us for bringing up unicorns and things like that, it's always like, hey, unicorns at least could have existence. And I think the joke has always been,
they are in the Bible.
Not in existence, not like, but I'm saying at least a horse with a horn, that is physically possible. It doesn't break the laws of physics. I'm not saying it ever exists or ever will exist. But the joke also goes, if you want to see a hooved animal with a horn on their head, it's actually possible. You just need to go see a rhino. Woo! Heart. And all right. Well, sending so much love, Secular Pagan Mom, and we are watching Why Evolution is Stupid with Kent Hovind, 100 Reasons Why, and so far we haven't gotten a single good one. Not one good one.
Nothing good yet.
In the dirt. This is the ancestor of all the humans today.
And I will say, it is a spoiler. Well, I won't. I feel bad, but I'll keep on saying it instead. I'll do a different transition. We're going all the way through so that we can open up our very own SpongeBob. Woohoo! And it's imagination. Click, click. Click.
They would laugh at you.
No, they wouldn't, Kent.
Anybody, do you? And why on earth would you think a bone in the dirt can do something animals today cannot do?
If they do the same thing animals today do.
Right? Dogs produce dogs, folks. Luther Sunderland asked all the major evolutionists, he said, where is the evidence for evolution? They all said, well, somebody else has it. We don't have it over here.
No, Ken, it's all over.
Patterson, he's the director of the British Museum of Natural History. They've got the largest fossil collection in the world. He said, Mr. Patterson, I read your book on evolution. I noticed you didn't show us the missing links. Why didn't you show us the missing links? Patterson wrote back and said, I fully agree with your comments on the lack of evolutionary transitions in my book. If I knew of any
1988, yeah.
or living, I would certainly have included them. I will lay it on the line. There is not one such fossil.
Old
And,
terminology.
and he
Don't change
is,
No such thing.
and it's still wrong.
Even Stephen Gould admitted the absence of fossil evidence for intermediary stages is a persistent and nagging problem for evolution. We got the theory, we know it's true, now we just need the evidence. That's the way they think about it.
Professor at Harvard University in Boston.
Richard Goldschmidt said,
I'm sorry,
maybe the
what?
first bird hatched from a reptile egg. Well, Richard, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but that's stupid. See, what's happened, these guys have looked for missing links in the fossil record. They can't find any, and so they say, well, maybe evolution happened so fast it wasn't preserved. Maybe a reptile laid an egg and a bird hatched out. Well, who did that bird marry? There's only about a zillion differences between a reptile and a bird. We'll get into that later sometime.
Who did that bird
But if
marry?
they want to believe that, that's perfectly fine.
Here's
what happened.
That's one of his running jokes. He likes to assume that
Graduated from Bible
animals
college
have marriage.
in the Anglican church in 1830. He couldn't get a job, so his dad pulled a few strings and got him a job on board HMS Beagle. He's going to sail around the world and collect bugs. And while he's sailing around, he stopped off at these islands right there called the Galapagos Islands. There on those islands, Charlie noticed there were 14 different varieties of finches.
He did actually.
Charlie studied the birds very carefully and said, you know what? I think all these birds have
The birth of genetics and the study of heredity, along with the pea pods. That was also crucial. But both
had a common ancestor. I bet you're right, Charlie. It was a bird.
Another one of his jokes.
And then Charlie said
a
in his
bird,
book,
a bird will always
Yeah.
be a bird. Yeah, that's the
No
point.
shit.
Will always be mammals. That's really what I want to know, is when does Kent think that we will stop being mammals? I would love to know.
on page 170, he said, it is a truly wonderful fact that all animals and all plants throughout all time and space should be related to each other. Hold on a minute. You see 14 kinds of birds, and you conclude that birds and bananas are related. That's stupid.
James, did you know that we are related to banana trees?
Yeah, I mean, sounds pretty stupid, right?
I don't know if my ego can take it.
You see, the thing is that evolution only had what it has to work with. So, yeah, we have the same genetic material as plants. Like, well, God did it that way. Well, God wouldn't have to do it that way. If you think about it, God could design different genetic material for everything, right? They're all unique creations. Why do you use the same genetic material to create everything? Kind of looks like everything's related, right?
Another thing, yeah, he says it looks like if something is similar, it looks like we have a common designer. But what happens if something looks differently? Doesn't that mean we don't have a common designer? Or something looks differently? What if something looks different? Does that mean we don't have a common designer?
Another thing they don't understand is ecosystems. They will say, like, oh, no, all the animals that are alive today have been alive the whole time. And all the animals in the fossil record, they were all alive on the planet all at the same time. They don't understand how ecosystems work, and that's not going to work. You're not going to have multiple apex predators in the same ecosystem at the same time. It just doesn't work that way.
Indeed.
You should conclude that those 14 kinds of birds had a common ancestor, but that's as far as it ever goes, folks, okay? I don't know of a kind way to say it, Charlie, but that's stupid. Okay, we don't ever see a bird produce a non-bird. See, dogs produce dogs, and you might get quite a variety of dogs.
And they're
Roses
always
produce
gonna be
roses. That is
dogs.
called microevolution. Now, that is a fact, folks. It happens. It is observable. It is scientific. I don't think we ought to use that word, microevolution.
And there we go. That should be the end of the debate, I assume. He just admitted he believes in evolution. We can pack up. Right, James? No?
I think there's a asterisk.
Ah.
we should just call it a variation. But they use it, so just so I qualify that, it's a lousy term. It gives what's called a free rider effect to the rest of the 5 religious ideas of evolution. You might get a big dog or a little dog, but you're always going to get a dog when you crossbreed your dogs. And I would go so far as to say probably the dog, the wolf, and the coyote had a...
And if I could just say, he is both saying we don't see evolution happen in everyday life, but disregard the evolution that we see in everyday life.
It's just a variation. But I mean, the thing is, he wants to see what he knows we won't be able to show, large-scale changes that take thousands or millions of years. He knows we won't be able to show that. That's why he puts it in separate categories.
No, we're not going to be around for millions or billions of years.
Common ancestor. This Irish textbook shows different dogs, and it calls it divergent evolution. Oh, come on. Giving it a fancy name doesn't change a thing. It is still a dog. And a 3-year-old can tell you.
Yes, and always will be.
Anybody in here 5 years old? Who's 5 years old? 5 years old. What's your name? Misty. Here we have a dog, a wolf, a coyote, and a banana.
Wow, he found a
Which one is
literal
not
Pokemon
like the others?
trader. Go you, Kent.
So let's disregard what the biologists say and the geneticists say.
Very good. The other ones.
Forget what the experts say. Forget what they say. Let's ask a 5-year-old what they think.
That's right. Or Jesus, let him take the wheel.
College professors can't tell. Look, there's a variety of dogs, folks, and they probably had a common ancestor. It was a dog, okay? It's just a dog. See, variations happen within the dog kind. You get a big dog or a little dog, but there are limits to these variations. Haven't the farmers been trying to breed for bigger pigs for a long time? To try to get the biggest pig.
But if we ask Kent, where did the dog come from? Like, go all the way back, it was poofed. There is no explanation.
And don't they? Do you think they'll ever get a pig as big as Texas? I bet there's a limit in there somewhere, isn't there?
Yeah, and the limit is one of physics, not biology.
Do you think they'll ever become resistant to a sledgehammer? No, I bet there's a limit. Yeah, okay. They still produce the same kind of plant or animal. That's not evolution. That's just a variation of the same kind, okay? And the information for that variety was already present in the gene pool. No new information is ever added. The dogs or the pigs don't learn to fly or become pink. Okay, there's no new information added, just scrambled information. And the gene pool of the new variety is now more limited than before. Somebody spent years crossbreeding dogs to develop a Chihuahua.
He's trying to explain away
all that work to make a dog
evolution.
that is 100% useless.
He is.
Typically, evolution that he believes in, too.
He's trying to say you can't extrapolate that out over time. You know, just bury your head in the sand and pretend it doesn't. Pretend that mutations don't accumulate and large-scale change doesn't happen.
Let's turn all the Chihuahuas in the world loose back into the woods. How long would they last? They'd run up to the wolf. Yep, 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 yep. Crunch. Go ahead, make my day.
It's almost like we artificially selected them to have dependent traits.
Yeah, how long would Kent last in the wild without access to grocery stores and medicine? He probably wouldn't last much longer either.
I know, right?
You might have selected a certain slice of the gene pool with small dog, quick characteristics, but you didn't add anything. You selected something from the population. I come from Illinois, corn country. There are so many kinds of corn up there, they have to number them. You'll be driving down the highway. You'll see BX65. Don't mix it up with XL29. Something will blow up.
He's trying to explain evolution.
But I'll tell you what, folks, you can crossbreed your corn from now until the cows come home, and you always get corn. You will never get a hamster or a tomato or a whale to grow on that corn.
Always will be.
It won't happen. There's a variety of cows, and they probably had a common ancestor. It was a cow. Variety of horses, no question. Probably the zebra and the horse had a common ancestor. But the kids are going to be taught in school tomorrow in your town that the horse used to have 4 toes. Well, there's some things they don't tell the kids about this Eohippus to Equus series, which has been proven wrong 50 years ago, but still is in your textbook right here in this town. They don't tell them the original so-called horse is the size of a fox. It was a meat eater and had 18 pairs of ribs. The next one had 15 pairs of ribs. A couple of trips through the buzzsaw did that. And then it miraculously grew back 19 pairs of ribs as it evolved, and then back to 18. They also don't tell them the whole thing's been proven wrong a long time ago.
Not at all.
It's in the biology textbook. Other examples, like the gradual evolution of the horse, have not held up under close examination. That's a polite way of saying it's proven wrong, okay? This G.G. Simpson, back in 1950, said the example of the horse family has been unintentionally falsified. They knew 50 years ago this was false. Why did they keep that in your textbooks? This whole thing was made up by Othniel C. Marsh in 1874. He picked animals from all over the world and put them in order the way he thought it might have happened. They were never found in that order. Modern horses are found in the same layers as the so-called ancient Equus or Eohippus horse. They're found in the same layer. So it can't be the ancestor, that's for sure. The ancient horse is nothing but a Hyracotherium, which is still alive today. By the way, the ribs, the toes, the teeth are very different in these animals. In South America, the fossils go exactly backwards. Instead of 3-toed to 1-toed, it goes 1-toed to 3-toed in the fossil order.
Yeah, Kent, this is an unguided process. This is not like...
Never found in the order presented in the textbooks.
It's unguided.
3-toed and 1-toed graze side by side. Plenty of information on the internet about that. Tulsa Zoo finally took out their display because so many folks complain, why do you have this horse evolution display in the zoo? It's been proven wrong 50 years ago. Take it out. And you folks ought to get together with your school board and say, look, on page whatever it is, 952 of our textbook, it says the horse evolved from a 4-toed ancestor. Let's cut this page out. If you had a page in your horse evolved from a 4-toed ancestor.
All right, what is it? Tussle Zoo removes evolutionists as a Tussle architect unit, supported by a petition signed by 2,000 area residents, plus a scientifically conducted poll showing that 2/3 of the city population believe the zoo should not promote evolution, was able to recently persuade city officials to remove exhibits depicting horse evolution and human evolution from display at the zoo. Hicks and co-workers credited the influence of the ICR materials for playing a significant part in the action, and also suggested the citizens in other communities could undertake similar projects. Okay, that's pretty horrible.
Ancestor, let's cut this page out. If you had a page in your textbook teaching the kids the earth was flat, would it be okay to demand that that page be removed? You don't have to buy a whole new book. Just cut the page out. It won't cost the school anything. How many of you would volunteer to help cut the pages out and bring your own scissors? See? Won't cost them a dime. And you send me your book and I'll show you which pages need to be taken out. I've read hundreds of them. I can find them like that. Free of charge. I'll donate my time. Peabody Museum still has the horse evolution on display. As I stood, I've been there many times. It makes my blood boil every time I walk in that place. I'm standing there looking at this lie proven wrong 50 years ago while hundreds of kids come through in school groups. The kids are never told, well, this has been proven wrong, boys and girls. They asked the folks at the Tulsa Zoo before they took the display down.
Science.
They said, why don't you take this display down? The zoo director said, we don't have the funding to remove it. I've got all the letters back and forth on that. Man, folks, there's quite a variety of horses today, okay? There's big horses and little horses. I was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana a few months ago. Got to see where they raise the 30-inch tall horses. I mean, my dog's bigger than that. What do you do with a 30-inch horse?
It's called
I guess
a pony.
That's about it. And they sell them for $10,000. I'm sucker born every minute, I guess. But one lady wrote me a letter and said, Mr. Hovind, we crossbreed zebras, ponies, horses, and mules. Not mules, the jackass. And we raise zonkies, zorses, zeonies. They cross every which way. Well, that's probably because they're the original same kind. No problem there. Want to see all the fatal flaws in the horse evolution story? Get the book out there.
What's happening is they're
Icons of Evolution.
slowly
So then they're going to tell the kids, well, we have evidence for this
theory.
theory.
Have children.
We think that one animal changed another, and we can show evidence
sterile.
because many animals have similar forelimb structure. This is called the argument from homology. Well, what do they tell the kids? They'll say, boys and girls, you have 2 bones in your wrist, radius and ulna. And boys and girls, look at the whale's flipper carefully. Did you know the whale has 2 bones in his flipper, and they're called the radius and the ulna? Same as ours. Wow. Who named them, teacher? The whale? Think about it. But this is one of the evidences for evolution. They're going to say, boys and girls, comparative anatomy provides further evidence of evolution.
Related.
The commonalities suggest that these and other vertebrate animals are all related. They probably evolved from a common ancestor. Well, duh. That's stupid, okay? Maybe they all had the same designer.
No.
Doesn't prove a common ancestor.
Once again, that would mean if there are animals that look not alike, then there would not be a common ancestor. It can't go both ways, unlike my sexuality.
By the way, the bones develop from different genes in these different organisms. They are not homologous organisms like they want you to believe. Similar design might prove the same engineer made the design. A lot of bridges in the world are kind of similar to each other. You can go compare, different suspension bridges around the world, Golden Gate Bridge and other bridges, and there's a lot of similarities. That doesn't prove one is the father of the other, or that a tornado put them up. No, it's a design that works good, okay? I discovered that the Pontiac lug nuts from a Pontiac will fit on a Chevy. They will. That proves they both evolved from a Honda 14 million years ago.
Haha, they're not biological organisms.
Same engineers
Once
are designing these.
Cars are made by us. They are artificial. They
don't evolve.
What we contrast with naturally forming organisms. That's what sex is.
Cars. Then they tell the kids about the geologic column. How many have ever heard that the different layers of the earth are different ages? They show the kids Grand Canyon. Yes, boys and girls, this one says, over millions of years, the Colorado River has carved the Grand Canyon from solid rock. Yeah. I'm sorry, but that is stupid, okay? I'll explain why. Kids, you need to learn this. This is a very simple thing to learn, and you'll go through life much further than many of these professors go.
Once.
Make yourself 3 columns. Facts are in the middle. It's a fact Grand Canyon exists. The evolutionist has an interpretation of that fact, and the creationist has an interpretation of the fact.
No.
That's not part of the fact, it's an interpretation of the fact. The evolutionist says the canyon formed slowly by a little bit of water and lots of time. The creationist says, oh no, we think it formed quickly by lots of water and a little bit of time.
And that's dumb.
It's a fact, the earth has sedimentary layers. That's not a question.
Right. So, it didn't form quickly, so your interpretation is wrong. It doesn't matter that it's interpretation. You are incorrect. And so lots of water, that didn't happen. There was no global flood in a little time. So, no, it's cool, but it forms slowly by a little bit of water and lots of time. And this isn't an interpretation. See, this is what we call a fact. A fact. Yep.
Question, how did they get there? Well, the evolutionist says these layers formed slowly over millions of years. The creationist says, no, these layers are all from the flood in the days of Noah.
And
now, it seems like the professors are always trying to erase the line between their interpretation and the fact and make their interpretation part of the fact column.
And that's weird because, Noah didn't exist. So the layers are from the flood of Noah.
That never happened.
He never existed, and there was no flood. So just a very weird chart.
It's not. And I think I can demonstrate Grand Canyon was not formed by the Colorado River.
No, you can't.
I was in a debate recently, and this professor said, Dr. Hovind, you're so stupid. Obviously, it took millions of years to form the Grand Canyon. I said, well, sir, I've seen Grand Canyon many times. I taught earth science for 15 years. I've studied it intensively. Just flew over it last week, as a matter of fact, twice. Got a perfect view of it going out to California and back, flying from wherever I was, Florida. That's where I live. This textbook says, the Colorado River has cut through layer upon layer of rock over millions of years.
Millions of years.
If you built a dam across Grand Canyon, it would take a lot of dirt or concrete, but if you could, it'd be a huge dam. A giant lake would back up behind that dam, covering several states. That purple area is all drained right through the Grand Canyon drainage basin. Snowline tells a very interesting story. In between these two red lines,
don't see any references
snow.
Here.
This is a picture from a satellite showing about 150 or 200 miles of the canyon area. real wide shot. The river enters the canyon at the far right. The river is 2,800 feet above sea level. As it goes down through the canyon, the ground is rising up. It's called the Kaibab uplift, okay? The uplift is 7,000 or 8,000 feet above sea level.
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
No.
The river flows downhill.
Is it though? 'Cause
All rivers
you
flow
really don't
downhill.
have any sources.
So as the river enters the canyon and flows downhill from there, when it gets to the 1,800-foot elevation mark, the top of the canyon is 7,000 or 8,000 feet above sea level, so it's over a 1-mile drop. Very impressive, hole in the ground. But some points to ponder. I said to the professor, I said, sir, did you know the top is higher than the bottom?
Yeah, why do you think they call it an uplift? You think they don't know that?
I said, did you know the river only runs through the bottom?
Oh, wow, Amy.
Yeah.
Oh.
I said, sir, the top is higher than where the river enters the canyon by 4,000 feet. Rivers don't flow uphill.
Oh, there it is, Amy. Wow. He just debunked the entire Grand Canyon just like that.
Grand Canyon is
all the geologists are wrong.
It makes sense now. It was God the entire time. He was just like whoosh.
I mean, they called it the Kaibab uplift, but they just never figured out that it goes uphill. I mean, yeah, you can do that with enough water pressure. You can do that with water pressure. The pressure builds up and it can push uphill. It happens, Kent.
Washed out. There was a lake probably for some length of time after the flood. It got too full and all that water went roaring through there. Probably carved that canyon out in a couple of weeks. Not millions of years. Absolutely impossible for that river to have made that canyon. We covered lots
impossible.
of
How does he know it's impossible?
But they tell the
well, he just feels it.
A book says a thing.
Yeah, a book does say a thing.
Kids, the Colorado River made this canyon slowly over millions of years. I'm sorry, that is stupid. That
no, that's reality.
Once again,
that's reality, Kent.
Yeah. Let's see what he's calling stupid. So, figure the Colorado River flowering along the bottom of the Grand Canyon has cut through layer upon layer of rock over millions of years, exposing fossils long buried in sedimentary rock. Fossils are usually found in sedimentary rocks because lower sedimentary rock layers are older than upper rock layers. Scientists can determine the sequence of changes in life forms on the Earth. Yes, this is what he calls stupid, as compared to, once again, his book,
The Global Flood that never happened.
Oh, James, have you ever heard about a man who lived in a big fish? I mean, I know you wouldn't believe me if I said a shark or a whale, but have you heard of a big fish?
Like a Goliath grouper, a Jewfish?
Yes, it was a giant gefilte fish.
A giant gefilte fish.
It all makes sense now.
Charlie Lyell, back in 1830, he was a lawyer from Scotland.
He hates this guy almost as much as Haeckel.
All the lawyers in the world were laid end to end around the equator. We would all be better off.
Yeah, Kent says this because he goes to court and tries to do his own lawyering, but he doesn't know anything about the law, so he ends up getting sentenced to prison.
Principles of Geology. Here it is on this table. Charlie Lyell wrote this book, 1830. In this book, he mocked at scriptures. He hated the Bible. You can see it mocking all through the here.
Oh, are we mocking scriptures?
Other fellows back in that time, Cuvier, Strata Smith, and some of these guys, they invented the geologic column. How many have ever heard of the geologic column before? They say each of the layers is a different age. Cenozoic, Mesozoic, Paleozoic, Archeozoic, all them Zoic boys. And
he really does.
They gave each layer of rock a name, like maybe you saw the movie Jurassic Park, and an age.
You can't refute it.
This was done in 1830, way before there ever was a carbon dating or potassium argon dating or lead 208, lead 206, uranium 235, uranium 238. Didn't exist, folks. The dating text didn't exist. They just made up these numbers out of the clear blue sky.
So they weren't as accurate. They weren't as accurate as they are with the radiometric dating.
The textbooks. There is no geologic column, and they know it. This fellow says, if there were a column of sediments, unfortunately, no such column exists. The geologic column is a hoax. Does not exist. It is stupid. Those layers cannot be different ages.
Sure, they
If the
could be.
geologic column were all in one place, it would be 100 miles thick. Didn't happen.
Sexy.
By the way,
Tell me
if the
how
geologic
thick
column
it
were
was
true,
again.
if you look at the side of Grand Canyon, you see all these thousands of layers.
Good night,
Why
sea
are there no
science.
erosion marks between the layers? Don't you think if one layer sat there for 10 million years waiting for the next one, it would rain once or twice? No erosion marks between the layers.
No
Interesting.
erosion,
Oh, something to consider anyway. Those layers
Not
are all
really.
very rapidly, and I think we can demonstrate that scientifically. If you take a jar of dirt, put some water in it, and shake it up, and set it down, it'll settle into layers for you automatically. It just takes a few minutes. It's called hydrologic sorting. The gravels go to the bottom, and then the sands and the silts
It's
and
called
the clays.
fucking bullshit.
Go home and do it with a jar.
Shit that didn't happen.
Years ago, I was preaching in Union Center, South Dakota. Union Center is right there. It's not even on the map.
But see, the funny thing is, he says it with such a confidence
Right.
that if you are not a scientist in the field, it is hard to bat his shit down, but yet he doesn't have any. This is why,
It's
as
all
much
bullshit.
as I
Yeah.
would like to talk to him about science, which I'll present, it all goes back to his religion. If he would stop being an Abrahamic Christian, I think there's no way that he would reject that.
He wouldn't care. He wouldn't care one way or another about it.
Exactly.
There are 40 people in the whole town. 38 of them came to church. I don't know where the other two were.
They were with Amy.
Showed up later, I guess.
That's
But,
right. They were with Gavin down here.
the preacher said, hey, Brother Hovind, let's go down to Rapid City, South Dakota. They've got a museum down there with a bunch of dinosaur bones. I said, all right, I like dinosaurs. Let's go. So we all drove down to the museum. The guy had met us at the door. He said, would you like me to give you a tour? We said, that would be great.
Here goes another bullshit story that
The
never happened.
tour was the geologic time
gotcha.
scale, the big chart. They got it behind glass so the kids can't touch it. You know, this is holy, sacred. And the guy said, now, boys and girls, this layer of rock right here is about 70 million years old. My daughter was 12 at the time. She raised her hand. She said, mister, how do you know that layer is 70 million years old? He said, well, honey, we tell the age of the layers by what kind of fossils we find in them. They're called index fossils. Oh, she said, thank you, sir. We walked around the other
No,
side
he
of the
didn't.
door, and we're standing over here, and the guide said, now, folks, these bones you're looking at are about 100 million years old. My daughter raised her hand again. She said, mister, how do you know those bones are 100 million years old? He said, honey, that's a good question. We tell the age of the bones by which layer they come from.
Dun, dun, dun.
She said, excuse me, sir, but when we were standing over there, you told me you knew the age of the layers by the bones, and now you're telling me you know the age of the bones by the layers.
We also
She said,
have multiple
isn't that circular
methods
reasoning?
of dating. We have carbon dating.
I thought, wow.
All right, stop it, Amy. We have to rip this apart.
Guy,
So that's not circular reasoning, because if we find a particular fossil in a particular layer and we date hundreds of these samples and they always come up within the same short range, and we cross-confirm this multiple different times, then you don't have to keep doing the test every single time. Okay, this animal in this layer, it's about within this range of years. And we've done these tests over and over again, and they've always came out and confirmed what we know to be the truth. So, yeah, we do date the rocks by the fossils by the, but it's been cross-confirmed radiometrically, so it's accurate. So we know that it works. He's just trying to say that, oh, they're just making it up. They're just pulling shit out of thin air and saying, oh, we're going to give this layer this age and this layer that age and this animal that age. He's trying to make it sound like it's just made up out of nothing, when no, they've actually gone to the laboratory, done the tests over and over again, so they know how old a particular layer is, and you have to date old bones by the layer that they're found in, because there's no carbon left. You can't carbon date them, so you have to date the layer.
Yeah, which is He doesn't believe in strata, geological common. I mean,
Fossils.
just major fields of science he just denies. What is up, Adam? We were just talking about how I think you're the only atheist that I know of that doesn't believe in evolution. I really do believe that if it wasn't for his religion, he would not be a creationist. I still stand by that it is a religious movement that is Senda loves sea science. And
this
hey,
is going to be a marathon.
It is. Like I said, we are doing a marathon. If you thought our our housekeeping was long, then we have been having fun. We are watching.
That's right, Ralph. We're triggering Ralph. But it's a labor of love, Ralph. It really is an honor and a privilege.
But those type of things, just like if we ever find a quote unquote theory of everything, it's just a PR term. It's just understanding the big and the small at the same.
Merging quantum mechanics with.
There you go. Okay. Well, then there you go. So that sounds good. My joke is that Kent believes in evolution because he says he believes in microevolution, which if you are on an evolution diet and you're just filling up on all that microevolution, it's just going to go right to your hips, and then you're going to have to... but welcome, one and all. We're watching Kent Hovind, Why Evolution is Stupid, with 100 reasons. We're definitely getting spoonfuls of stupid.
It had the strangest look on his face. It was almost as if he were thinking. He looked at my daughter. He looked at me. I wasn't about to help him. I thought, wow, this is going to be good. I got to hear this. He looked back at my daughter. He said, you know, you're right. That is circular reasoning. I never thought of that before. Folks, geologic column is a joke. It doesn't exist. It's all based on circular reasoning. We can demonstrate that clearly. Get our video number 4 if you want more information on how it's all based on circular reasoning. I'll just give you a couple of quotes here. This guy says, the rocks do date the fossils, but the fossils date the rocks more accurately. Stratigraphy cannot avoid this kind of reasoning if it insists on using only temporal concepts because circularity is inherent. You have to use circular reasoning to get it right. Well, that's stupid. And you don't need to be too bright to figure out that's stupid, okay? This geologic column contains limestone scattered all throughout the geologic column. I like to ask him the question. I say, fellas, you have limestone scattered all through this column. How do you know the age? I mean, it's all limestone. I mean, if I handed you a piece of limestone, how would you know if it's 100 million year old Jurassic limestone or 600 million year old Cambrian limestone? I mean, how would you tell the difference? There's only one way they can tell, by the index fossils. That's how it's done, folks. That is stupid. Because those fossils don't count for anything, as we'll see in a minute. They tell the kids each of these layers is a different age. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, real impressive, huge numbers. Now, Charlie Darwin did not like round numbers. He wanted to be more precise. He said the Wealdian deposits are 306,662,400 years old. Now, okay, Charlie, I think that's stupid. Those layers are not different ages, folks. All over the world, we find petrified trees standing up, running through multiple rock layers. Now, if you get a petrified tree standing up, running through different rock layers, I don't think it's smart to say those layers are vastly different ages. Petrified trees in the vertical position, they find them all over the world. Okay, here's one from Alabama. Come out of a seam of coal through 20 feet of rock into another seam of coal.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can just see the extremely recent research he is putting forward.
Coal. They found about 3 dozen of them, I think, in that one little coal mine, one little area, while they're digging the coal out. Petrified trees standing up. Cookeville, Tennessee. They found a bunch of them. This one's 30 feet tall, standing up. Joggins, Nova Scotia is famous for their petrified trees standing up in the vertical position. all over the area
Oh,
there,
my.
folks. Those trees did not get slowly covered by the sediments over millions of years. They would rot and fall down. Sometimes the petrified trees are upside down, running through many rock layers. Scientists estimate at the bottom of Spirit Lake in Mount St. Helens, there are now 20,000 trees that were blown out by the volcano. Thousands of them are standing up in the bottom of the lake, already buried 15 feet.
Yo, I noticed that he has speakers. That's why. He's not wearing a headset, and they probably can't get him to wear a headset. And so, yeah, you're probably going to have to get him to mute his mic. But that is actually good advice. And I try to have a habit of muting myself. I try to do that naturally. I found that helps on apologist and Dawa channels because I want to let everyone have. There are some atheists that they just want to pounce. And I understand why. We hear things that we disagree with and we go, oh man, we just need to shut them up. I just need to make a point. And yet I have found just sit there with a pen, just write everything down, let them get it out of their system, the whole spiel, because then they'll feel validated, like they actually got their point out and you're actually having a conversation and not trying to attack their ideas. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to the debate. I am excited to... He knew Darwin. Wow. Michael Wood sent so much love. What's up, Craggy Beast? Woo! He stole that picture. The video game called Frogger.
Deep in mud. None of them
15 feet.
grew there.
Say it again.
Those trees are going to petrify. Only takes a few years to petrify a piece of wood.
Oh.
In the laboratory, it can be done in 24 hours.
Sponsored by Sugar Water. I keep
We cover
on
lots
trying
more
to
on
hit
how
the
fast things can petrify in videotape number 6 of our series. But they dug up a guy. They buried this doctor in Tennessee. 14 years later, his wife died.
And why, yes, I am. You can see that tomorrow. I will be debating Kent Hovind tomorrow on Brett Keen's channel, the link of which is in the community tab. I should put it in the description, though, too. And then James is going to be debating
next Friday.
Kent Hovind next Friday on Standing for Truth channel. And I need to confirm this with the MDD. I believe that I am going to be modding another debate and then possibly getting back on the debate circuit. So I'm excited.
That'd be great. You've done enough modding. Now it's time to get you back on as a debater.
Well, and I really do love debating. I love this community. It has been kind of a transition, to use a fun word, away from text in discuss platforms. Like the community in the YouTube chat has actually been, and Twitch chat has actually been cathartic as well. I used to argue on like the comment section of like the news articles and religious articles and stuff, and it felt like screaming.
I do that just for shits and giggles.
Yeah.
Not to actually be productive.
But now it actually feels like a community of people. We got our Skeptic and Ranting. When and where is it? It is 8 p.m. tomorrow on Brett Keen's channel, and I am going to go get the link.
She's going to do that. Now, I have to say, I was not able to get on such an upscale channel as the Brett Keen show. So my debate with Kent Hovind will be on the Standing for Truth channel. But, you know, Amy pulls a lot of weight. She's a heavy hitter in this field. So she was able to get on the Brett Keen channel. So,
and I will say, I love Standing, praise, Brett. Generally speaking, James Coon, exactly.
She loves everybody.
Well, there are a lot of cool Christians out there. It's just, you know, what can I tell you? And I'm about to send a link into chat. And there we go. So I will be debating Kent Hovind tomorrow. So this is kind of like our marathon trying to understand his mentality. Been watching a bunch of his material just to try and understand him. But, figured this would be a really good one for, as you can see here, a nice short video.
When they went to dig the grave, water soaked into her grave. And they said, oh, we can't bury Grandma there. So they dug a hole on the other side. Water soaked in. So they dug a hole and buried Grandma somewhere else. And then the kids got worried about Grandpa, and so they went and dug up his grave.
The
arms had rotted off, but the rest of the body had petrified in 14 years, turned to stone from water running through the coffin.
Bullshit.
I got tons of material on how fast things can petrify. Those layers are not different ages. They all formed in one big flood in the days of Noah. To tell the kids the layers are different ages is stupid. That just simply is not true. So what about carbon dating and potassium argon dating and rubidium strontium dating and lead 208, lead 206, uranium 235, uranium 238? Well,
I like how he's saying all of
some
these dating methods just to say they're full of shit. He's like, look at all of these convergent things.
Yeah, it's all nonsense because it contradicts the Bible. Book said a thing.
I don't know if you know this, but yeah, a book actually did say a thing.
But you have to take the hyper-literalist on steroids interpretation to get to where I'm at. But yeah.
Ways that this is just stupid, okay? That's not a way to tell the age of anything.
Science is stupid.
Give some more evidence that evolution is stupid. Now, if you want to believe in it, that's perfectly fine. I don't care what you believe in.
I get it. He doesn't like it because it disproves his belief, but hey.
And
you fooled.
We'll never provide evidence for creationism. That really is something very specific.
And he is laughing.
He's like, well, I admit that's a belief. I can't prove that, but you do the same thing.
Your religion.
Yeah, you have your beliefs, I have mine. I believe in the beginning God, you believe in the beginning dirt. I believe tax laws are unconstitutional. You probably have taxes taken out of your check, but...
And see, science on SFT is going to be James W. He may have it unlisted.
Next Friday.
But
no, it should be up.
Yeah, you may be looking on me. I'm on Brett Keen's.
As I said, C Science, I was not able to. I don't pull as much weight as Amy does to be able to get on a channel
and
like
I'll probably call. I want to, like I said, I would be willing to go on Standing for Truths. I would be willing to go back on Praises, though we'll see how that pans out. And then I would love to be. I'm excited to be back on MDD of the circuit, because theology, it's so interesting to counter.
If you want to believe you came from a rock, well, you just enjoy yourself. But that's not science. God made this world. God loves you. God has a plan for your life. And if you don't want it, well, that's your business. But God loves you. And He wants you to come to heaven. And if you'd like to find out how to go to heaven, come see me. I'll be glad to show you. I'm going.
He's like,
it's not because
put
I'm
money
good.
in the jar. I'll show you.
I get what I deserve. I'm in serious trouble.
What He can do for you.
By the blood of Jesus Christ. You can have the same thing. After the break, we'll show you some more things that make evolution
blood
stupid.
Of Jesus.
Coming up next. Thank you.
Once again, they say that like such a holy concept, and yet it's kind of horrible.
Amy, on Discord, I sent you they didn't see the SFT debate. I sent you that link on Discord. Could you pull it up and you can put my debate in the chat? Because it is up there. It's listed still. He hasn't canceled it. I guess he hasn't gone back to jail yet. There you go. May Amy eat Kent for dinner? Huh.
I mean, I think that Kent may eat you for dinner, Amy. Good luck. See, to be honest with you, it may go either way, and so I like, I think that I have a unique understanding of who he is, which is he wants to be liked for comedy, and he wants to basically be a politician. He wants to be convincing. He has this charismatic type of thing going on. I think it's the same way I treat flat earthers. He's such this fringe thing, is that I'm very into asking questions. I just want to know. And I don't think that he will be able to show anything. I don't think that he will be able to give any logistics. And if he complains about religion, Ken is my daddy. My daddy's cool. Daddy. Well, and that's, I always say, he can call me that if he doesn't want to pronoun me correctly, because there was a rumor that he may not. However, he can call me whatever he wants. Natural orator. Yeah, I was talking about with James, is that, when you talk with Darth, it's like speaking with a lawyer. I feel like if he would let me even ask questions, I feel like I could dismantle a lot of what he was saying. Even getting 1 out of 10 questions, I frustrated to the point that apparently he still thinks about me. It's kind of nice to be on his mind, and I think I can ask questions to Kent that maybe he does it a different angle, because I think everyone wants to science him to death, and he's not a liar, he's a bullshitter, and that is much harder if you're just making stuff up. So nervous, I'll tell you, it's just like any debate. It's just like it's like doing stand-up. I am not nervous until like a minute or two before I go up. When you're doing open mics, which also coming soon, they will tap you on the shoulder, whoever the host is, and they'll be like, "Listen, you're up next, so get ready, get your shit ready." And so at that point, you feel nervous. And that's probably the same with a debate right before you go live. But once you're in it, there's 2 secrets, which are my guiding light. And once again, I learned it from philosopher Marshall Mathers. But you need energy and you need anger. And there's just so much that bothers the hell out of me. Like, a lot of his things do not make sense. And as much as he wants to, I'll defend evolution and I will defend Big Bang cosmology. I want to pick apart his ideas. I want to pick apart his straw man. I want to talk about amoeba. I want to talk about fruit flies. And I mean, some of the things, I feel like there's always going to be someone that's going to be like, you should have used this science. You should have used this specific field. But I don't think there is any specific science terminology or fact that's going to take him down, because he doesn't want to absorb it. I have to figure out how to emotionally connect with my debate interlocutor and what will get through to him, because I find these views very silly. To use his, I feel bad saying it, they're stupid. Like, if he had to sit there and defend Jesus coming back from the dead, we would never hear the term, do you believe in science? Don't you believe in biology? Because that's when a miracle comes in. The moment
Magic.
that we have to, we go to magic. And so I always say, I'll admit I'm transgender, and then whoever out there believes in Jesus, or any miracle claim, just admit that doesn't happen. And I think we're square, right? We're even. That's like nip that in the butt. Just stay cool and do your best.
Thanks for the positive encouragement, Sea Science. It is an adventure debating Kent Hovind. Amy will do just fine, though. She'll do very good.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much, James. That means a lot.
You'll do very well. Yeah.
Like I said, I actually enjoy this. It is fun to me, and so many people have taken a crack that I really do feel like I just want to see if he can answer some of my gosh darn questions. Because that's how you understand people's mind view. Because is right zero, his faith is too strong to try science. You will need to debate the man instead. Well, and that's it. I mean, I don't like faith. I disagree with his premise with the Bible. Like, I don't think prophets exist. I don't think that the Bible is an accurate, or any holy book is a good methodology. Like, he a lot of times he'll make like predictions, which are just so weird. They're like such ad hoc. He's like, I'd expect if a God were to exist, that he would leave a book and it would be it's like, why?
If there was a big flood, you'd expect to find billions of dead things buried all over the earth. Well, look what we find. Billions of dead things. Therefore, the flood is real.
And yes, we are protected by things. Jupiter absorbs a lot of comets. We have a magnetic core that protect.
We have a ginormous moon.
We have a moon, and we live in a band that keeps us.
Thank you, Ralph. So much, Ralph.
Woo-hoo!
I'll tell you, Ralph.
So much love.
Listening to your comments is a lot easier when you're sending us the €10. So we appreciate it.
Well, I'm just saying once again, love. I keep on saying to my theist brothers and sisters, I don't know if it's the DMT talking or this will sound completely out of nowhere, but I've had because Ralph is a Christian, but I've had two, I'm fairly sure, Muslim people that I got in an argument with. We went back and forth about pronouns. I was just like ignored it and just kept on running on, and then they came on, and I know one guy specifically. I think because I said backstage, I'm like, no, I love you like I love all theist brothers and sisters, and he's like, damn, and they apologize. I got 2 apologies, which is crazy. By just continuing to argue about theology and not even focus on it. So once again,
they'll still throw you off a roof.
Oh, I know. Well, let me tell you, religious fundamentalism. But we love you, Ralph. Sending so much love. Thank you so much for the support.
Thanks for the euros.
And once again, we are using it. We are investing it in things that
Amy's laughing all the way to the bank.
Well, I will say, we are going to continue to make awesome content and more fun things. Hopefully get more
atheism, more busting religion,
and just more fun.
More fun. Who's that? Penelope or?
That's Penelope. Moonlight's just likes watching her. She's like, this bitch is so much fun. Oh my! I love my babies.
Fur babies.
It is my fur. Well, they are fur babies, and
right at the halfway point.
With data that your brain looks at them like you're. And all right, yes, we are in the halfway point, which is cray. We're about to hit hour 4. We're gonna hit a preacher thing. Oh my lordy. This is Kent Hovind, but it's so
The
funny.
Big Kahuna.
The Big Kahuna, 100 Reasons Evolution is stupid. By Kent Hovind. He's preaching. And that's another thing. I will say it's a technique that, preaching in and of itself. And so it's a combination. James Wolf said, would you mind linking Brett's channel for the debate tomorrow?
Oh, it's like God.
Absolutely.
What is it? God Tube Radio or something nonsense like that. Sorry, I'm sorry, Brett. I keep throwing shade at Brett. We love you, Brett.
Because I really do. So can I say, and maybe there's other drama, but for what it's worth, there are specific. I don't know if Brett or Praise still stands by this, but I've had certain theists who have just stood up for me. First of all, I know James Coons has stood up for me when I've let, he says very specifically, we're supposed to have a small leash. We want clean sound bites, but you're supposed to let people who have, it's a rumbling debate. So I know Praise got shipped from Darth for apparently having me on a debate. And I hope that he doesn't regret it. Because once again, I had a good time, Praise. Whether I'm sorry, Gavin. I would say that maybe Praise and I agree on at least your debating skills in the second one. He got very triggered, like really. Who?
He didn't get triggered. Smokey Saint style.
But we are watching.
No, it reminded me of when Smokey Saint called you a Nazi, a self-hating Jew Nazi. Remember that one?
Sometimes, it's a common thread because I am an ex-Jew. You don't hear that a lot because of how secular that many Jews, especially in the United States, are. So, the joke is you go to the rabbi and he says, Rabbi, I think I don't believe in God. He goes, who believes in God?
None of us do.
And so, yeah, I get that, but at the same time, I feel like I'd be a hypocrite. I really do. I can
still use the Jew moniker. You'd be a hypocrite to still consider yourself.
There are things that I was raised in that I have happy memories over, like grape juice, gelt. I like chocolate coins that you can
playing
eat.
dreidel with Wilkie Cade.
Dreidel is fun. Matzah. If you put something on it, like eating nothing, or I guess if it's fresh matzah that you made, but generally speaking, you want to put something on a damn cracker.
Oh. Maybe some white rice, or
I know. Well, exactly. You want to put something on it. So, but then again, my favorite thing. I don't know if any of you have Five Guys, but they use Hebrew National hot dogs. This is another thing I was raised. I love fucking Hebrew National hot dogs, and then bacon. So, what can I say? You're gonna have certain kind of things in life.
You get a standing ovation?
Probably.
In the early 1950s, actually the late 1940s.
Hold on.
This must be next Sunday.
Sorry, I had to flip over the tape. All right, we're now on tape 2. We had a little audio coming through from the preview, but now we've officially turned it over.
They invented carbon dating. We're going to explain a little bit about radiometric dating and how it's supposed to work, and then show you that it does not work.
Please do, Kent.
Earth's atmosphere is about 100 miles thick, and we're also protected by a magnetic field. Radiation from the sun and from the stars, mostly from the sun, goes right through that magnetic field. Some of it does.
There is a trick to this. I mean, he very specifically was making jokes. And I guarantee you that he will, and I'll do the same thing. I can't help it. I
You're a
asked
comedian.
myself, why can I do this in Kent Hovind expression? Why? Because I was told, let me say, I was told you can only do decent impressions of people that you love or you have some sort of affiliation, and that haunts me because I would say for the most part I do not have warm, happy, tingly feelings when I think of Kent Hovind. And so the answer is in comedy is that I
Ooh, guys, did we just lose Amy? I think we lost Amy, guys. Yep. Here
I
she
got
comes.
summoned by Satan.
Was he
Sometimes I
pissed?
have to sell. Sometimes I have to sell timeshares in hell. But the thing that I think is that he makes jokes in that he warmed up the crowd very specifically
With
early
his dad
on
jokes, yeah.
with his dad jokes. He continues to do that. He layers it in with science
Multiple
that
sides.
two things. He one puts up very sophisticated science that he just does a mocking voiceover and throws it over. Then he throws on slides that he made
From the
that have no
1980s.
references, and some that have or he quote mined.
Does not work.
Please
Okay.
do.
He made, but yes, if you just joined us, we are talking about Kent Hovind, Why Evolution is Stupid, 100 Reasons he's giving us. And yeah. And I will say, don't miss anyone construed my love comments. Because it's a fine line between the people that you severely dislike. I hate using the word hate. I do hope that I have a good conversation. And what can I say?
Hope
We're
he has
going to
fun
continue
at the
forward.
jail.
Yeah. Inmate K37246-727.
And hits the atmosphere and produces carbon-14. Carbon-14 is radioactive. Normally,
And not
carbon
only
is
that, and I will say this, because doesn't matter how much I bond with someone making jokes, because yes, that's important and it's good. And if Joseph Smith had a good sense of humor, that wouldn't have made his
Wouldn't be more believable.
nonsense any more believable. So what I have a big problem with is this man has done so much damage, so much to our educational system. These type, along with probably the Heritage Foundation, but the Discovery Institute have done so much. What you should really be looking forward into is the Freedom from Religion Foundation, who was on the line with Matt Dillahunty and Liz. I forget her name, but she was a fantastic lawyer. Go check her out. She's amazing. 100 things about science that Kent gets wrong, in other words. Yes, that has been most of the video. Like, some of the stuff that he makes fun of has been the most reasonable things on the screen. And what's up, Command Cyborg?
It's very blasé, non-controversial, just regular shit that he's picking a fight with because it contradicts his Bible.
Indeed.
Beamsy wants you to. Beamsy says
atomic
he's
weight.
been a bad boy. He wants you
Oh
to,
my!
Yeah. Have you been bad, Beamsy?
Well, I think we have a cure for that.
Yeah. Otherwise, she'll have to get her bat of kindness out.
And I will say, Jesus came once, and if he wants to come again, he's going to have to ask for permission. Just put that out there.
FYI, he's not going to get it. No permission.
Oh, no, he's been a very
He's
naughty
been very
boy.
bad. Yeah, he's going to have to wait a while.
12, but this...
Okay, that now my head's just thinking about Jesus Christ and chastity, but...
Jesus in the chastity belt?
Exactly. If I wasn't already going to their version of hell, please, I hope that thought gets me there.
Nitrogen, which is right next door to carbon, gets struck by radiation and it turns it into carbon-14. Now, carbon-14 is unstable. It is radioactive. It's always breaking apart. And you can hear it like with a Geiger counter, click, 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 just like uranium because it's decaying. They've discovered it decays
Click, click,
at a fairly consistent rate. About half of it will decay every 5,730 years. Which means if I gave you a pile of...
It's not a round number like the Bible likes.
730 years later, half of it would turn back to nitrogen. The rest would still be carbon-14. Theoretically, it's a random event, but it could. That's probably how long it would take. During photosynthesis, plants are breathing in carbon dioxide, and this radioactive carbon is mixed in with the regular carbon. The plant doesn't seem to know or care if it's getting radioactive carbon or regular carbon. It just takes it right in. Animals eat the plants and make it part of their body. Probably during your lifetime, you have either eaten plants or you've eaten animals.
Only truthful statements I've heard from Kent the past this hour of this video.
Before he tries to bastardize carbon.
Plants. How many have done that before? Okay. So, you probably...
Yes, hold on.
Oh, eating plants or animals?
Part of their body. Probably during your lifetime, you have either eaten plants or you've eaten animals that have eaten plants.
Correct.
How many have done that before? Okay. You probably have radioactive carbon-14 in you. Now, theoretically, what you have in you should match whatever's in the atmosphere, about the same percentage. Because the plants are always breathing this stuff in, and the animals are always eating the plants, and we're always eating the plants and the animals, so it should stay in balance. It is assumed of radioactive carbon-14 to normal C12 in the atmosphere would be the same found in living plants and animals. That is an assumption, but it's a reasonable assumption.
I will say, Beamsy, that's a very chicken or egg problem we got going on there.
Oh, at least he says it's a reasonable assumption.
The atmosphere today is 0.0000765%. Not much. That's how much carbon-14 it has in it. When the plant or animal dies, it stops eating or breathing. How many knew that already? Okay.
Well, there's at least one, the one behind him, but I think that was almost dead.
Since half of it will leave in 5,730 years, all you got to do is check to see how much C14 is in it, how much C14 is in the atmosphere, and if it's only got half as much, it's been dead for 5,730 years. Sounds great. But
it does work.
In theory, it never goes to zero, but it goes from a half to a fourth to an eighth to a 16th to a 32nd to
converging lines of evidence.
After 4 or 5 half-lives, you can't measure it. So if anybody ever tells you, we know the Earth is millions of years old because of carbon dating,
no,
once again,
nobody would ever say that, Kent. Nobody would ever say that.
This is what pisses me off. You're just making it up. He's like, it's a big number. What's the difference? Millions, billions? I mean, if I told you, I normally say to emphasize, if someone told you you had $6,000 in your bank account, you would have a different emotional response than if someone
taking
told
a
you
vacation,
you had $6 billion. But
you'd be buying Twitter.
4.5 billion specifically. But I just go once again. You can tell this is why he's not a good business partner. He's like millions, billions. What's the difference? A lot.
Why have billions when you could have millions?
Millions. That I feel like that is what's going on right now, though, in real life.
Basically, yeah. He's trying to be Dr. Evil, but he's failing. He just wants sharks with laser beams.
What they're talking about.
Laser beams on their forehead.
Beams.
They don't
Look,
do
if you
to
can't
evolve it. He wants it to evolve it.
If you can't have space lasers, then you're gonna have to have something. Sharks with lasers.
Because if it worked, it would only work for 30 or 40 or 50,000 years maximum.
Right, which is all they use it for.
Compare the amount of C14 in the object being dated with the amount currently in the atmosphere and estimate how long the object has been dead. It sounds good, but there are some assumptions that mess everything up. Okay?
No, they don't.
Assumption number one, has the amount of C14 in the atmosphere always been the same? Has it reached equilibrium? This is an interesting problem. If I told you to fill a barrel with water, but I drilled holes on the other side of the barrel, while you're filling it, it's leaking out. At some point, it's going to be leaking at the same speed you're filling, and that point is called equilibrium. You will never fill the barrel past that point, unless you plug the holes or fill faster.
Okay.
See, it's filling and leaking at the same time, sort of like your checkbook. You put it in and it leaks out, okay? Hopefully, you want to at least be at equilibrium, okay? If less than that, you're going to be in trouble eventually. See, if your outgo exceeds your income, your upkeep will be your downfall every time.
It does make me want to have like
They
a
say
joke
if you took a brand,
like it would be in the high dozens, if
The
not
good,
close.
if you track like the good ones versus the terrible ones.
Well, I mean, even just taking shots at them, he has to have them planned. Those are
Oh yeah,
definitely.
this is a script.
rehearsed.
He's done the script. He's read the script hundreds of times.
new planet Earth and stuck it out in the solar system, the sun would start producing carbon-14. It would start decaying also right away, and it would take about 30,000 years to reach this equilibrium point. Well, Willard Libby and others who invented carbon-14, University of Chicago, 1947 to 53, he got a Nobel Prize for it in there somewhere. He said, well, it would take 30,000 years to reach equilibrium. He said, well, we know the Earth is millions of years old.
Yes, we do.
Mistake number one. So we can ignore the equilibrium problem. Mistake number two. The Earth's atmosphere has still not reached equilibrium.
Oh, it has.
There's more C14 now than there was 10 years ago, which proves the Earth is less than 30,000 years old. Just from reading my Bible. See, if an animal is still alive, be it plant or animal, okay, it should have about 16 clicks per minute on your Geiger counter per gram. If it's 0 years old, actually 0 years dead. If it's getting only 8 clicks per minute, then it's 5,730 years old. If it's giving you 4 clicks per minute, it's gone through 2 half-lives. It's 11,000 years old. If it's 2 clicks per minute, it's 17,000 years old. This is how they date it. So if you're getting 2.5 clicks per minute, you just find the point on your graph and draw the line over and determine the age. Sounds real simple, but it doesn't work. If we had walked into a room and found a candle burning on the table, and I asked you the question, when was it lit? You say, I don't know, Mr. Hovind, it's burning when I got here. Okay, well then let's do some empirical science. Empirical science is things we can test and measure and observe and test. Not theoretical, I mean empirical. We can measure it and weigh it. Let's measure the height of the candle.
15
Suppose
feet.
the candle is 7 inches tall.
Oh my.
You can tell me when it was lit. Okay, nobody. Let's do some more empirical science. Let's measure the rate of burn. Suppose we determine it's burning an inch an hour.
I am so
When was it lit?
excited for those emojis.
Oh, yeah. Look at the trees.
May 21st.
That's what
Look
they
at the
do.
trees. One of the two icon emojis of the 7. 5? No, 5. But there will be more. There will be 7.
Oh,
there will be
okay.
more. Oh my.
Billions of years ago. Unless you're willing to make some assumptions. How tall was it when it started? Oh, we don't have any idea. Has it always burned at the same rate? Oh, we don't know that either, do we? You find a fossil in the dirt, you can measure how much C14 is in it. Very accurately, by the way. And you can measure how fast it's decaying. That's just like measuring the height of your candle and how fast it's burning.
But maybe it decayed at a different rate. Maybe physics just did different
Unless you're going
shit.
to assume that the C14 when it was alive is the same as we have today, and assume the rate of decay has always been the same down through history.
Why would it not be the same?
Living mollusks
Why would it not
are
be
dated
the
at
same?
2,300 years old. Hello, they're still alive. Freshly killed seal, carbon dated 1,300 years old. Shells from living.
So I just want to released a scientific statement. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come?
But what he's playing here is people who most of these people are probably intentionally doing the carbon dating wrong. They're trying to manipulate the results
Absolutely.
to get wrong results so they can say, look, it doesn't work. No, it's a tool, and if you use the tool and abuse it the wrong way, it's going to give bad results. No shit. But that they want you to take what they've done to intentionally misuse it and throw the whole thing out because it kind of hard on their bibble.
Also, this is either a seal or an otter. I'm trying to
Seal.
remember. It's a
The
seal.
picture, it says a seal.
Oh, it does say seal. There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not Heidi Klum's ex, but the animal.
But you can tell that this is carnivora because they have this type
The whiskers.
whiskers and this type of structure. They're also carnivores, and they are fantastic. I would try to take one home, but I don't think I have a bathtub big enough.
Snails, carbon dated 27,000 years old. That's stupid. He's still alive, okay? I know snails are slow, but 27,000 years, he'd be dead. Okay? One part of a mammoth is 29,000 years old, another part's 44,000. One part of Gima was 40,000 years old, another part was 26,000, and the wood 9,000.
Making stuff up.
The lower leg of
really
a
old
mammoth is 15,000 years old. The skin is 21,000.
Wrong.
Two mammoths found side by side in Alaska. One is 16,000, one's 22,000. Which number's right?
I remember Ken will love this, but actually, Aaron Ra went through all these examples he's listing.
Were dated by accelerator mass spectrometry.
Aaron Ra went through all his examples and like showed the sources and determined that they were all full of shit. And you can tell Kent, I said that. Yeah, Aaron Ra said he's full of shit, and I tend to trust Aaron Ra more than Kent. So.
Well, he's very triggering to them now because even more so than normal because he identified as
he came out as a
Satanist. But I think to the atheist community, we look at that and we go, yeah, okay. Because for the most part, he is doing a version of an anti-LaVey Satanism. He is basically...
It's, like the spaghetti monster.
Yeah.
Mocking religion.
A lot of the time, they are at the forefront of attacking religion, and they are the ones who put up like Muhammad statues on, like right next to the Ten Commandment statues. Then the Christians are like, you know what? Maybe this freedom of speech thing isn't as much as we wanted. Maybe we should go back to not having anything here. We're like, wow, what a revelation! Was it from God or was it from the giant statue?
What it was like a week ago, I saw in the news. It kind of blew up because the Satanic Temple they're aggressive. They go into the schools and they have their after school Satan club, which is just like where it's like aftercare for kids, but Satan themed.
But with Satan.
Yeah, but with Satan, and of course, some people saw that and they got really triggered by it, and you know. Like a kind of 1980s style satanic abuse kind of nostalgia, even though that turned out to be bullshit. Nobody was being sacrificed to the devil. There was no wide-scale ritual abuse. It was just
Wait a minute.
It was a media phenomenon. It never really happened.
To be an inner circle atheist, don't you have to throw babies in volcanoes?
Yeah, but if you don't have access to a volcano, a wood chipper would do just fine.
All right. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Reminds me
all
of
11 dated about 5,000 radiocarbon years. Lava from a 1801 Hawaiian lava flow was 1.6 million years old. Well, hello is not even 200.
And they don't use carbon.
Other volcano erupted in Hawaii in 1959. When they dated the lava, it was 8.5 million years old.
They use carbon dating to date life. He's talking about
dating for that. Carbon.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Ken.
Etna in Sicily, I climbed Mount Etna when I was over there some time ago. Erupted in 1972. 350,000 years old. Mount St. Helens built a new lava dome in 1982. They dated it, got numbers from 350,000 to 2.8 million. It's not even 20 years old. Here's what you ought to consider about carbon dating. Samples of known age, it doesn't work.
No.
If it's a sample of unknown age, it is assumed to work.
It works fine on both.
In the last 2 years, an absolute...
No, what it has is it has ranges that are you're able to date things. And so what happens is that you look for the ranges that overlap, and then you get convergent dates, and they cross-identify each other. It's amazing what happens when you use the tool as it's actually
the right way.
Yeah.
And this is confirmed by scientists in different labs all over the world, dating the same types of things and all coming up with the same ranges. Go figure, huh?
Amazing.
Date has been obtained for the Gandong beds above the Trinal beds. It has the very interesting value of 300,000 years, plus or minus 300,000 years. Well, they nailed that one right on the head, didn't they?
Yeah, no.
See, back in 1770, George Buffon said the Earth is 70,000 years old. 1905, the official age of the Earth was 2 billion. When they went to the moon, they said the Earth and the moon are 3.5 billion years old.
Getting close, they're getting warmer.
3.5 billion, dated with potassium argon
this
dating.
is another thing that religion seems to think that by not changing, that is somehow an advantage. No, actually refining when you get new information is progress.
But you notice how each time they're getting closer, they're getting better data. It's not like wildly fluctuating all over the place. Each time they're getting closer.
Telling the students it's 4.6 billion years old. Let's see, that means the Earth is getting older at the rate of 21 million years per year.
No,
that's 40 years
not
per
how
minute.
That works.
Aging rapidly, folks. That's stupid, okay? All they do is add more time to make the theory look more reasonable. Long ago and far away.
Like
and
your
when
Bible.
you prove it happen, they say, well, it was longer ago and farther away.
Like
The
your
desert
Bible.
trilogy.
Then they're going to tell the students one of the evidences for evolution is embryology.
Oh,
Now,
here we go.
this whole theory that make me angrier than this, so I'm going to try to stay calm.
Oh, that's why I went there.
Ernst Haeckel, embryology professor at the University of Jena in Germany, loved evolution theory. When the Darwin's book came out, Ernst Haeckel read that book the next year and said, wow, this is a great theory. All we need now is some evidence.
Oh, they had plenty.
9 years later, they still had no evidence. So Ernst Haeckel decided to take Charlie out. He was an embryology professor, the study of animals before they're born, you know, the different embryos of all these different animals. He made drawings that were fake to make them look alike. The students are taught we have evidence from development. I don't think so.
Yeah, what he's
The similarity
saying
between early
is
stage
that by drawings that are fake, he just means drawings at all. He's saying that because they were not photos, that they're fake. But no, he was drawing what he accurately saw.
These are wonderful, amazing works of art, and they're drawings. Yeah, they're not photos, but with any work of art, there is some artistic license, and but it remains true that the embryos do have many, many similarities that would not have to be true if it was a God doing everything. It would absolutely have to be true if evolution is true, but it would not. Why would God make all the animals develop very similarly?
Well, the other thing is we go through all of the chain of evolution as you go through embryology. And so that's why we look similar at that stage, because at one point we were similar at that stage.
Yeah. I don't think so, pseudonym. I've never seen anything. I don't think it was fake. I think the first issue of the drawings may not have been the best version of it, but I do think that with the second edition, they fixed any kind of discrepancies that were with the first one, but after that they remained pretty constant, and I do think that they were reasonably accurate. Stages
in development of many different animals helped convince Darwin that all forms of life shared common ancestors. Actually, Darwin considered this by far the strongest single class of evidence in favor, a class of facts in favor of his theory. This is stupid, folks.
All those
I'll show
kids
you.
are not happy.
This textbook says,
They're like,
the human
"Screw
embryo
this
growing in the
church."
mother has gills like a fish. Those little folds of skin are not gills, okay? Excuse me?
Yes, they are.
Those little wrinkles under your chin when you're growing up later develop into bones in the ear and glands in the throat. They never have anything to do with breathing. I've seen
Right?
folks that have 5 or 6 chins and they can't breathe through any of them but the top one. Not gill slits.
But see, that's how biology works. That's how development works, is that the body takes a base material and it can do different things with it. It can turn it into gills in fish. It can take that same material and do glands in the throat with it in humans, because that's all evolution has to work with. It can't just poof something out of nothing. It has to take what it already has and slightly modify it.
We can't use magic?
It's just like how you can't tell when a very early embryo what the sex is, because they all look exactly the same. So the body takes the same base material. It can make a female reproductive system or a male reproductive system, and that's why they're analogous with each other. It's the same material just being utilized differently. That's why the males have 2 testes, the females have 2 ovaries. It's the same material. This is exactly what we would expect to see with evolution.
60. Haeckel took a drawing of a dog and a human embryo and he changed them to make them look exactly alike.
He didn't change them, and they're not exactly alike.
His fake
they are
drawings
pretty damn
look
similar.
almost identical.
Yeah,
On top are the real.
What he is now trying to say is basically he made a drawing of what he accurately saw. Once again, a drawing. That is just a weird type of counter. Well, I guess it's an apologetic. Amy, you going to put this fool under a black magic spell or what? That may be. I don't believe in black magic, but I will say that some people get annoyed with my my Socratic gangbang, but I pretend to like just questions if he actually answers. The problem is I get the feeling he's going to answer like a politician, but we will see.
Drawings underneath are Haeckel's fake drawings. He lied, folks, intentionally. He made huge charts of his posters of his drawings of these embryos and traveled all over Germany.
What an amazing work of art.
Himself converted the Germans to believing in evolution, which later led to the obvious question, well, if evolution is true, then maybe one of the races of people has developed farther than the rest. Which, by the way, is a subtitle to Charlie Darwin's book. You can look at it for yourself. The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the
Struggle. They did not mean races in terms of the races of people, like black, white, or Asian. They meant the term race in that way means more like species. But the fact is that racism pervaded long before anybody had ever thought of evolution. Has nothing to do with evolution. No race is more evolved than any other race. If anybody ever thought that at any point, they were just using evolution. They were bastardizing what the theory says to comport with their already backwarded views on race.
And survival of the fittest just means that surviving. So it doesn't mean that you have to be the smartest. It just means you need to be able to survive.
Can you get enough food to live?
You get enough food to live. Just survive another day. And then the environment is what picks those traits.
If that one is politically incorrect, you don't want to watch that one. Trust me. On top are Haeckel's fake drawings. Underneath are actual photographs of what he claimed he was drawing a picture of.
Yeah, look, they're showing the yolk in that one just to make it look way more different.
Well, it turns out he's a liar. He was convicted of fraud by his own university.
If it wasn't for that, they actually look really like them.
Proven to be a fraud. But guess what? Haeckel's fake drawings are still used in textbooks in your state right now.
Because they're not fake,
Textbook used at the University of West Florida, in the middle of the Bible Belt. It's only been proven wrong.
Because they're not fake.
So, I know
You're
it takes a while.
saying they're proven wrong.
That ought to be plenty of time. That's stupid. Those are not gill slits on the embryo. There's an Irish textbook. I was just there a few months ago. It says the embryo has gill slits. That's baloney. This one says the embryo has gills. Glencoe biology says gills. Proven wrong.
Not proven wrong. It does have gills. They just develop into different things in humans than they do in fish. This is how evolution works. That is no problem for evolution.
And it's true, man. I mean, the survival of the most adaptable could be is an interesting type of phrase. I mean, I just know that it is a misused label. People think that all of life is trying to trend to be human, when really most of life is just doing their thing.
They still weren't fake.
125 years ago.
It's true, they still want to.
They still weren't fake. Even if they weren't the best drawings, fake would be intentionally designed to mislead. And we see that there are plenty of similarities between the embryos that would not have to be true if there was a creator, but would have to be true if life evolved. And what we see is totally consistent with life evolving. You wouldn't have to fake it.
Until you make it.
Yeah.
Your textbook says the human embryo has gills. Here's this Tim Barra writing his book on the myth of creationism. And he mentions the gills are evidence for evolution. You're only 115 years behind, Tim. Miller's still teaching it 125 years after it was proven wrong. I debated Miller on the radio on a St. Louis radio station one time. There's a college textbook still teaching the kids the embryo has gills. This one says, it shows the kids a 5 to 6 week embryo, but it says by 7 months, the fetus looks from the outside like a tiny normal baby, but it's not.
I mean, it is what it is.
So we have large from the skeleton, body full of hair, beginning of third trimester. Oh, I see where we're
It's
going
not a
here.
baby at 7 months. Excuse me? A whole bunch of kids born at 5.5 months survive, 34%. That's stupid to say it's not a baby at 7 months development. Maybe you heard about the woman that had surgery on her baby before it was born. They cut the mother open, cut the uterus open. The 5-month-old baby, 5 months in development, reached out and grabbed the doctor's finger. It's not a baby, huh?
Here comes the abortion stuff.
If it's not a human being, what kind of being is it? If it's not alive, why is it growing? Why do they keep that in the textbooks? Well, that's the only way to justify abortion. They want
Nobody
you to
uses that. They have nothing to do with it, literally.
No, it's a human the instant it's conceived. And abortion is murder. Plain and simple. We cover lots more on that on my videotape number 4. You don't want to watch that one either.
And I will say, just a warning out there, we need to defend ourselves against theocracy, no matter what form. Please, please, please vote. That's all the plea that I can do.
Tell the kids, we've got evidence for evolution because dinosaurs turned to birds. This is stupid.
And no,
this guy says dinosaurs are alive.
Dinosaurs. Once again, they will always be the older group. We will always be primates. We will always be mammals, as much as we're humans.
As birds. Well, kids, in case you don't know, there are a few differences between a dinosaur and a bird. You don't just put a few feathers on them and say, come on, man, give it a try. It won't hurt too bad.
They're still related.
Oh, get it? It's like there's a, I think they're named Brontosaurus now. They used to be Brachiosaurus. And we just duct tape feathers. That's exactly what we believe.
That's stupid, okay? Dinosaurs did not turn to...
Yeah, why does he show a feathered velociraptor?
Somewhere along the line, while his front legs are developing into wings, they're going to be half leg, half wing, which means he can't run and he can't fly yet. He's going to have a hard time, isn't he? No,
Well,
dinosaurs did not turn into birds. That is stupid, okay?
No,
They say,
it's
we've
not.
got proof that they did. Archaeopteryx, which means ancient wing. That's supposed to be evidence for evolution. It's in just about...
And no,
It is
yeah.
amazing evidence for evolution.
Well, all of this stuff now he's presenting. Once again, he mixes in like good information that he criticizes, and then he shows up his like nonsense slides that he made with no references.
Not every textbook I've seen dealing with this topic. Archaeopteryx is supposed to be evidence. Here's a 1999 textbook. Now, Archaeopteryx was proven to be a fraud in 1986.
No, it wasn't.
So this author is 13 years behind the time.
No.
Like when they say Lucy was a fraud.
Yeah, like no, it's not proven for fraud, Kent. None of this is fraud.
Archaeopteryx means ancient wing. They're going to say, see, boys and girls, he's got claws on his wings. Yeah, so?
So
12 birds today have claws on their wings. The ostrich does, the Watson does, Turako does, ibis does. So what? It's kind of unusual, but 12 birds have it. They're going to say, well, he's got teeth in his beak. That proves he's got a reptilian feature. Well, now, wait a minute. Some reptiles have teeth, some don't. Some mammals have teeth, some don't. Some fish have teeth, some don't. Some of you have teeth, some don't. Okay? That doesn't prove a thing, all right? Alan Fiducia is considered one of the world's experts on birds. He believes in evolution. University, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, Chapel Hill. He said, paleontologists have tried to turn Archaeopteryx into an earthbound feathered dinosaur, but it's not. It's a bird, a perching bird, and no amount of paleo babble is going to change that.
oh look, 1994. So that's
It's a bird.
cutting edge.
By the way, even by their twisted thinking, birds are found in layers lower than Archaeopteryx. If you find fully formed birds in rock that you think is 130 million years old, then Archaeopteryx at 65 million years old cannot be a missing link, can it? Because birds were already here. Even with their dumb
Archaeopteryx
it
was
doesn't
the
work.
first bird.
We cover lots more on that on video 4.
And
They say
missing
bird
links don't
feathers
exist.
evolved from scales. Well, that's stupid. In the first place, they come from different genes on the chromosome, okay? Developed totally different. A scale is a hard wrinkle in the skin. They attach to the skin very differently. Feathers are incredibly complex, folks. Unbelievably complicated.
They're essentially
But that's made from
modified
the same
scales,
protein,
yeah.
keratin, and that's where the similarity stops.
They're
So what?
feather is a modified
Battleships
scale.
and forks are both made of iron. Doesn't prove they both evolved from a tin can.
Yeah, they're not biological
Engineers using
organisms.
the same material for different functions.
They don't
And now
evolve.
use keratin for fingernails and hair and scales and feathers. So, same designer, that's what it proved. A lot more on the bird evolution in the book Icons, if you want to get that. Then they tell the kids about the peppered moth. Yes, boys and girls, somebody in England went around and counted the moths on the trees.
You'll like
Must
this
be a
one.
government project. They discovered it's 95% light moths and 5% black. Well, so the story goes, they burn coal in the factories, the trees turn black, and the moths changed to black moths. Because when they counted them again, they said they found 95% black and 5% light. Actually, the whole story is a lie. It never happened. After 40 years of watching, they found 2 moths on the trees. 2 total out of 40 years. So they glued dead moths to the tree to take a picture for your kid's textbook.
Do you hear that, Amy?
Then he wanted to get a picture of a bird eating a moth.
Oh yeah,
Moths
no.
feather-
Puts a moth in the refrigerator to calm them down,
It's
so
a
they got
giant
real,
conspiracy.
nearly frozen.
It's starting to make
Because
sense.
moths don't land on trees. Did you know that?
Yeah,
You
no.
believe that?
Can you
the moths are
imagine?
out there and they never land on a tree. They just always avoid the trees.
I feel like they're scared of trees. They have like a phobia.
I mean, does he honestly believe? Of course they landed on the frickin' trees, Kent. Of course they did. I mean, he cannot be this dense that he believe, oh, well, they avoided the trees, so they had to fake the photos and pin the dead moths to the trees to make it look like moths land on trees. Really? That's what he has, the length he has to go to
And he
make
put
the
them on the
Bible unreasonable?
This is the best they have to offer.
Tree, and they couldn't even hang onto the tree. So he warmed them up on the hood of his car. Put them out there on the tree, and the moth is staggering around trying to warm up, and a bird ate one. He got a picture. Wow, proof of evolution. It's a lie. It didn't happen. Even if it were true, dark moths and light moths were there at the beginning, and dark moths and light moths were there at the end. The ratio of population might have shifted, but the story wasn't true. So, doesn't prove anything. That's stupid. That's not evidence for evolution. They tell the kids, we've got vestigial structures. Now, a vestigial structure is something you don't need anymore.
Oh, here we go about the tailbone.
They say, boys and girls, you have an appendix that you don't need anymore. That's a vestigial structure. That's proof of evolution. Well, excuse me, you do need your appendix, okay? That is stupid. The appendix is part of your immune system. If your appendix is taken out, you can still live, okay? But it increases your susceptibility to quite a few diseases. You can live without both your legs and both.
And you notice they've updated the appendix. I think they've taken that off the list because science updates itself.
It gets better when it gets new information.
Right. Okay. They thought the appendix was completely vestigial. They found maybe it does have a residual function, so they took it off the list. Kent, what more do you want?
Your arms and both your eyes also. That doesn't prove you don't need them. Does it? There are no vestigial organs. And even if there were, that would be the opposite of evolution. That's losing, not gaining. This textbook says, boys and girls, whales.
I just want you to get that. It's very important.
There's no goal.
That is a heads I win, tails you lose. Just listen to that very carefully. Listen to what he's saying.
Prove you don't need them.
Play. Ask yourself, would you play that odds that he's telling you, that game?
Does it? There are no vestigial organs. And even if there were, that would be the opposite of evolution. That's losing, not gaining.
There you go.
So if you lose something that's detrimental to you, evolution doesn't care. That's how it works. If you don't need something anymore, you lose it.
Lose, you lose.
This textbook says, boys and girls, whales and many organisms
like Barney the dinosaur
contain the traces of their evolutionary history.
What is that?
He's got a Barney the dinosaur up front with him. I just noticed that. Like, I don't know. I guess that was before SpongeBob came out. So
he must have now.
Here we're getting to his whale porn.
Right there. Okay.
Whales and many organisms here, like a whale, retain the traces of their evolutionary history.
Whale.
For example, the whale retains pelvic and leg bones as useless vestiges.
Right.
I'm sorry, that's not true. This one says, just imagine whales walking around. It's true.
Uh-huh.
These little bones right there is what they're talking about.
You can imagine a whale-like creature that was like more like a hippopotamus, that was semi-aquatic.
Yeah,
and
like
then
Pachycetus.
Yeah, and then eventually just became fully aquatic.
Because its legs would no longer support its weight on land.
To use the word again, a transition just makes sense. A gradient, I really don't understand it. I do feel like you have to work hard not to properly understand evolution.
Well, like
a lot of this stuff.
Yeah. Well, we have like the basilosaurid whales in the fossil record that do actually have legs. Now, they're nowhere near strong enough that would support the animal on land. They were mostly used for swimming or for maybe swatting away parasites. But you think those legs that it did have were probably attached to those pelvic bones? I think that's a pretty good bet. But they don't have those legs anymore, so there's nothing attached to the bones anymore. He wants to make it sound like it's just a muscle attachment that God put there because they have 15-foot penises. But
look, scientifically 15-foot.
I don't know, Chris Peacock. That would be pretty sad if he only had a 14-footer.
It's true. Listen.
No size. Amy is known to be a size queen. So.
And it's like getting a pizza in under 30 minutes. Look, if I get a measuring stick out, it's not 15 feet. I just feel like I'm getting gypped a little bit.
You got cheated, yeah.
Just imagine him walking around.
Oh, whale walking.
All he needs is a good imagination and some LSD, and you'll be able to see that whale
Good night, Pat.
walking in real life.
Night, Pat.
This textbook says, The whale's pelvis is evidence of its...
And I will say, I'm sent in love. I think I have about another hour or so, and I will officially, like I've been telling James, I'll officially have been up for 24
Open up.
hours.
Oh yeah.
This is great. Well, I will open up, but I think we'll open up for like 20 minutes or something, just to get if anyone wants to come on the open mic.
Real
But
quick.
then I'm gonna hand it over to the community, the Skeptic and Ranting community on the Discord. But we are working our way through why evolution is stupid. 100 reasons why.
Oh, look
And
at that on
oh
Twitch.
my, let me tell you, it has been backed with as much wisdom as we normally find in the Bible, if not more.
He's up there with the flat earthers, Kent. That's true.
A little bit.
It's evolution from four-legged land-dwelling mammals. Well, that is stupid, okay? Those bones in the whale's abdomen are essential to hold muscles that support the reproductive system. Without those bones and those special muscles, the whales cannot reproduce. This has nothing to do with walking on land. It has to do with getting more baby whales. So the author that wrote this is either ignorant of his whale anatomy and should not be writing a book about it,
Don't you get it?
or he's a
Whales
liar
come
trying to
from
push a theory
whales.
off on our kids. Here, this one says, whales once lived on land. Whales were not always sea dwellers. Modern whales show skeletal evidence of previous existence on dry land. Buried deep in a whale's hip muscles are two small bones, all that is left of the whale's pelvis and hind legs. That's stupid.
No, it's reality.
All right, Beamsy, don't get overly excited. We can all have our own 15-foot whale.
Male and female bones are very different on whales. Check your whale anatomy and tear that page out of your...
Oh, check your whale anatomy, everybody. Get ready. Get set. Check your whale anatomy.
Kent, because Kent is.
Oh, is he?
He's got his whale porn ready.
It's being in there. This textbook says, humans have a tailbone at the end of the spine that is of no apparent use. I was debating a guy in North Alabama. He was the president of the North Alabama Atheist Association or something like that. He got up and he said, folks, we've got evidence for evolution. Humans have a tailbone they no longer need. When it was my turn, I got up and I said, Mr. Patterson, I taught biology and anatomy. I happen to know there are 9 little muscles that attach to the tailbone, without which you cannot perform some very valuable functions. I will not tell you what they all are, but go read your Gray's Anatomy and you can figure it out. I said, however, Mr. Patterson, if you think the tailbone is vestigial, I, Kent Hovind, will pay right now to have yours removed. Bend over.
Bend over.
Oh, my. We're going to do a prostate
That
exam?
is stupid, folks. The tailbone is not vestigial. This one says the coccyx, that's the tailbone. The small bone at the end of the human vertebral column has no present...
I just like hearing Kent.
It's a stupid... It's a stupid. If it was God, it's a stupid design tailbone. I've never broken mine, but anybody I'm sure who can attest to it, there's like, you break that bone, it's so painful. There's really nothing you can do about it. There's no way to treat it because it's inside the body. You just suffer.
Thank you, God.
Yeah,
that's okay. We have science to actually make things better when God doesn't do shit.
And that's the thing. If there is something in the body that used to have a greater function, but it still does something, well, okay, that's why it hasn't completely disappeared altogether, right? That's fine for evolution, because if people needed that coccyx to be able to reproduce, and if they didn't have it, they wouldn't be able to reproduce. Well, that would mean evolution would make sure to retain that trait. There's no problem for evolution, but what's vestigial is something that it used to have a much greater function, but it's been reduced to a vestige of what it used to have.
So Randolph asked how many times did Kent Hovind use the word stupid. We really should have had a counter. Maybe you should have set up a counter like South Park did with the famous curse words episode. I will say, I mean, that is the shtick. He, or at least whoever named it that. But man, it is just funny the level of projection. Like he could hook up a Dell laptop and just play laptops or PowerPoints off himself.
He's a meme of himself. Yeah.
Indeed.
Function, and is thought to be the remainder of bones that once occupied the long tail of a tree-living ancestor. I was taught when I went to school, man used to have a tail, but he lost it because he didn't need it. I thought, didn't need it? Have you ever thought how handy a tail would be?
Ha 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 ha.
Come to the door with two sacks of groceries. Wouldn't that be nice, man? Be able to grab that door and walk right around and get in?
Yeah. You see, Kent, that's the thing about evolution. It doesn't care about what you think might be nice to have. It's, did the tail, was it more of an asset than a liability? Did it help people survive longer? Or were people able to find food? Or was it just an extra part to get injured or infected that could kill you? And that's the balancing game that evolution has to play. Is something a benefit or is it a cost? And if it's more of a cost, evolution is going to favor getting rid of it.
And tails are also useful when you live in trees and you can use it and hang from. And when you start to move to the plains, you don't have use for it. I don't know what else to say. The environment changes. We're a different niche. So humans don't have them.
At the same time. We're going to tell the kids that lobe-finned fish show evolution. Yes, boys and girls, during the Devonian period, 410 million years ago, there were fish with lobe fins. What that means is a short arm and then the fin grows. Well, that's stupid, okay? The lobe-finned fish are still alive. They're called the coelacanths.
Once again, makes complete sense, but he just says it confidently. It is like a politician, I swear.
And when they found the first coelacanth in 1938, first people didn't believe it. They said it can't be true because they died millions of years ago. When they finally proved, yes, they're still here, all they said was, wow, they survived for millions of years. Never dawned on them to maybe question the whole theory. Never dawned on them. When Dr. Roy Mackal went to Africa and did expeditions on dinosaurs still alive in the African swamp, University of Chicago microbiology professor Dr. Roy Mackal.
Any evidence of that? Any evidence of that?
He went over there twice. Interviewed folks who've seen living
empirical
dinosaurs.
evidence. That'd be nice.
People who've never seen a white man. When he showed them the Apatosaurus, they said, "Yeah, that's Mokele Mbembe. He lives out in the river. He's not friendly. Don't get close." Dr. Mackal said, "Fellows, that's a dinosaur. They've been dead for 70 million years." The natives said, "Well, we're sorry. We didn't know about that." All we know is we see them out there once in a while. So Mackal gets back, writes his book, and says, folks, there are still some dinosaurs alive in Africa. Then he says, it's amazing, they survived for 70 million years.
Any evidence?
Never will cross his brain that maybe your basic theory is wrong. That thought will never enter his mind, I don't think. It ought to. Lobe-finned fish are still alive, folks. They tell them trilobites are good index fossils for rock that is 600 million years old. Well, that's stupid, okay? There's a human shoe print where a guy stepped on and squashed a trilobite.
That is not a human footprint.
How could a human step on a trilobite? Say 500 million years ago.
Yeah.
One guy said, maybe aliens visited the planet and stepped on a trilobite. Trilobite had the most sophisticated eye ever found in nature. It's one of the first animals to evolve, and it's already got the most complex eyeball.
Shrek is live.
I don't think so.
Complexity is not.
The whole thing about index fossils is okay. There aren't any.
And there are.
Can I just say,
as good as ours.
I have no idea if Matt Dillahunty watches this channel or if he got it from someone way more intelligent than both of the two schmucks that are hosting. But I just heard him on either the Atheist Experience or one of the shows pointing out that complexity is not the hallmark of design. And I'm just so tired. Like, when you think of Apple, when you think of the most cutting edge designs for the past few years, well, clearly you think of Apple products as being very complex and hard to use, right? That's what everyone thinks about Apple. They're just so hard, so sophisticated to everyone to access, right? That's the word we want to use for design. No.
Yeah.
We want simple. We want simplicity. Apple products are simple. Plug, play. That is what we want. We don't want to have to do this whole backflip just so that we can use whatever it is our technology has to be throughout the day.
And that's the thing. He always brings up like, oh, the space shuttle, the space shuttle. Well, the space shuttles were so complex that half of them blew up because the least little thing going wrong would cause the damn thing to blow up. Like the Challenger blew up because of a frozen O-ring. That's the thing. Like one little thing in a big machine like that caused the whole thing to blow up. The more parts, the more things can go wrong.
Yeah, anything with moving parts, the more moving parts, the more things go wrong.
The more risk.
Index fossils. The graptolites are the index fossil for 410 million year old rock, and yet they're still alive right now in the South Pacific. They tell the kids the dinosaurs are index fossils for 70 million year old rock.
Oh yeah, these
Folks,
pictures.
dinosaur
really
blood was found inside the bone. Don't you think it's going to decay?
For whatever reason, they're very easy saying we have a common designer, but they don't like admitting we have a common ancestor. So just think about it for like 3 seconds. It's kind of silly. Kind of really, really, really silly. In fact, to be on topic, some would even say it's stupid.
Less than 70 million years. There's enormous evidence that man and dinosaurs have always lived together.
No, there's not.
No.
Hours on video number 3.
Oh, goddess gracious, please.
Yeah.
You know, we were having a giggle. Come on, Kent. Don't break our brains. We were having
enormous
a good
evidence.
old time. And then you just have to really go to the Flintstones' defense. Is that really where we are right now?
The Flintstones is amazing evidence for the Bible.
It's a documentary.
Of our blue series of tapes. Gene Thomas, missionary friend of mine, was in the Congo swamp for 42 years as a missionary.
He said, find any evidence, did he?
Killed and ate one. Yes.
Once again, he criticizes us. And then, please tell me that this is not evidence of man living with dinosaur. He's like, he
doesn't like Haeckel's drawings of the embryos, but that's good
totally science, ladies and gentlemen.
Dinosaurs are still alive. California, 1925. This thing washed up on the beach called California's Nessie. Laid there on the beach and rotted away. Here's a guy behind it with a rifle. In the front, you can see the critter's head, neck going off to the right.
I'm sorry. What are we talking about? Did this just become a Loch Ness Monster debate? What are we talking about?
Neck was 20 feet long. One atheist wrote me a letter and said, Hovind, you're so stupid. Don't you know that was a whale? Show me any neck on a whale, would you please? No, I think dinosaurs.
I don't see a neck.
They were called dragons for most of history. People killed most of them. There could be a few still around. It wouldn't affect me at all, okay? I don't think there's a lot of them, but there could be a few still out there. They changed the name in 1841 to dinosaur. That's all that happened. And man exterminated most of them. They're mentioned in the Bible. You cover all that video number 3. They're going to tell the kids, we've got evidence for evolution. It works by natural selection. Well, yeah, natural selection works. But see, evolution is based on 2 faulty assumptions. Number 1.
Hold on. What was this? Gotta freeze frame it.
Well, yeah, natural selection.
Evolution. What do we got here? Evidence of evolution. Evidence from fossils. Evidence from structure. Evidence from molecular biology. This looks like... Okay. I'm just reading off the chapter review.
Works, but see,
table of contents. There we go. Found the word.
Evolution is based on 2 faulty assumptions. Number 1, they say mutations make something new. That's never been observed. And natural
Yes.
selection makes it survive. That's never been observed.
Makes it survive?
That sounds good theoretically, but it's never been observed. Mutations happen. There's no question. Okay, thousands and thousands of mutations happen.
Wildheart, there is. We have about 30 minutes left on this. And then I'm going to let everyone, I may even just have intro outros for the open mic and then just have the
Amy's been up all day.
actual. Yeah. Well, once it crosses 5 to 5:30, I will have been up for 24 hours. I love doing this, though. It was my own poor time management. So I just need to, after this, pass out. But we are still going to have chances. If everyone has wants to continue talking about the subject, we will have chances to do so.
And we'll definitely be back tomorrow.
Love Wild Heart, and yeah.
Oh, look at Pat.
Pat's Land of the Lost. That's right.
Reality TV. Yeah, he does.
They do seem to confuse fantasy with fiction, which is once again ironic. That's why they use that type of language, like you believe in fairy tales, because they're just so freaking tired of atheists saying, you know, your beliefs are from fairy tales, right?
Yeah.
But even guys like Pierre Gross will say, no matter how numerous they may be, mutations do not produce any kind of evolution. They're only scrambling existing information. They're not adding anything new. Here's a 5-legged bull. That's a mutant. There's no new information added. Doesn't the bull already have the gene code to make a leg? You just built one in the wrong place, that's all. This is not new information. This is scrambled information. That's not new. Here's a short-legged sheep. He's the first one the wolf is going to catch. Go, boys, go. Here comes the wolf. Herman didn't make it. Here's a 2-headed turtle. That's a mutant. Not ninja, but he's mutant.
Thanks, James.
He's going to freeze first winter. Nobody makes a double-neck turtleneck sweater. I've never seen one. I've been looking.
Is there like a gift
mutation
ballot
is scrambling
of dad jokes? Because I feel like it's happening.
Yeah. Keep looking, Ken.
Information that already exists. It's like you can take the letters from the word Christmas and get all sorts of different words, scrambling them up. But you never get Xerox, zebra, or queen. The letters aren't available. And a mutation does not give you new information. It scrambles existing information. This textbook shows the kids a 4-wing fly. Look what it says now, kids. You got to be careful. You'll be tricked on this one. Normal fruit flies have 2 wings. This mutant has 4. This rare mutation, like most mutations, is harmful. Look what it says. Beneficial mutations are the raw material for natural selection. Oh, why didn't they show us one? Why did they show us an example of a bad mutation and tell us that good ones is how it works? Show me a good one. You know why nobody's ever shown a good mutation? Because nobody's ever seen a good mutation. One professor I was debating said, I know a good mutation. He said, people in Africa that get sickle cell anemia cannot get malaria. Wow, that's like saying if you cut off your legs, you can't get athlete's foot. Yeah, you're probably right, but that's not a beneficial mutation. They tell them evolution and natural selection go together. He says, this textbook says natural selection causes evolution. That's stupid, okay? Natural selection doesn't cause any evolution. Natural selection is a conservative process that keeps the species strong. That's all it does. That's all it can do. It has no creative properties. Natural selection, nature can only select what there is to select from. If I said, I'm going to go around the world, I'm going to try to raise a race of people that are over 12 feet tall. So everybody under 12 feet tall, we're going to kill them. Year after year, we kill everybody under 12 feet tall. Well, there's nobody to select from, is there? Natural selection can only select what there is to select from. It's a conservative process. If you worked in a factory that produced cars and your job was to check for defects.
Well, there's also random mutations from the environment.
You know, kick the tires, slam the doors, etc., drive it around. And you caught every single mistake and you rejected it. How long would it take that process to change the car to an airplane?
Not how it works.
You say it'll never change it. That's my point. Natural selection is like a quality control. It makes sure the bad ones don't survive, but it's not going to change it to something else. Survival of the fittest does not explain arrival of the fittest. And by the way, survival of the fittest is what is called a tautology. Kids, there's a big word. You can learn this. You can use this one on your brother. A tautology is a sentence that means nothing. You can say, oh, you're speaking in tautologies. I'll show you how it works.
Not what a tautology is. A tautology is saying, oh, maybe he'll give a good example and he'll change this. But a tautology is saying the same thing twice. The laws of logic are tautologies. Everything that is. Everything that is not. And the law of excluded middle. Something I'm trying to think how to explain it. Everything cannot be and be at the same time. There we go.
You say, Professor, why did it survive? I say, oh, because it's the fittest. You know, survival of the fittest. Oh, how do you know it's the fittest? Because it survived. I see. Is that the way it works? That's exactly the way it works. That's stupid, folks. Okay. Actually, it's not.
How is that stupid? Literally, that is the point. Is you're just able
Survive.
to pass your genes.
Right.
Survive.
It must have been able to survive. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived.
Survival of the fittest. If a whale goes through a school of fish and eats 80% of them, it's survival of the luckiest. I mean, if a snake
but doing that billions of
Not
times.
really. You say lucky, but if there are fish that are faster and they live,
Yeah.
they will breed faster fish.
Sure, you might have a faster one that, by dumb luck, ends up getting eaten. But when you're doing that experiment billions of times, the faster swimmers will tend to, more often than not, be able to avoid it, right?
Absolutely.
eggs, does the snake select the weakest of the birds to eat? There's still an egg, man. He's going to eat them all. Okay? Then they do this thing with the fruit flies for the kids. They'll say, boys and girls, we raise flies in the laboratory, and we nuked them and microwaved them and x-rayed them, and we got these flies to have mutated babies. We got flies with curled wings. They fly around, bzz, 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 couldn't go anywhere. They got flies with no wings. What do you call that? A crawl, can't fly. They raised all these mutated flies in the laboratory and said, you know what, folks? Every fly we got was worse off than Grandpa Fly. Yeah, so? So they tell the kids, you see, this proves that flies have evolved as far as they can go. No, this proves you're messing up with perfectly good flies, okay? God made them right.
Yeah, because flies have evolved for
this guy says we've
millions of years.
Evolution, because flies in the north have wings 4% larger than flies in the south. That's proof we all came from a rock. That's stupid, I'm sorry.
Grandpa?
Then they tell the kids, boys and girls, today you're going to learn to think
Roxu?
critically. Watch this sentence here carefully. Some kids doing this for homework tonight. Boys and girls, do you think humans are still evolving? Now, what kind of question is that? That's one of those questions like, have you stopped beating your wife yet?
Now, how ironic is that, Amy?
Well, if I say yes,
How ironic is that for him to put that in there? Like,
well, yeah,
irony
well,
knows nothing
things.
to Kent. Yeah.
if I say no, I'm still doing it. Wow. All right. Go back and look at the original question. Do you think humans are still evolving? Doesn't that question assume that evolution has happened? What if a kid doesn't believe in evolution? How's he supposed to do his homework tonight? That question does not teach him how to think critically. That teaches him what to think, not how to think. That's a Soviet-style indoctrination type question. And the textbooks are full of them. They're not learning how to think. And when the kid gets done with this course, he's going to think he knows how to think. But he doesn't. He knows how to be told what to think.
Oh, that's
brainwashing
coming from a religious
taxpayer
person.
expense.
Brainwashing.
Yeah,
Quite a few lies in the textbooks covered in
an actual institution that
brainwasher
indoctrinates people.
and brainwashes people into thinking a Bronze Age book of fables must be true because it just must be true.
James, did you actually know a book did say a thing?
I read that once. I haven't actually cross-confirmed it yet, though, but I did see that.
this one. We got a lot more in video number 4. Adolf Hitler said, you let me control the textbooks, I'll control the state. What is in these books anyway?
Law. Also,
there's a lot of good science in there.
He was a theist and a professed Christian.
But there's some poison. Professor Wilson at Harvard University said, as were many persons from Alabama, I was a born-again Christian. When I was 15, I entered the Southern Baptist Church with great fervor and interest in the fundamentalist religion. I left at 17 when I got to the University of Alabama and heard about evolution theory.
Now that was a smart,
1 year of college
smart thing to do.
faith.
That's it.
Worth said,
Because you know what?
all of 24, I was not only a Christian.
He realized everything he'd been taught in church, it was all bullshit. It was all lies. It was all wrong. And he made the sensible decision to distance himself from that, which is what we recommend.
Go towards truth. Go towards actually wanting to understand reality and not just making up shit.
But hey, if you want to, if you're not ready to give up on the God yet, if you still need the superstition, that's fine. But come a little closer to reality. Come a little closer to science.
Exactly.
I was a candidate for the ministry. Then for 4 years, I underwent a process of mental readjustment which shook my little world to its foundations. Through it all, one thing was clear to me. If I could reconcile religion with intelligence, I knew that I could go on into my chosen career fortified by the experience. If I could not, every consideration of honor would compel me to make other plans. In the end, I gave up the ministry.
Yeah, you made the right call.
Scott wrote me a letter to Dr. Hovind. Until I went to college, my faith in God.
Now just completely give up apologetics. We'll be good.
Yeah.
Was sound. My college history class helped destroy that faith. I started to doubt the Bible and God's Word. I even started to doubt Jesus was truly God's Son and that He died and rose for my sins. My best friend showed me your tapes, and I was in awe of what I saw, everything I thought I knew about life.
I should doubt that.
Praise God. People will sit home and watch a video that you will never get to come to church, especially men. If they're sitting at home holding the remote, there's this feeling of power surges through their body. How many know what I'm talking about? Now, come on, be honest, okay? Right? That's why we purposely leave my videotapes uncopyrighted. Copy them and give them to your friends, man. Get them saved, all right? 75% of the kids from Christian homes that go to public schools are going to lose their faith after 1 year of college.
As they should.
75%. Professor Bonar said, evolution is a fairy tale for grown-ups. The theory has helped nothing in the progress of...
Loves that word. He loves... It's a fairy tale. It's a fable. All of the things that, well, we kind of call religion.
The things he's advocating for.
Yeah.
Science, it is useless. Malcolm Muggeridge said, I am convinced the theory of evolution, especially the extent to which it's been applied, will be one of the great jokes in the history books of the future.
Well,
it's a joke.
He was wrong.
If it weren't for the tragic results, how many kids are taught this thing every day and believe it, and it destroys their faith?
Not enough.
Adolf Hitler was a strong believer in evolution. He thought the Jews were an inferior species.
Amy, did you know that Adolf Hitler also breathed oxygen?
Did you know that? Did you know that he actually had brown hair? Which I don't even know how to explain this, but I too have brown hair.
I even heard that Hitler put his pants on one leg at a time, and I do it that way too.
Had a dog.
Yeah, we both have dogs. I mean,
so while we're with correlation, he was a little bit of a theist, Christian specifically.
Whether or not he believed in evolution, I don't even know, but it doesn't even matter. Because if he believed it, that's just one thing he was right about. He could have been wrong about, and he was wrong about a whole bunch of other shit, but if he believed evolution was true, he was just right about that one thing.
Absolutely.
Joseph Stalin was an evolutionist. Trotsky was an evolutionist. Pol Pot from Cambodia was a strong believer in evolution. We covered lots more on that in video number 5. Scientists will go about teaching that evolution is a fact of life are great con men. The story they are telling may be the greatest hoax ever. In explaining evolution, we do not have one iota of fact. evolution is a shell game. You ever seen those shell games where they put the pea down there and they put the 3 shells on it and the guy tries to get you confused, he messes them around? Evolution is like a shell game. If you ask the biologist, where's the best evidence for evolution?
Almost looks like he's making fun of the Trinity. I know he's not, but...
Yeah.
He'll say, oh, it's in geology. I debated Dr. Pigliucci. It's debate number 12, I think, of my series out there, of the red series of tapes. Those are debates. I said, Dr. Pigliucci, you have gotten $650,000 in grant money to study evolution of plants. You've been teaching a course on the evolution of plants for 30 years. What is the best evidence of evolution you're aware of? And he said, the evolution of whales. You're a botanist telling me the evolution of whales is your best evidence?
Yeah, because it's very demonstrable and very, very easy to see.
The geologist thinks the anthropologist has the evidence. The anthropologist says, oh, no, we don't have it. The biologist has it. It's a shell game. The only problem is there's no pea under any of them. Nobody has the evidence. It's a joke. Sir Arthur Keith was selected to write the foreword to Darwin's book when it was republished in 1959 because he was a strong believer in evolution. Arthur Keith said, evolution is unproved and unprovable. We believe it because the only alternative is special creation. And that is unthinkable. I mean, you're not even allowed to think that maybe there's a creator?
It's a stupid thing to think.
He's right.
We don't have any evidence for one.
The Russian atheist.
Yeah. We don't have any good evidence for a God.
Or a creator.
Or a creator. And they always say, if you are a creation, don't you have a creator? Well, we are not a creation. We happen naturally via reproduction.
This is poor Kent before he found Matt Powell. He didn't have his...
before he found his boy toy?
Yeah, his boy toy.
But yes, if you just joined us, we are moving through Kent Hovind, Why Evolution is Stupid, with 100 reasons. We're going to go till the end of this, and then we're going to go for an intro, outro on an open mic so that we can open up for any kind of open mic on Discord. And yeah, they always go with Stalin and all. And
they go with the Marxism, which is a different, it's a discredited view of evolution. It's not true, and it was proven to be wrong. That I believe that was the idea that people would get taller if they just needed to be taller. If they just kept trying to reach the tallest trees, then their kids would evolve to be taller, I guess. Something along those lines, as opposed to genetics.
Interesting. Well, hey, I just wish they would actually present their own model. That is what never happens, just like a flat earther.
Oh yeah, you can't disprove it if they don't give it, right?
That's right. But all right, we're going back to the fun.
Yes, astronomer came to America and spoke at one of the universities, and he started off his speech. He said, folks, either there is a God or there isn't.
There's not.
Oh, this guy's brilliant. He nailed that point right on the head. I got to give him credit for that one. And then he said, both possibilities are frightening. I thought, wow, that's a good statement. You see, if there is a God, we better find out who he is and find out what he wants and do what he says.
Get on his knees.
If there is no God, we're in trouble. We're hurtling through space around the sun right now at 66,000 miles an hour, and nobody's in charge.
Exactly. That's the predicament we find ourselves in.
That's a scary thought.
And we just have idiots like this guy saying, oh, no, don't worry about it. There is somebody in charge.
God created heaven and the earth.
God's
history is very simple.
in control.
God made the world in 6 days, just like he said he did. And that explains all the symbiosis relationships. How can certain animals and certain plants require each other? Which one evolved first? There are zillions of symbiosis relationships that can't be explained by evolution.
Sure they can be.
The pre-flood world was very different. The people lived to be 900 years old. We covered that on video number 2, why they lived to be 900. You can check out my website and see them right there, drdino.com. During this time when people lived to be 900, reptiles grew to be huge. See, reptiles, even today, never stop growing.
Oh, this
Reptiles
is what
grow
he's going to
all
say it. He's going to say it.
So if a reptile lives to be 900 years old, he's going to get real big.
This is back when he said.
Dinosaurs were big lizards that lived with Adam and Eve. Noah.
He doesn't say that anymore. I think
People say
he's
dinosaurs
embarrassed
are
by that.
kind of big, aren't they? Well, the big ones were big, but the little ones were little. And Noah was 600 years old when he built that boat. I bet he was smart enough to figure out you don't have to bring the biggest ones you can find. Bring 2 babies.
Amy had to bring the biggest
blue one.
she could find.
That'll be important later. After the flood was over, people killed most of
Seriously, why would it
dragons,
be
as they were
important?
called. That's why there's legends of dragons all through history. Plus, the climate killed a lot of them. People don't live to
Amy, go back a few
Did
seconds.
he just?
Yeah, you
hold
need to
on.
go back about a minute.
be 9. That's why they're aren't they? Well,
Go back. Keep
big
going.
ones were big, real big.
Keep going.
So if reptiles and plants
Yeah.
require each other, the
There you
Christian
go.
view of history says, in the beginning,
Oh, you're good.
God created the heaven and the earth. The Christian view of history is very simple. God made the world in 6 days, just like he said he did. And that explains all the symbiosis relationships. How can certain animals and certain plants require each other? Which one evolved first? There are zillions of symbiosis relationships that can't be explained by evolution.
Sure they can.
The pre-flood world was very different. The people lived to be 900 years old.
What?
We'll cover that on video number
hell?
2, why they lived to be 900. You can check out my website and see them right there, drdino.com. During this time when people lived to be 900,
I wonder if there's a
reptiles grew
reason
to
he
be huge.
leaves
See, reptiles.
that at the end of the seminar. He's like,
What?
oh man, if I start off with people being 900 years old, they're gonna think this is pretty silly.
His audience here, they probably wouldn't.
They're used to it.
Yeah.
Reptiles, even today, never stop growing. Reptiles grow all their life.
I was gonna.
So if a
think he
reptile
said
lives to
don't
be
stop
900 years
breathing.
old, he's going to get real big. Dinosaurs were big lizards that lived with Adam and Eve. And then Noah took dinosaurs on the ark. People say dinosaurs on the ark. They're kind of big, aren't they? Well, the big ones were big, but the little ones were little.
Wow. Speaking of a tautology, I guess that's supposed to be a joke, but yeah.
It
thank
was
you.
a joke, yeah.
Noah was 600 years old when he built that boat. I bet he was smart enough to figure out you don't have to bring the biggest ones you can find.
We are literally talking about dinosaurs on Noah's Ark. Like,
I'm trying to process what his argument is here. As in, he only brought the small dinosaurs.
babies. Well, even like the big ones, like the brontosaurus, he brought the babies because they were smaller.
But they would still okay.
Yeah.
They're still gonna grow up and be big. Okay.
Bring 2 babies. Just be sure to get a pink one and a blue one. That'll be important later.
Now, why would that be important, Kent?
After the flood was over, people
Why
killed
would that?
dragons,
why
as
would
they
it-
were called.
Why would it be matter? Why would it matter if Noah brought a boy and a girl of each dinosaur? Didn't they all go extinct right after the flood anyway? What would be the point of going through all this trouble to preserve these animals on the frickin' ark when they were just going to die right after they got off the boat anyway? Why go through all that trouble? It makes no sense.
Yeah, it's pretty silly.
That's why there's legends of dragons all through history. Plus, the climate killed a lot of them. People don't live to be
Dragons
900
do
anymore.
not
We cover all
exist.
that on video number 2. And there might be a few still around. Christians don't need to worry about dinosaurs. They're part of the normal creation. They're mentioned in the Bible. It's all there, folks. We just got to get a good biblical view of history.
sure.
God created this world. See, it's real simple. Let's summarize here. God made the world. It didn't evolve. Evolution is stupid. There are hundreds of more reasons we can give. We're going to run out of time, though. But if God made the world, he owns it. That means he makes the
Mafia
rules.
boss.
I
Mafia
love
boss.
how, once again, this is
Meet
just
the
an
boss,
easy
Amy.
anti-abortion argument, where he's basically saying, or if anything, I should say, I'm sorry, it's a pro-abortion argument from the perspective of God. It's just us.
He can abort the whole world. He can flood the world if he wants
Apparently.
to. Yeah.
Yeah.
like the Ten Commandments. We are guilty of breaking his rules. I'll show you.
Yeah, we'll get
Rule
him
number
to
9,
come down
commandment
here.
number 9, thou shalt not bear false witness. That means
How
don't
many times has
lie.
he broken that commandment in this seminar, this video?
Often. You would have alcohol poisoning. But, so no other gods before me. Yep, we'll throw that out. No graven images, we'll throw that
Oh,
out.
very
No
important right
God's
there, huh?
name in vain, we could chuck that. Remember the Sabbath, they don't even remember that. Honor your father and mother if they're decent human beings. Okay, fine, that's a maybe, but that's not a law. Thou shalt not kill. We finally, and it's
Something that
on the
makes sense.
second. You can literally just take that first one and chuck it. The fact that there was 5 and only one of them was lukewarm and a maybe. So we're on to the second tablet. Thou shalt not kill. Finally, a law that actually applies today. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Well, that's not a law. Thou shalt not steal. Okay, fine. A decent. So we have 2 actual laws. Thou shalt not bear false witness, I guess. And
Don't lie.
yeah, okay, don't lie. Yes, you shouldn't lie. And then I guess that would be perjury, maybe. So we'll count.
Yeah.
So okay, 3.
Or even in the moral sense, people lying
Okay,
is
and
usually
yes,
not good.
I
Morally.
I not only am against lying, I go back and forth whether you should be an absolutist or not. I know that Sam Harris wrote a good book called Lying that, he goes into why even white lying could possibly be harmful. I generally think that we can have a moral code, a better moral code, as a secular, humanistic community.
Based on
And
reality.
I mean, look at that. And then the coveting is what America, at least, and a lot of the West and what a lot of the globe does.
That's what
to their
fuels
neighbors.
capitalism.
Yeah. And so 3, we took 3 out of 10. We needed half of a tablet. It's like you took off a note and we could have. Or just given me a note card, or any of you a note card, and you could have made a better list.
I mean, what is he not including? All the commandments for how to beat your slaves and
Well, yeah, just
killing gay people. And
easily you could just
shit
put,
like that.
thou shalt not rape, thou shalt not own other people as property, thou shalt not go to war.
Not care who somebody else sleeps with.
Yeah, not care as who someone has sex with. Not
killing interracial or interfaith couples.
Oh yeah, not stabbing interfaith couples just because they have a different religion. Just an easier list. Not such a vengeful God.
I mean, like the big social problem that ancient Israel had back then were these terrible people roaming the streets, and they would go, like, Amy, psst, come over here. Come into this house. Let's worship another God. It's not Yahweh.
Also, can I just say that the fact that many of their codes end, including the one where they get you finish the 6 to 7 year sentence for an Israelite slave, you get a sheep. Now, they make fun of us sometimes when we call them sheep herders. Let me tell you something. If your book has a consistent, guarantee program of giving people sheep,
yeah,
yeah, I got bad news for you. It is a sheep herder's guide to the galaxy. But sending love out there.
Sounds better than a goat fucker's guide, which I think may be more accurate.
Yes, it does. James Wolfe says, I heard that they honor thy mother and father, one defendant suggesting that killing them would be disjointing them. Well, I mean, generally, most people's parents you want to be nice to, but I've heard stories of not good parents. So even though I've been the kitty scratched on the door, but Amy, killing your mother and father be dishonoring them. I have heard this apologetic. That is interesting. What do you think, James?
I think it's generally a good idea to honor your parents. I think 99% of the time, most people's parents at least try. There's no perfect parent out there. Kids don't come with instructions on them. Everybody makes mistakes, but I think most of the time, most people's parents love and care and try to do the best that they can, but there are cases where that's not the case.
Yep, I agree. I love my parents. I think they're amazing individuals. If I could be half the person that they are, I will be doing all right. Nonetheless, I know there are people that didn't get a fair shake. And so, I don't know. It's just a weird thing. It just shows that this was made by humans. And
Spell
that
checker, James Bull. Fucus. What does that spell?
A good time. And
No,
all right.
I don't know if I'm pretty sure I said this before. I remember being in Sunday school, and one of the guys up there was saying, he said that, it came up about honoring your father and mother, and then somebody asked, like, well, what if they're abusing you physically or sexually? I mean, would you not report that? And then he actually he said, well, I mean, the Bible says honor your father and mother, so I wouldn't, it's just my personal thing, but I wouldn't report my parents for anything. And turns out that guy who said that to the class, he was arrested a few years after that for molesting kids at the church. Yeah.
God damn. Yeah.
After he said, no, don't report people. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Respect your elders. Don't report them, no matter what they do.
Just like, yeah. Once again, Bill Burr, sea trainers. They just pass them around instead of handing them to the cops.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to finish this out, and then we'll have an after show. We'll have an intro after to say what you think about here. To shout it into the interwebs, but then we are hitting Discord, and I am heading to Pass Out Land.
With Gizmo.
How many of you have ever lied before?
Oh, he looks so happy.
Come on. Don't do another one. Put your hand up. Don't give me that pious look. Come on.
But
Number
I've
8.
told the truth.
Don't steal.
99%.
How many ever
of the
stole
time.
something? You already told me you're a liar. Now, come on. You don't have to read very far to realize we're guilty, which means we're going to be punished. Or
find the baseball bat of love.
See, I can't substitute for your sins because I got a whole bunch of my own. But Jesus Christ is not only willing, he's able. He wants to take your place. He wants to pay for your sins.
Yeah, I didn't ask him for that. So can
February
I
9th, 1969. My friend said, Kent, you're a sinner.
Back in the summer of 69?
I said, well, you can say that again. He said, you deserve to go to hell.
Nobody deserves to go to hell.
He wants you to save you.
Yeah,
he wants to save you.
Mm-mm.
If you'll ask him, he'll save you right now. And I bowed my head and said, Lord, I'm a sinner and I deserve to go to hell, but would you please forgive me and save me? And I've got God's promise I'm going to heaven. Hey, if you died today, where would you go? You ought to think about it because you will be dead for a long time.
Good night, James.
Doesn't matter how long you live, you're going to be dead longer than that. You know, George Washington died 200 years ago, and he's still dead.
Like Jesus, but
How much longer does he have to go?
2,000 years.
You're going to be dead for a long time. All you get in this life is a little bitty dash between two dates.
So, faced with that sobering concept,
what are you going to do with your dash?
Do you just pretend you
He didn't
get more
suggest-
than that, or you just say, "Oh, that sucks. I just get a short time on this earth. I'm just going to pretend I get forever." Well, you can do that if it makes you feel better, but there's no
If
logical
it makes
reason
you
to.
happy.
There's no logical reason to think that's the case. I'm sorry.
Don't know what to tell you. Oh, now second cat.
Give the whole thing to Jesus. Say, Lord, you may have it, the whole thing. One time a
Let
little boy
Jesus take the wheel.
saw Jesus preach, and he had a little sack lunch, 5 biscuits and 2 fish sticks.
Oh, Amy.
I said, here, Jesus, you can have the whole thing. Jesus said, thank you, son. Everybody sit down, please. 5,000 men, plus women, plus children. We can assume probably 20,000 people. Jesus
Probably
started
much
breaking those
less.
fish sticks and bread up and making fish sandwiches and started passing out to the disciples. And everybody sat down in the grass, and they passed them out and passed them out and passed them out and passed them out. When they got all done, everybody was stuffed. You want another fish sandwich? Oh, no, I can't. No, man, I'm stuffed. He said,
Amy,
okay,
you got to
disciples.
go back. He came up to the fish.
Oh, so many cats. He's.
Bread up and making fish sandwiches and started passing out to the disciples.
Go back.
Everybody sat
Oh
plus
my.
women, plus children. We can assume probably 20,000 people.
20,000 people.
Jesus started breaking those fish sticks and bread up and making fish sandwiches and started
That's
passing
a
out to the
wise
disciples.
concession
Sat down in the
stand.
grass, and they passed them out and passed them out and passed them out and passed them out and passed them out. When they got all done, everybody was stuffed. You want another fish sandwich? Oh, no, I can't.
I always imagine Jesus just fish.
Shooting him out, yeah. A ridiculous miracle, like.
It is pretty silly. Once again, it just shows, like, what is impressive back in the day. Oh my God, you can fish? I can make all the fish.
He had 3 fish, and he fed
It's like totally cool.
thousands of people. You know, how about going to a hospital and just emptying the place, healing everybody in there?
And I will
not
say,
1 or 2, everybody.
It is very impressive if you can make a ton of fish sticks. I love fish sticks. I put fish sticks in my mouth because they're yummy, and I like to sometimes just sit down with Kent, Matt, and even Gavin, and we just put fish sticks in each other's mouth. And
where does Joshua Herbell put the fish sticks?
Oh, he puts the fish sticks in orifices that we only dream of.
I bet he does. Justin Dowling, does he try to put him in the ants? Does Justin try to put him in the ants? Try to feed the fish stick to the ants?
Yes, he does. Yo, it's once again, it's so. All of these books show how obviously human made they are, and so there is not a single miracle. And I don't even get why people present miracles, defying the laws of physics, because they can never do it consistently. It's never like there's a guy that just goes on TV and consistently breaks the laws of physics.
Well, anybody who has said that, and once they've been investigated, it's found out. Like James Randi used to bust these guys all the time.
Oh, absolutely.
He would go one right down the line and show that they're all full of shit.
Beamsy says, "I know where I'm going. If I die tomorrow, I have a tree coffin for a peach tree to be used on the main road in the capital. So when it grows, anyone who walks past can eat my ass."
There you go.
That is lovely.
We're going to be eaten by worms and bacteria.
It is. I got that in the Dawa channel. That they're like, wow, are you telling me that I'm going to be spoiler warning if you're eating, though this is what they go for. This is the entire. They're like, you're telling me we're gonna be worm poop? That's what happens when we die? That's what atheism is offering me? It's like, no, that's not atheism. That's you being an adult. You putting on the big boy pants and realizing that we die. Oh, we're mortal? How dare you? Yeah.
You don't like it? Too bad.
I know. And
I have nothing for you.
They act like it's our fault. Like we're insulting them. How dare you tell me that we die? Also, yes, sending. I'm like 18 billion years late on. Bryce had a comment, but just sending love to Bryce and everyone. And I saw so many people in chat. We
Well,
have about 15 minutes left on this
that's like when
marathon of
yeah.
a video.
Well, that's like when they say, "So you mean that Hitler had all those people killed at the very end? He puts a gun to his head and he shoots himself, and that's it. He's just dead." Yeah, but he doesn't have to suffer or face any consequence. He's dead. I mean,
Dead as a doorknob. There is no suffering for anybody once you die.
can't bring him back and kill him again. He's already dead. I'm sorry. If you don't think that's fair, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm not well. I once again, I technically I have to be agnostic on some level, but I am convinced that there is no afterlife. I'm convinced that it's just a poorly motivated concept that
No reason to think that there is one.
we're just so lucky to even have our consciousness. And I always say the deal we make with our body is that first of all, none of us chose it. You were brought into this life. It's a chemical reaction. Consciousness turn on. I have to head off to sleep. I'll be listening though. Sending so much love, Randolph.
Good night,
Thanks for a
Randolph.
fantastic live stream. And I'll tell you, Randolph, we about maybe a month, maybe or a little bit less. Hopefully, just 2 or 3 more weeks, but a month tops. And hopefully, I'll have switched my schedule, so I'll have Sundays completely off, and then I can join the wonderful non-believers trying to be convinced on there, which I love. I will consistently shout out those streams. You should go to Randolph Richardson on the YouTubes and check out him being
Thanks,
trying to
Randolph.
convince. It's funny. It reminds me almost of like a you could say like the Donald stream where he was asking for God, but he's actually asking for believers, and believers are physical people. You can go and poke them and go, hey, look at that. You are a real person who really believes. And they really do get angry. My favorite so far is just the people, and they just get so angry that the format even exists. Just, what is this here for? What are you doing? Why? What do you think you're ever going to get evidence for? And it's like, well, that is the point of the stream. I get that on the gauntlet of the EWA dollar, whatever. They're like, why are you arguing? It's like, that's the point of the stream. Have you looked at read the channel description? It's not like I came out of you ordered a pizza. Don't argue with the pizza delivery person if you order a pizza. That's all I'm saying. It's complicated. Hi, it's 2:30 from Bryce. Hi, it's 2:37 a.m. here in Arizona, USA. What country are you all in? Well, I was asleep, but got up and checked my phone. We are in the United States of America. We are in the East Coast.
Both on the
It
east,
is,
so
if
it's
you
later
can
than us
see
here.
that, you will see daytime peeking out. It's about to be 6 a.m. I have been up for more than 24 hours at this point, which is pretty cray-cray, but I'm having a good time.
He will crash after this and then get up and debate Kent Hovind.
Probably. Yes, that sounds basically about right. But it was a productive day. I've been having fun the entire day. And so what more can you ask for than that?
Randolph's on MDD Friday.
That's right. I hope your debate, Kevin, there goes, and I'll be debating tomorrow. So 2 things on that. I want to say that I will eventually be getting back on MDD as well, and that you should go check out Randolph Richardson on the Modern Day Debates. And Randolph, either you find it and I will post it. I'll show it on screen because you guys should all head there. Yeah, go check out all the great non-believer
There's so
community
much.
content, and we don't schism. It is so nice. There aren't takedown videos.
You better run. You better take cover, Beamsy.
Trying to remember. Ha ha, Ken.
No, man, I'm stuffed. He said, okay, disciples, gather up all the fragments. They got
Good
12
time.
baskets full
You
of
fill them up, Amy. He's a
Mm.
lightweight.
A little boy came home from the meeting. Mama said, hey, son, how'd you like your lunch? Ah, Mom, you won't believe it. Was it good? Oh, it's good, Mom. You have any left? Hey, disciples, come on in here, would you, please? See, he decided to give it all to Jesus. He ended up getting fed himself. He's one of them 20,000 that got fed, you know. He could have kept it and got fed, or he could give it away and get fed. It's the same either way. If you could learn to give your life away to Jesus, you will get a wonderful life. Plus, it'll bless lots of others. Some of you ought to quit worrying about knocking that
You're just
dumb ball.
making that up. I don't understand why giving your life to someone who is dead would do anything. And I also, sending this out here, what I really wanted to, go check out Randolph's MDD debate right down there and send some love out to him in the chat.
That'll be a good one.
Good, often a 50-50 Christian. Well, sometimes it's atheist heavy. I saw in one of them it was a good mix of Christian, atheist, Muslim. Woo-hoo. Sending love, Randolph. And all right, we're coming into the ending.
Fall into the hole in the dirt and start worrying about who's going to heaven or hell.
No one.
And you ought to quit worrying about getting a fancier car and a fancier house and start worrying about who's going to heaven or hell.
Give your money to Kent instead.
Maybe God gave you that good job so you can give some money to missionaries.
Like me. Ha ha ha.
Build a bigger, fancier
Buy my
house.
DVDs.
Sell that.
You know what we need in this country? We need a Christian Barney.
Less religion. Wow.
How many kids in
Well,
this town?
ladies and gentlemen, I will say that keep on going. I for those of you who've been watching, I will be at the end of the outros unboxing our new Imagination SpongeBob.
The Carrot Top.
That's
She
right.
is fully
Making
making her transformation.
So good to finally have a full moon. Even though it's becoming daytime. Ooh.
Get back in our coffins.
Yes, exactly. But we're coming in. He likes to be.
Here we go.
He's a comedian. It's prop
I
comedy.
want to be comedian.
Yo, I'm not even hating.
Don't do a ventriloquy.
I don't know. It's so complicated because I disagree with everything he stands for. I don't want to attack who he is as a human, though. It's such a complicated. I have to walk like such a fine line because it's so tactful. You hear it in your head, like you want to say he's stupid, and yet, it feels like if we did that, it really would. I feel like we'd have non-believers. Oh, they're not stupid. Theists, our intelligence doesn't go up or down, whether you're atheist or theist. But just so much grifty tactics. I feel like he has learned from the best in the world.
The best
he knows. Well, that too. But
well, I don't think Kent is. I would call him. I don't think he's not smart enough to understand evolution. I don't think he wants to understand it. Well, I think he could get it if he really wanted to. Which
is so weird. I mean, I just wish I could ask, like, Kent, you could get a new shtick. You don't have to. You don't have to peddle against science. Like, you can have Christianity, and we don't have to argue over the Big Bang. Catholic Church got over that, like, real quick for all the, let's just say, other problems.
They have other things to worry about.
They have other things to worry about, but they accept science for the most part. They don't accept condoms in Africa. and other Latin America and other countries, but they accept science in other ways. Still. And all right, we're moving to the.
Here we go.
Tomorrow.
Come on, Barney.
Are going to be taught evolution on Discovery Channel, Nature Channel, National Geographic, textbooks,
Dude.
library books. How many? Thousands of them? And they're going to use dinosaurs, aren't they? Little 4-year-old kids get a
Not
book.
enough.
Hey, boys and girls, dinosaurs lived millions of years ago. Isn't that what they say?
5 million years. Indeed.
Why don't one of you get yourself a purple costume? Get all the neighborhood kids together. Hey, boys and girls. We're going to sing now. God loves you. God loves me. He wants you in his family.
God loves you. God loves me. He's gonna drown everyone. He.
Have fun in hell, bitches.
Yeah.
If you'll ask him now, he'll come into your heart.
And if not, well, I got a way to make a good start. It always helps to carve.
Of his family, you'll be part. Shouldn't they learn that instead?
No.
Folks, somebody's got to reach these young kids. You ought to get some videos or something. My material's not copyrighted. You can use mine any way you want. Hey, what on earth are you doing, for heaven's sake?
It's really terrible.
What are you doing for the Lord?
And the funny thing is they sit there. Do you believe biology? You don't believe biology. Do you believe that? And then it's like, yeah, but evolution, or the guy coming back from the dead, or, I mean, I can't help it. James, are we talking too much about ants? I just can't help it.
No.
How ridiculous is it? It really. And
I just got talking donkey, so.
and I know, and they always. They're like, it's a stereotype. Why don't you put on your fedora tighter? But it's a talking snake. The Jews know it's silly. Why can't the Christians figure this? Oh, he dropped the blind. That's right. The Barney of blasphemy.
I saw this tombstone the other day at a cemetery. Wayne Strickland, atheist.
Did he?
Hasn't died yet. He said, I'm a busy...
Can I just say that I feel like the slide is... and this is just my gut feeling. Once again, on personal experience for this. But this is a bullshit slide, right? This is like when the magician says that this is a completely normal deck. Or they tell you even in comedy class that they tell you to tell the truth, but basically your stories are...
Yeah. I'm not buying it.
Okay.
Man, don't have time for this. I'm sorry, Wayne. You're going to have lots of time here coming up soon. Claims to be an atheist. Interesting. The Bible says the fool has said in his heart there is no God. Did you know God doesn't believe in atheists?
Preaching. God doesn't believe in atheists. Oh, right, banana man.
You hear that? So
funny enough, he doesn't seem to actually respond. If he wanted to have a conversation, he has plenty of chances, or she, as Randolph would remind me. Yeah. The philosopher Ray Comfort. He created an argument a la banana.
Think about that one. Where would you go if you died?
We're thinking about it. You're thinking
now, if you're not sure you're going to heaven,
James?
you ought to give your heart to the Lord and get saved. If you are saved, you ought to find something to do for the Lord. If you want to get any of my video materials, they're not copyrighted. You can get a 15-hour seminar on creation. Which,
15 hours.
Oh, what's my favorite part? Newman, just looking at me tonight.
lots of material on stuff, creation, evolution, dinosaurs, get some of the debates or the red tapes or the miscellaneous topical series. We want to strengthen your faith in the Word of God. If you're here tonight and you're not saved, if you're watching this video and you're not saved, give me a call. I'll be glad to help you meet the Lord. Our website is drdino.com. Phone number in Pensacola, Florida, 850-479-DINO. We like dinosaurs around there. If you come through Pensacola, stop and visit Dinosaur Adventureland.
I really do even think
if you get a chance to go on the cruise, we'd love to have you.
Like it's like they're like, what do you think that the kids will love so we can set up an eventual dinosaurs? But I mean, it pains me that it's dinosaurs did not walk with humans. This is factually true.
How
We will
badass would
do
it be if
like
we
that.
did? But
Yeah,
we
I
just
mean,
didn't.
I don't know what to say. Jurassic Park isn't real. Okay?
It's a fantasy.
Steven Spielberg is. What's his name? The man who wrote it. He also wrote Westworld. I mean, he's been basically just trying to warn us about science, but or the runaway of science, because science can be good. It can be. You just need to make sure.
Like anything.
Yeah, like anything. But nature finds a way.
Come on the cruise, and we'll talk more about dinosaurs and creation and evolution.
Wow.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Woo-hoo-hoo. And I think on that
I think
note,
the last bit is just some preaching, probably.
yeah. Oh my goddess.
Rolling into hour 6 coming up here.
I know, and we promised, and I'm gonna do
We'll
it.
open it up for a little bit.
We'll open it
If
up.
anybody wants to come on.
Basically, yeah, an intro, outro. If anyone wants to come on and say something, if not, we're just gonna go on to Discord. This has been fun. I mean,
right,
my
Sinister.
lordy, like James, the wisdom that we just experienced. Are you convinced that evolution is stupid?
Yeah, like we said, I think 100 reasons why his arguments are stupid. 100 bastardizations of evolution.
It is. They're all straw man. Like
they're all bad. They're all bad.
Also, I just want to, on a side note, I just love birds. I swear that they're having conversations without us. Like it's like we're at a nail salon and we just can't understand.
Probably.
Speaking of which,
you gotta turn your head upside down.
Never
changes.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things I think that will continue into the future, but you try and you do your best. Try and make change, and you try and showcase.
I'm sorry, Adam.
You can.
I don't think there's much valid in there. I think that
I agree, and
the way it's taught is pretty damn good. Not perfect, but pretty good.
Jurassic Park is frightening, dark, and all dinosaurs running wild. Yes, it is. Also, Nikki. What is up, Battle Major 7? Woo-hoo. I have to say, completely random tangents, but I have badges going to be ready for YouTube and Twitch. I wonder if I should get Flare. Twitch has Flare. If you like
how many
Flare,
pieces of Flare do you have, Amy?
So many. But I'm just excited.
Jenna on Tang has 37 pieces of Flare. And you only have 19.
So Flare off.
What do you think about somebody who only does the bare minimum?
The bare minimum, I think. Listen, sometimes I do better on my. And looking, I'm sending love in the chat, and so I'm gonna send the link in the chat. We'll have a little bit, while we queue up. And I just wish. I'm looking for another model. Like if someone, and that would be my question, because, and if you disagree, agree, we welcome all. Though we're also going to have the same thing on Discord, which may be even more open. What was I gonna say? I always just want to know if someone doesn't agree with evolution, and that's not actually, I think, even though Adam is saying he's saying there are things he disagrees with, it sounds like he was saying evolution he still thinks is real. So my question for someone who doesn't think evolution is real would be, how do they just think that an animal here? Because my question once again for Kent, how do you make a goat? Just make me a goat. I don't understand how it would come about, and don't say that a goat came from another goat and that came from God. Like, that is not a good enough explanation. I want to know how God did it. Technically, God does everything. Like, we understand how gravity works. Don't just say that it's a miracle of God. That you can say that God created gravity, cool, but we understand how gravity works. We may not understand why, but we almost never understand why.
And that's the thing. We understand how it works. We don't understand why. Will we ever understand why? Maybe. I like to think so, but
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna bring Beamsy on, and maybe if Beamsy's intro isn't even long, we'll do some open conversation. Here comes Wildheart. All right, it's 6. I'm putting 15 minutes on the clock.
We're trying not to go past.
That's right. So with that in mind, so you're all gonna have to put that on there.
She's gonna hold on to your tallywhackers.
Not because you're both not interesting, but because I eventually, it's like, I remember once when I was trying, like, you could see the light is on for gas, and I had to park my car in the gas station. It was walkable to my apartment, but moral of the story, I cut things close. 15 minutes, okay. We're going. We're going into our open mic. We had a very short little video from, I don't know, so Kent Hovind about why evolution is really much a silly face. None of us were convinced.
How to tuck Matt Powell into bed.
Oh my, I can imagine them tucking in each other, kissing each other to bed. So now you all have that image as we go
putting Matt Powell in a diaper.
Our open mic. What is up, Beamsy? I hope you are having a fantastic night, day.
Gay
man, fighter of the night, man.
I was, until someone started talking about Matt Powell wearing diapers.
Oh my!
That give you a good image?
Well, the good image is Kent Hovind whacking off atheists, because that seems to be his favorite pastime.
He's good at it, though.
Yeah.
Look, if you're good at what you do, you never work a day in your life. But yes, Beamsy, we are talking evolution. Is it stupid? With 100 reasons were given to us. Well, something was given to us. How are you tonight? And I don't know. Sandwich. Are you convinced?
I've analyzed this one well before, but the biggest issue with evolution is it's just not really taught very well in any schools, and that's probably the biggest problem with it.
Yeah, especially, I will say, just to unbrag about us here, we need to really up our. I love our teachers here. I'm hoping to continue to be one. I just we need better support and better.
But it makes it
programs.
It makes it hard when you have people advocating for.
Well, that's also true. You have when you basically have people fighting you every step of the way. So really, we need to support and fund.
That's why, like, my state
Archie.
down here, kind of in the Bible Belt, so they barely even touched on it. It's just too political for them to be able to, spend much time on in the classroom. And it's unfortunate,
No,
but
especially if you're not, if you're up for re-election or something. Even though they do a lot of lip service to teachers, I mean, you want to have your K through 12 education. You want to have your children actually have a decent future. You should probably support and fund the teachers that do so. But Beamsy, I swear, because I want to get you a wild heart in, and then we are going to Discord. What are your thoughts on evolution? Is it stupid?
Well, it's unintuitive would be a better way of putting it.
and that's the thing. It's not intuitive, and that's why a lot of people just don't get it. It seems very crazy at first glance,
And that's why it does come across as being stupid, which is why the title could be correct in some aspects, just purely because its unintuitive nature.
And I would even, and I'll say this last thing, and then we'll get Wildheart and then Randolph in. That you're absolutely right in that, just like a law of nature, it is not intelligent. So you could say colloquially it's stupid, but really is the environment being. It's like saying, to use the original example, if you walking by a volcano, it's not like the volcano wants to kill you. We say that sometimes, like don't walk near a volcano, it wants to kill you, but it's not actually
trying
really
to kill you.
doing that. We just anthropomorphize it.
I guess you haven't been watching Futurama then.
Oh, well, I will say, okay, yes, Matt Groening may be an actual prophet, but that's a little bit different.
Oh,
Also,
you must be
since
backstage
he did
onto Wild Heart.
But yes,
Wildheart
thank you
and
so
now
much,
Randolph.
BMZ. Exactly, we're getting everybody in, sending so much love, and
Thanks,
stick
BMZ.
around. Wildheart, what is up? We are skeptic and ranting on why evolution is stupid. Dun dun dun. I hope you're having fun. And what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it was very good. But I was going to say you can skip me if you want to. If you need to get to sleep, just skip me.
Well, what we'll do is we will say welcome on board, Wildheart. Lovely
bring
to have
Randolph
you.
in.
Let's
Cheers.
get Randolph. We're gonna get you in for your intro, Randolph, and then it's gonna be 10 minutes of open discussion. So, thank you, Wildheart.
Cheers.
Randolph Richardson, what is up? We have Skeptic and Ranting. We just had a marathon of fun with why evolution is stupid, and we learned that, it either, depending on the range, it's not, or whatever we just heard came out of the creationist's mouth is, it's very, very silly. So, how are you doing tonight, and what are your thoughts? Is evolution stupid?
I'm exhausted, but I'm working on a server for a client, so extra long hours. I'll be catching up on sleep soon. Looking forward to your debate with Kent Hovind. A special thank you to Wildheart. I appreciate you wanting to be skipped for me. It's not necessary. You're just as important as everybody else. I don't need that, but I appreciate very much what you're doing. Thank you. I'd like to hear what you have to say as well, so please feel free.
Well,
yeah, but the Kent Hovind is demonstrating or showcasing how ignorant he is about science with all of this, and I get the impression that he hates it. He hates evolution. He hates science. He hates all these things.
Yeah.
He doesn't like change, and I think that's the underlying problem. Is with religions, very often a built-in resistance to change. The whole underlying concept of it's the perfect word of their deity and cannot be changed. It's almost like a jealousy of science, because the whole idea with science is that
They
it
hate that it can
adapted
change.
as new facts come to light. So
And so we're going to continue talking about that. Thank you so very much for your intro, Randolph. And with that, as I scream, this is the deck that we have working tonight. We have 10 more minutes and then we're going to outros. But yes, we are skeptic and ranting why evolution is stupid, and we seem to be coming to a bunch of consensuses.
Pretty much. Yeah.
multiple consensuses, is that like polysolipsism or something?
Yeah, I think it can be.
Why do I sense it involves tentacles, and why am I excited over it?
Oh my, now we're talking.
Wildheart, what are your views on what Kent Hovind had to say today?
Yeah, I think he's just basically dishonest. I think he knows what he's saying is rubbish.
That's what some people think. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, I think you're going to do very
Nick
well.
Suter thinks that.
Sorry, myself. Yeah, I think you're going to do very well aiming in the debate, and yeah, I think he's just lying. If he doesn't know anything about evolution, he is just lying about it.
Well, thank you.
I think honesty is going to show.
I agree with you. It's hard to tell. It's not that I think he's maybe you could say actually he's a liar, but I think he's a good bullshitter. He is very good at just making stuff up, and you really have to have experts. It's much harder to actually sit there and live fact check him. Boom, 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 boom. And so he's good at saying nonsense confidently.
Yeah. I think he's a good showman. He puts on a good front, but yeah, if you look into what he says, obviously it's nonsense.
Yeah. To his credit, some of the jokes he made actually were quite funny.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Like I said, there is the two things to him is that if you can make people laugh, that automatically makes you more warm to you. And if you can, and I feel like he's a politician. Oh, and we're bringing in Adam. We got like 6-7-ish minutes.
You could do a stand-up comedy routine reviewing Kent's jokes and responding with jokes of your own.
Hey, I'm hoping that with his jokes tomorrow, I'll have my own jokes. We might go back and forth, so we'll see.
Fantastic! I'm looking forward to that. Later today, actually, not on my time.
Yeah, a few hours.
And all right, Adam Lore, what is up?
Welcome
we are
aboard.
Skeptic and Ranting for just a few more minutes, actually, but I hope you're doing well. We want to know why evolution is stupid. Dun, dun, dun.
I think some stuff with evolution is kind of stupid. I think the general principle is pretty solid, but there's some. I was saying in the chat. I think that Kent does bring up a couple good points about, like he mentioned the ribs of the Eohippus or whatever, stuff like that. Like those are that's something to at least consider, I think.
No, they can easily be explained.
Right, there might be an explanation for it, but it's something that I'm not that familiar with, so it's something that I'm interested to look into the details of it.
Which is why I made the statement that it's not taught very well and it's just not intuitive, which is what the biggest issue with evolution is. It's the same thing with most scientific fields.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Sure, but I mean, I think there's got to be something in the mainstream biological evolution, like the way that it's currently taught, that is worth critiquing, or is just everything exactly perfect and right?
No, everything is up for critique. That's the point of science. It's not an aspect of this is exactly the way it will be unless it's actually been proved definitively time and time again in the way that evolution has lived up to its expectations. The parts that will be changed is the parts of we think we have an idea or any of the hypotheses. That's where the changes will actually arise.
Like the,
Sorry,
the
what are the
principles.
Well,
The changes will be what?
a good example is the redistribution of the AVs. They used to only be 2 subgroups. Now there are 4. They move around where things actually go in their relations because
Sure, yeah.
that sort of stuff will always be changing because it's they usually put these things down when they're a bit unsure to give a basic guiding idea of this is where it should be, and then when more information comes in, they're able to make a more defined explanation and picture of what they're talking about.
Don't you think, though, that there are still some pretty major unsolved problems with the Cambrian explosion, the origin of life, the origin of, genetic information, things like that are still pretty much like outstanding problems?
Okay, you're talking about 3 different things there.
Yeah,
The
well, I'm giving
Cambrian
3
explosion-
examples.
No, there's 3 different fields of study.
Yeah, I was
But
gonna
those are
say,
still,
if I
I'm
was-
giving 3 outstanding problems that have not.
I would
been
also
solved.
push back on that the Cambrian explosion is a problem. I would say it's just an event, and
Yeah,
just
that's
that a lot of creatures began developing exoskeletons, hard bones, and
No, I
material
can-
that would be heavily fossilized and can actually multicellular fruiting bodies. But
I studied
Well-
this deeply, so I can actually give a better answer to this.
sure.
The Cambrian explosion isn't what you could picture. It actually took place over a period of 250 million years. It wasn't just one day nothing, then one day poof. We also have a further an additional 500 billion years of soft-bodied organelles that lead up to some of the phyla that we discovered in the aspect of what you could call the Precambrian and the Cambrian era. So there's no explosion of life anymore. We can actually see the slow progression.
And I would say that abiogenesis and evolution are completely different. So abiogenesis is not a problem for evolution.
No, they're not completely different. They
Oh.
have an interlinking area,
Yeah.
but evolution does not need abiogenesis, but abiogenesis needs
Yeah.
evolution.
So who's the Admiral Zombie guy?
I'm Beamsy.
Beamsy.
What is it?
Beamsy.
Benji, nice to meet you. So did you just say that the Cambrian explosion lasted 250 million years?
Yes, for the period of time in which the phyla was actually occurring.
Okay, I've never heard anything like that. Where are you getting that from? Because
I've
I've only ever seen it's like a few million year period or something, up to maybe 25.
I'll go get the papers for you.
Yeah, I have heard that. It's less of an explosion.
250 million. That's like the entire Mesozoic era, isn't it? Like 250 million years. That's a really long chunk of time. That's not a period. That's like that. I don't think that that's accurate.
It is the entire Mesozoic era because that's what I was talking about, particularly the Cambrian explosion, not the actual Cambrian era. It actually takes place across the entire Mesozoic era. So it's more
Well,
correctly.
the Cambrian explosion isn't in the Mesozoic.
Where is this stupid paper? Yeah, I'll give you the papers that it's all from.
But going back to Kent Hovind, I wonder why he bothers trying to disprove evolution. Surely it'd be more fruitful for him to try and demonstrate God. Because even if he demonstrates that evolution is false, he's still not got anything. That doesn't mean anything as far as
Well,
God.
and he's going to, I assume, say that religion has no bearing, but to me, it is almost inseparable. the creationism evolution debate is religion versus science to me.
Yeah, I agree with that. But he's still got all his work ahead of him, even if he disproves evolution tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't disprove his God.
Yeah,
It's just that they have picked this war.
yeah,
It is like I just want to know, for anyone who actually does believe that a God created it, I just want to know how, because they technically God made everything, and so if I ask them how do you make a car, because God made the car, right? But
yeah.
apparently when I ask that, it's we can get a manual for how to make it, but when they say God makes the goat, I'm like, well, how do you make a goat? Like, give me the instructions. How do you do it? And
I've had that
they,
exact argument in the
it
last
just
couple of days.
makes complete sense to go from these gradual cells. I mean, you see it in embryology when you just go from a clump of cells all the way basically through the chain of life. You see all the way up until you're born.
Yeah, saying God did it isn't an explanation. It doesn't explain anything. You have to explain how
And
God.
neither does disproving evolution. It will never prove a God. They need to actually provide evidence. But, guys, in a second, not because I don't want you guys to have a really long open mic, but
And we'll be back later tonight anyway.
I know. Oh my Jesus, or all their Jesus apparently.
Flying
Evolution's a
fish, yeah.
myth. Hold my beer. Well, there's you see all of the intermediate steps that continue to fill their niches. Like frogs are amphibious; they don't need to be fully in the water or in the land. They're just happy. Oh, excuse me. Sponsored by Sugar Water. They're just happy doing their thing. Um, but we're about to give everyone their final say in their outros on any of the topics we've discussed, or we have been talking why evolution is stupid, and then we're all going to the Discord, to which I will greet everyone, maybe, and then I'm really going to bed. I heart you all.
Get to bed. Yeah. That's fine.
If we hear,
But
if you're
if you have
snoring,
a
we can
final
understand.
question for any of the panel here, now's the time to get it. If not, we're going to outros.
I'm good.
All right. There we
Hold
go.
up, Amy. Send in the mimes.
We're sending in the mimes. I do want to thank you guys for joining us.
Yeah, it was a blast.
That was like, it was a good show. Thank
It
you.
was fun. I learned a lot from just you learn other people's worldviews. It may not be facts, but it's certainly something. All right, we are bringing in the mimes. Adam, you were the last to join us, or the most recent to join us, which means you are actually going to be our intro act. You are starting us up. We are bringing in the mimes, and we have been Skeptic and Ranting why evolution is stupid.
Cool. Yeah, just real quick, I'll say
Gotta wait for the
That
super
was
straight
my-
Sorry
line.
about that.
No, see, that was my fault. I'm
My
like
bad.
a second of
That's good.
lag. And so just for this, for my later mine for timestamps, Adam Lore. Adam, what is up? I hope you have been having fun. We have been Skeptic and Ranting why evolution is stupid. And I hope you had a lot of fun. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Sure, yeah, you can find me on YouTube, just my name, Adam Lore, and I enjoyed the video, and looking forward to the debate tomorrow for sure.
Woo-hoo!
Later today.
That's all.
Thank you so very
I guess, yeah,
much,
later today, technically.
Later today, yeah.
Exactly. Though my joke
It's
is
gonna be a good
always, it's never the next day until you go to bed. But
Yeah, I
yes,
always used to tell
actually.
people that, yeah.
Thank you so
Triggering
very much,
Kent
Adam.
Hovind.
And all right, we're going right down the list. And Adam, if you want, send your link to me and I'll send it in chat, or I'll make sure if you come on next time, I will bring it up on screen.
Okay, cool. Will do.
Randolph Richardson, we have been Skeptic and Ranting. Why evolution is stupid. I hope you've had a fun time. Where can people find you? And of course, what are your final thoughts?
Oh, thank you for another wonderful stream. You always host fantastic live streams, and
Thank you,
yeah,
Randolph.
Kent Hovind is off his
Thank you,
rocker.
Randolph.
He's just sorry.
We just said thank you for your kind words about the
Yeah,
stream.
James and Gizmo and Amy all host a wonderful stream here. I can be found at my YouTube channel, www.youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. And that's Randolph spelled with an F, not a PH, no matter what autocorrect tells you. There is a category there that you'll see upcoming streams, and you'll find the debate that I'm doing on Friday with a Muslim apologist on whether Islam or atheism is better for the world. And so I'm taking the atheism side, of course. And then on Sunday, there's the fortnightly stream where mostly theists join us a panel and try to convince us that a god or a god exists. And future Amy will hopefully be on this panel with us. I'm looking
As
forward
the
to
goddess.
it. Yeah. But Amy's most importantly has a debate tonight with later today with Kent Hovind, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how that goes. I think James, you did that recently, and you did very well already. So,
Oh, thanks, Randolph. I got another one coming up next week, if you didn't know.
with Kent Hovind again?
Yeah. I'm
Wow.
a glutton for punishment.
Part
We're going.
2.
Yeah, part 2.
He wants a retry. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like admission to defeat, or it's a different
We'll give it to him.
So,
Well, we'll let Matt Powell give it to him. But
Only a
you know what I
missionary.
looking forward to that one too. So I already have a short introductory speech written up. It's about 4 paragraphs for my debate on Friday. So hopefully it'll set a really interesting stage for the whole debate. And thank you. I'm not going to go on and on because I know you have you need to get your sleep for the debate coming up. But yeah, thank you very much, and I appreciate everybody joining in. Everyone in the audience, thanks for tuning in. Greatly appreciate you being here.
Thank
Thanks,
you, Randolph. Sending love.
That's right, Bryce. Ken did a evolution debate challenge, so he's debating, trying to break the record for the most number of debates. So he's debating just about anybody. Trying to break the Wayne Gish's record.
Yeah. And all right.
Interesting.
You won't debate me.
Oh well, yeah. Just about everybody.
Wildheart, what is up? We've been Skeptic and Ranting on why evolution is stupid. I hope you've been having a fun time. Where can people find you? And of course, what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, final thoughts. Very good show. I put my link to my channel in the private chat. Everyone go sub, and yeah, that's it. Yeah, you two need to get your sleep.
Thanks, Wild.
That will blow anyone out. Yeah.
Woo-hoo! Putting that up on there. Go down and let's get all of our non-believers supported. Thank you so very much. It's always funny, Wildheart. I see a whole bunch of non-believers jump on your channel.
Oh,
So,
yeah. A few Christians and believers as well.
It's also always fun to jump on and watch Jill jump off. So that's always fun.
Yeah.
I have cooties, so you can't let that get on them.
Oh my gosh.
But thank you so much, Wildheart. Sending so much love. And go visit his channel. It is in chat. And all right. we are going to hand it to Beamsy, the co-pilot, and then we're going to. I
zombie
promised
guy.
everybody, so we're gonna open our anti-Christmas present. Beamsy, we have been skeptic and ranting on why evolution is stupid. I hope you had fun tonight. Where can well, I'm just gonna give a PSA for people can find you at a channel that rhymes with Mutt Hovind. And what are your final thoughts?
I don't really have much in the way of final thoughts, but for what I linked before, he would actually say that what we're talking about, the explosion, it started in the Neo-Paleolithic era and went through until midway through the Ordovician era. So that was a huge chunk of time. But good luck with your debate tonight, and hopefully he doesn't talk past you too much.
That's true. I have to make sure. I have to be assertive, but not talk over people. So to
It's
balance.
not a matter of talking over. He will talk past you.
Well,
I'm
like a politician. That's not going to surprise me. I don't know if I'm going to get any of my questions answered. I mean, my debate style is very Socratic, and so we'll see what his views are, because like a presuppositionalist, they're very uncomfortable when they are put on their views under a microscope. They're much easier just denying what they view is just opposition to their religious beliefs. But yeah, thank you so much, Beamsy. Send some
Ken
love.
needs a microscope.
Oh boy, does he. It's not 15 feet, if you know what I'm saying. But James, we have had, oh my, it's been a trek. It has been a marathon. We have been skeptic and ranting on why evolution is stupid, and we found really no good answers, I think.
We didn't find much of anything.
That's right. What are your final thoughts?
I just want to thank everybody for going down the journey with us. It was a fun stream, good stream, lots of good comments. Thanks, everybody. We'll be back later tonight after Amy's debate for the big celebration after that. So join us later tonight.
And cake.
And get some sleep.
Get some sleep.
Drink some beer, eat some cake, yes.
Oh, thank you so very much, James.
Take a look at SpongeBob.
All right. Oh my, that's right. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, your Patreon dollars, your eventual channel membership, hard at work. And so I promise that if you made it to the end of the stream, that we would
26 people out there.
I know. It's been actually a good, consistent rate. So I have been sending so much love. It's actually a good size. I didn't know how big it was going to be. Oh, yeah.
You happy with the size? She is a size queen.
That's true. What can I say? And when you're hitting something with a hammer, you can be hammering all day.
So that'd be SpongeBob SquarePants. He's profanely cursive.
Yes. But yes, this is SpongeBob Imagination, which is, of course, what he says that our logic is. So
see, they bolted him in there.
Woohoo! It's not going to be gentle, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're a collector for boxes, I do apologize.
He's just going to be repeatedly smashed in the head with a hammer. So
that's true.
It's not a collector's item. And they say the cardboard box evolved from a piece of paper.
And this is an artificially created item.
Corrugated cardboard. Is the rainbow attached to him, or is that like
Yes.
excessive?
Now it says that you have to be careful. It does come out, but you can just put it back in, and that is what she said.
Okay.
What does that say? Oh my! That is really in there. That is also what here she said. Let's see how we can do this. We have to cut it out.
Yeah, you can't prove. You'd have said you can't prove that SpongeBob had any children at all. Now, if Patrick gave it to him, that would be like a
Scissors.
yeah. Focus, Newman.
So well. It's probably a lovely sound too. Hold on 1 second.
She's gonna mute it. There she goes. It's like she's giving birth to it. Oh, there went the rainbow.
Why are you saying hello to me again, Randolph?
There went a rainbow, but in fairness, I saw that was okay.
She's got him.
So
We
it's
got
not-
We got him.
After 2 minutes in labor, it's a SpongeBob.
It is a SpongeBob. Inside.
She's liberating him, Bryce. She's not smashing him. Oh, smashing with the hammer. Oh, in effigy.
There we go. There we go.
Kent Hovind has a SpongeBob that he likes to smack with a hammer,
Yes.
incarnating
I will say that this
into
is an extremely deadly hammer that has killed many. Oh God! Oh God!
Yeah.
To me! Oh God! Oh.
Kent likes to incarnate us atheists into SpongeBob and then whack us in Christian love with the hammer. So it's all in good fun. We're just returning the favor.
Exactly. Do. And okay, I'm gonna try stick this in one more time. That's what she said. But I think this is really cute, and I at least have a SpongeBob now to whack.
Oh,
You can hit it with a baseball bat of kindness. That'll keep him smiling.
sweetly in Christian love. Next thing you need to do is get a Matt Powell.
It's alive. And that's right, there will be a debate tomorrow, as in today. Tonight on Brett Keen's channel.
Oh, the most
Looking
exclusive channel on
forward.
YouTube.
And then look forward to James's on Standing for Truths. And so I really want to thank all of you out there. Like I said, I will give, it's been a really hell of a stream. It's been fun. It was a long housekeeping, just because a lot was on our mind. It was a really long stream. And then
We haven't done one this long in a while.
I know, this is an epic. Like I said, shout out one more time to all the Patreons. Check out your membership if you have a idea for an episode of Talk Skeptic to me. Work with myself, James, and Gizmo, and we will figure out how to make that episode come alive each and every month. We'll find a time so that we can get into pre-production,
We'll make it work.
and post-production. Exactly. We'll make it work because we just want to make more active content. And the same will be with back to let kitties out. I think maybe I'll release Well, badges have been done and all that stuff, so I'm just really super excited. Because badges, once you're a channel membership, it doesn't matter how much you pay for that. It just times about how long you have been. And
Right.
funny enough, we got ours to evolve. So it's
That's
not
the girl
just
deck
colors.
level.
Yes, it actually becomes different levels of technology as you get up there. So,
This is on
uh,
Twitch.
well, this will Twitch and YouTube.
YouTube.
So
Oh, okay.
it'll be analogous to Patreon. It'll be probably a little bit more just because when you end up being a channel member, it'll come with the emojis and it will come with the badges. So multiple ways, but it'll also come with a slew of other benefits that both Patreons and channel members will both get. And so go check all those out. We'll have all that up. I think May 21st is when the emojis will be done. And that's enough shilling. I can't help it. We've just been getting, it's been great. I literally cannot thank you guys enough. We're also going to get more Debate Me bras coming up. So if you're a theist, we may get an evolution debate. Adam, if you're out there, maybe you did, or maybe the skepticism, or
I'm down for that. Big Bang too. I'll debate anyone on the Big Bang.
There you go. Because we are just looking to do more debates, more fun, and I have 2 different shows also lined up. One that is creative and comical, which is I'm going to start just doing how to do working closely with Gizmo on how we do a lot of the pre-post
Make the magic happen.
Make the magic happen so other people can make the magic happen for whatever subject they want. Doesn't have to be counter apologetics like myself.
But it should be.
James, it could be. It should. We would suggest
It should be.
good pick. But if you want to do, you like fishing, you like cooking, you like video games, you can do your own podcast. And
Are you gonna have a sister series to Debate Me Bra called Debate Me Sis?
Debate Me Sis. No, it's an egalitarian debate show. But and then we're
I'm
gonna
just being
also have
facetious, don't worry.
hopefully a new show. Hey, no, we enjoy it. Yeah.
Too much.
Oh my, we like I said, we don't bite unless you're into that. But with that, I hope you all had a good time on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Why evolution is stupid? Oh my. Where tonight we watched a video called Why Evolution is Stupid with 100 Reasons from Kent Hovind, along with our commentary on top. Oh my, for a stupidly good time. Though I do want to thank my co-host, James W., along with our guests, Beamsy, Wildheart, Randolph, and Adam. Woo!
Thanks, guys.
As well as the people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and of course, lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible.
That's right.
If you enjoyed the show, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. Then hit that bell icon to all so that you can get reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams. Or, hey, why not leave a comment once the video is done? After the show, we will be heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, or many of us will be, the link of which is in the description below. Lastly, if you'd like to help us make even more fun
Somebody
content,
will be there.
even more
More props.
Then you can find we offer perks for our supporters at our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all in the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Woohoo!
Mwah.
Good night.
Woo.